Aloha and welcome to the beautiful Valley Isle of Maui. We are here for the 41st running of the legendary Aloha Classic wave sailing competition. Kai Cachadorian, Jace Pontebianco joining you from the greatest seat in show business. Welcome to Ho'okipa Maui. We are here for the Aloha Classic, the conclusion of the 2025 PWA World Wave Tour, and it is coming down to this. Jace, take me through how this season on Maui has developed. I've only been here for about 6 days. You told me yesterday was the first day it felt like winter. Please elaborate.
Yeah, yesterday was opening day here at Ho'okipa. Absolutely giant surf, but you know, it's been really hot. It's been really dry. It didn't feel like winter was here, but yesterday seems like opening day. We had a lot of great action. All the guys got a great warm-up, and conditions have really stayed with us.
It was a lay day yesterday. We have 5 days on the county permit to run this event. We also have 3 days of broadcasting, so efficiency is paramount. And one thing's for sure, in nearly 40 years of coming here and sailing here, you see a forecast like we're seeing right now. I was talking to Brasilio this morning, and we have a mountain to climb, not only in this competition, but there's going to be conditions here for the foreseeable future. And we have timed this absolutely perfectly. We're a little earlier in the window than we typically would be holding the event here, usually at the end of October into November. We've opted for more of a mid-October approach. It's paying off in spades, and yesterday was a lay day. It was 4 to 6 foot. It was going all the way through on a 4.7. I was sailing without anything but my harness and my shorts, cutting it up with everybody out there. It was a moment in time to never forget the feeling of, you know, right place, right time, and the evolution of windsurfing and wave sailing specifically here at Ho'okipa. It's so great to be back. We're going to kick it down to the beach here. With us is Anna Marie Reichman, who's going to be helping us interviewing some riders. Anna Marie, what's the feeling on the beach, and how's that shore break doing?
Hello, I'm Anna Marie. Welcome to the 41st annual Aloha Classic. It looks amazing. We have wind and waves on top. Some of the sets are over mast high. Can't wait how the day is going to unfold.
Yeah.
Event organizer behind me. Thank you, Francisco, one of our generous sponsors here. We'd like to thank the County of Maui duly for helping put this event on. We'd also like to thank the Maui Office of Economic Development, the PWA, the World Wave Tour, Koi Windsurfing.
And most importantly, our Windsurf AI, our title sponsor this year. Great development for the Windsurf World Tour to have a sponsor like Windsurf AI.
Our title sponsor, Windsurf AI, where great things happen. And thank you so much, everybody, for helping put this on. This is a pivotal moment in the World Tour, and let's talk World Tour picture here. It's been a monumental run of conditions leading up to this, and the world title, the sailors following the tour have just returned from northern Germany. And we have a long list of things to go over, but we're going to go back to Anna Marie really quickly. No, we're not. Okay. We are rolling here, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah, conditions look great today, Kai. It's going to be maybe more performance-oriented than it was yesterday. Yesterday had a bit more size, but today the wave is, you know, in the 3 to 4 foot range, kind of what we call overhead, maybe logo high. But there are plenty of sections for our riders to hit. We're going to see all the best moves on display. Right now we're going to be getting into the Challenger series to get into the main event. We're going to have 4 heats. It's going to be 6-man heats, and the top 4 are going to advance into the main bracket.
Correct. 5th and 6th place in these heats are going to be eliminated, and it's almost like the trials within the trials. And as you see our riders approaching the lineup, this heat most likely is on. Laurent Guillemin, Alex Bitoun, and Koa Fabio. Laurent seeming to have the lineup to himself is Little bit of confusion with the starting of this, and bear with me because we were talking about the world title picture. We went straight into this opening challengers round heat. You can also
this is
follow
most likely Koa Fabio here on the wave, riding with the white sail. Also got Laurent Guillemon and Alex Baton, two old friends of mine, trying to make their way into the main event.
Getting started promptly at 11 a.m. Head judge Pick not wasting any time, and you can see the conditions justifying the means here. Just getting rolling here. Pardon for the slight technical difficulties. We will be getting this working perfectly ASAP. We are on the Hawaii 5-star Aloha Classic Grand Final World Wave Tour PWA IWT Unified World Wave Tour. Thanks again to Windsurf AI, our title sponsor, as we are looking at the competitors field here. Challengers, it's definitely rite of passage. It's worth the price of admission alone to have Hokipa to yourself with 4 people out, and let alone 6.
It's so nice to be able to choose the wave that you want, to not have to jockey for position quite as much. Although, when you're in a heat, you definitely are still jockeying for position. But, when you get 30 guys on the water like we had yesterday, it's a challenge to get the wave that you want. Definitely, like you said, worth the price of admission to come and enter an event like the Aloha Classic. This is our 41st year, and we are getting started right on time. This is the Challengers opening round.
Correct. That might have been we have 25 on the clock. I have my watch calibrated slightly differently. The ticker on live heats is at 15:20. Regardless, Laurent Guillemon, Alex Bitoon, Ko Fabio doing battle, trying to get into the main event and having fun doing it. Most importantly.
This is Laurent here on the S2 sail. Got a great wave riding style, able to really put it on rail. Looking for the 360 out the back. He was sailing really well yesterday, so I have a feeling that he is a favorite to advance. I know Alex got some new gear yesterday as well, so we'll see if he's in tune. I don't know if he's on the water yet.
Let alone making it to heat. You got to find parking first.
It's not easy today. I had mine coned off. I was pretty psyched on that. VIP parking was a real perk of the job today, Kai. Yeah, so my parking spot is directly behind us over there, and it was coned off this morning. I pulled right up. Somebody even grabbed the cones from me, Kai. It was VIP.
And here we are, right on the bluff at Hokipa Beach Park. Behind me is a lineup that's been firing since well before yesterday, maybe like 4 days in a row of sailing leading up to this. And we have a robust environment of wind and waves, side shore direction. For those of you at home asking, what we're judging wave riding. We're judging 2 waves, and those wave rides are, basically executed in the same form as surfing. The judges are going to be judging you on your speed, power, and flow. As we look at Guillemon, kind of got the late decision to edge into this ride and tries that 360 out the back. So it's kind of a small score for him. Judges looking basically for raw wave riding maneuvers. It was well communicated by head judge Pick that we are going to be focusing on wave riding, surfing type of maneuvers. The fundamentals of wave sailing.
The words out of his mouth this morning, no freestyle. So he's looking for meat and potatoes. He's looking for the goiter, looking for aerials off the lip, looking for good contact, true wave riding. He is not looking for, freestyle maneuvers at the end of the wave.
We are at Hokipa Beach Park on the island of Maui in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Winter is upon us. You see the rigs on the beach, people preparing to get into the mix. But it is always, as any Hokipa contest, you are doing battle with the elements as much as your competitors. This is a demanding place to sail. you and your equipment are always at risk in several ways. And another discussion that we had this morning was basically in terms of being able to get assistance if you break down and what the parameters there are. We do have water safety patrol out there with jet skis, and they are allowed to assist the riders. Here comes Guillemot, live action. He's kind of poking in the high line behind the peak here. Is he going to get some contact with that lip? He sure does. And riding with a pretty high boom and also pretty much running the lineup.
Laurent's always had great timing. He's one of the true wave riders when I see him out there. He's not on the water as much anymore, but he always seems to have that true connection to the wave. Here he is, just perfect timing, blasting the aerial off the lip and riding nicely away. That's going to be a good score for our first heat of the day.
Thank you for joining us here at the 2025 Aloha Classic. Just getting started. A lot of sailing on our plate, not just for today, but for the remaining 2 days after this, where we will potentially be crowning a new world champion or an already crowned champion. It is yet to play out, but that story is yet to be written here. We are in the very beginning of this event. As Guillemot heads out, you know, the difference between some of these people, you know, sailing recreationally versus professionally. The people professionally on the tour are all coming back from northern Germany and Sylt in this harrowing shore break, an event that was won by Marc Perret, which put him in the lead for the title race. And that is a race right now that is down to mostly three competitors: Philip Koster, Marsilio Brown, and Marc Perret, with Perret owning the top spot. And what that is basically is for Perret to win the world title, he's going to need to finish in the top four. And Brasinho, to win the title, is going to need a little help from some other sailors to knock Perret out earlier than the top four. And then Brasinho finishing ahead by a number of places. I believe it's something like maybe the difference between top seven, top
Let's talk
five.
a bit about Marc Perret. He has looked so good in the latter part of this year, and his performance in Sylt, putting him in a situation where he could be a world champion, to be one of the first new names on that list in a very, very long time.
Exactly, Jace. The last person who won a world title that hadn't won multiple titles, and that distinction being Koster and Brasinho and Victor Fernandez, was Thomas Traversa. Here's Guillemot. Let's see some fireworks. Boom. Hukipa hits back.
I was talking about his timing. It's the announcer jinx. What did I do?
Well, the timing there was, you know, take a boom to the head or ditch the rig. That was a late hit, and what you see about the way that wave behaved for Laurent, and maybe he did misread it a little bit, but the swell direction is 320 degrees northwest. And it has been in the water now for a full 24 hours, a little bit more. The surf came up pretty strong yesterday, and it is holding at about probably a 15-second interval, and supposed to start decreasing later as the wind starts increasing. But here you have the look. He's like, nope, that's not going to do it.
That's a business decision right there.
Business decision.
No harm, no foul. He gets to his gear quickly. There's not a lot of wind on the inside, so it is taking our riders a bit more time to get up and out and into position for the next ride. If there wasn't a windsurf contest on right now, you'd definitely have surfers fighting for it. The waves are still really clean and rippable and not showing a lot of texture on the water. You can see the beach is in full swing. It's nice to see it as packed as it is today as our competitors watch and get ready for their heats. We've got some big names in this challenger. We've got Levi Siver, former event winner, having to work his way through to get into the main event. A lot of other big names, Kai.
There are elements of seeding in this as well, Jace. And so what you have in these first rounds of the challengers are basically, they are elimination heats. And moving on into the other brackets, it becomes more of a seeding situation. And that's playing out as we go. The heat order right now, round 1 men, round 2 men, all the way to round 4. And, you know,
on
basically,
the water now, this is a nice-looking setup. Looking for the wave to wall up a little bit. Doesn't like...
That is the nature of a northwest swell here, is that you get kind of baited to go upwind. Most of these waves are breaking favorably at H. Poco Point. And you'll probably see people absorb that after enough of those kinds of rides where you drop it in and the thing walls up. Now, granted, there was probably an opportunity to hit the lip there.
And fly over it,
and fly over it.
But that's a business decision as well.
Guillemon tacks on the outside. He's got himself a solo session. You know, that I would buy that for $1.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite things where the wind is so light that the wave picks up your board underneath you and gives you that true sensation of dropping in. It's a really great feeling that you really get here at Ho'okipa. Guillemon's trying to work his way back upwind to hopefully get a piece of this wave. Here he comes driving into the bottom turn now, setting his rail up underneath the lip, looking for that 360 again, but pokes the mast. Doesn't look like he's got a lot of power in the sail, Kai.
His positioning was good as we see the onlookers absorbing the action. It is a beautiful Tuesday morning here, just after 11:15 in the morning Hawaiian Standard Time. Guillemon dug his rail there. He's thinking 3. He wants to wow everybody watching him, and really he's just making everybody wish they were out sailing with him. He's having a good time. It's a bit carefree. I think he understands that the scope of people out there right now, it's pretty much him running the lineup. Congratulations, Laurent. You have it all to yourself, buddy. And 10 minutes and change remaining. You know, it's kind of, this is like sound check.
Yes.
And so we're kind of just, you know, we're in that band that's, you know, cranking up the amps and getting ready, clearing our voices and whatnot.
Yeah, we're not all the way up yet, Kai.
We're not. But you know, it's happening. World Tour Finals, this is what it looks like at Ho'okipa during a contest. The
a lot of
amount of
European
rigs
sailors
there.
this year. A lot of European sailors. A lot of people traveling for this event this year. And Laurent on the wave again. Like you said, getting it absolutely to himself. Worth the price of admission. Here he comes on the bottom turn. Nice engagement of the rail. Big spray, but goes a little bit around too far with the tail and gets sucked over the falls. Kai, what did you think of that one?
Laurent is definitely getting a bit of a swimming session as well. You could see him gasping for air there after that. And sometimes just, you know, the idea that, you know, you're trying to perform at your highest level and you're having fun. That's the most important thing. But it is always important as a competitor to make your competition sailing as close to your free sailing. There should be no difference. And sometimes it's obvious that, you know the cameras are rolling and you got everything like, I want to make a 360. He's tried it maybe like 3 times. And there's Curtis Chong-Ki with the ski, almost playing defense with the ski to keep it off the rocks.
Like a goalie.
Like a goalie. I like that. Just as long as the ski stays off the rocks, there's no way you're going to sacrifice the ski. Laurent is actually not in the best spot right now. He's going to need to swim clear. The thing that you don't see on the screen is that there isn't a larger wave behind him, but take a close look.
He is in the rock pile right now.
Take a close look as you see how he's swimming past the rocks, and you're letting the current do the work for you. Now, you see that front rock there. That's where your rig's going to get washed up on if you don't hang on to it. That's what you talk about business decisions, Chase.
Yeah. Is it your gear or is it your body?
Sometimes it's both.
Sometimes it's both.
And we are very thankful to Curtis for being our water safety guy because he's the best in the business, hands down.
I'll tell you what, though, Laurent has definitely left the door open. You know, he had that good one hit. He gets the 2.67, so he's on the board, but he's gotten all the best waves of the heat, yet he is still not in complete control.
He has completely left the door open. It's going to take one well-ridden wave to do better than a 2.67. Those are all incomplete rides, and you never forget some of these heats over the years where people have left that door open for whatever reason. You have to have, an idea about how much time's left in the heat, and you got to make good decisions, not just business decisions, but good competitive decisions. And just in the same breath, just getting warmed up. The best in the world are here. There is no two ways about it. And as we go further along today, you're going to see the level rise continuously as people are definitely having a little bit of a time getting out. There's Kimani Laurent from Team Guadeloupe barely making it through the rock garden.
We've had definitely some easterly winds over the last week or so. It seems like it's maybe shifted a little bit offshore. What do you think?
Prevailingly, it's been this light trade pattern, east-northeast. It looks like it's kind of continuing. It's not too east, Jace. It's got a little bit of northeast in it. If you see the line of sail, people are a little bit further down in the channel, which is a little bit favorable to the northwest swell direction. But it is kind of the same effect as an east wind, is that there are these lulls in the wind, little holes in the action, and people need to be mindful of not getting stuck in that light wind in front of a big set. Okay, there's our rider who could really make a difference here. Not sure if I'm seeing it being Koa Fabio or Bitoon. Neither. I believe this was
It could be a late entry, Kai. He skips out as well. That was the same sort of setup as he had before, where the wave was kind of walling up. And as we watch Morgan Niaro head out on his JP Neil Pride equipment. Morgan was looking in form yesterday.
In form like a multiple Hukipa event winner would. And I believe he's, 100% healthy and has everything to play for here in this game.
Yeah, and he does so well in light wind conditions where the wave riding is the real priority. Morgan's got a great true wave riding style. He's got all of the tricks in the bag, and he's got great wave selection. So we'll see how he does through the Challenger. I don't know if he's pre-ranked or not, but we'll see as the morning continues.
Morgan's definitely ranked quite high. I believe he's in the top 16.
So he was just getting out on the water to tune up some gear.
He's going to lanes.
All right, men's Challenger round 1, heat number 1. Our Nash rider up under the lip, good contact. That's Stanek. Stanek has been putting a lot of time here at Hokipa over the last couple of years, and it's definitely showing. He's getting really in tune with the wave and definitely not afraid to let loose with a good aerial. So Stanek on the board first. And our second heat of the morning, Kai, who's in this heat?
We got Charlie Rivera, Levi Siver, Kimani Laurent, Zdenek Marisko, Thomas Vessel Svensson, and Jason Papanikolaou. That's got a lot of generations in one heat. Charlie Rivera is our leading Masters world title contender. He's in first place right now in those rankings from Puerto Rico. I remember Charlie from way back when we were doing the Killer Loop event at Shack's. And Levi Siver needs no introduction. A past Aloha Classic champion. As you watch our Chile event winner, Jane Seaman, getting ready to do some battle. She caught some bombs yesterday. There's Zdenek's replay.
Zdenek's got a powerful style. I like his style. He's always going with speed. I kind of think it fits well with his Nash gear, which generally is pretty straight line and into the lip heavy. So it really fits with his style. Watch our sailors reposition on the outside. I believe that's Levi Siver on the Goya rig going way out now. Oh. Nice to see Hokipa from above. Beautiful day here with the wind just filling in and our swell still cooperating for the 41st Aloha Classic. I'm Jace Pontebianco with you with Kai Kachadorian, broadcasting live from Hokipa Beach Park. This is the Men's Challenger Round 1, Heat number 2. I think they started actually with Heat 0, so they're calling this Heat 1.
Yes.
So
just getting
this is the second heat of the day to get main entry access.
Correct. And you can see it starting to play out here. Zdenek got on the board right away, riding an insider. And I think between Rivera and Siver, they're doing some pick and choose here, but they are actually the two riders that are going to be on the next waves. It appears to be
Siver in the back, Rivera in the front. I don't think Siver's got that many stickers these days.
Charlie Rivera
Puerto Rico
setting it up. Levi Siver behind him. Rivera and Siver fading deep. Siver has done a little bit of a switch up in his boards. Not quite as much skateboard, a lot more surfing, flow riding. Siver with a statement hit there. Kimani Laurent just behind him. And we're going to go kick it down to Anna Marie after Kimani's wave here and interview Heat Zero's winner.
Big lip contact there. And so we're going to go down to Anna Marie at the beach with our winner from our first heat of the day.
I made it against myself, so the stacks weren't really high because I was like alone, but like just being alone in the heat is already like a victory. Like I'm definitely not going to win the contest, but just sailing alone, Hokipa like this, first heat of the event was like just it was a great time. And I had fun.
You still had to perform and you did great. So congratulations and take that to the next heat.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
And Kimani got slapped there, Jace. That looked like a boom hit.
Yeah, definitely. The rig gets all the weight of the wave on top of it and right back in his face. I don't like those ones. I've broken a nose with that one, Kai.
Yeah, that's Hokipa showing you who's boss there. Zdenek Marisko.
All right, this is Zdenek riding on the Nash rig. Sets his bottom turn, looking for lip contact. Beautiful drone angle, showing us how the wave plays out to the end bowl now. Kai here.
Zdenek got kind of closed out on, and Kimani needs a bit of redemption. Got a nice little slidey cutback out of that one. Kimani, the only one riding in this picture here, gets another lip slide. This is really good work by the Guadalupian. And he finishes his ride with a little bit of swimming as well. It's not beyond anybody to do some swimming, Jace.
Yeah, but nice work at the beginning of that wave. Not able to get the full completion of the ride. As we watch our Neil Pride JP rider, this might be a youngster.
Papa Nicolau, maybe. Yes. Jason Papa Nicolau just doesn't save the cutback. He'll remember that one. Luckily, there's not a bigger wave behind him.
No, it's nice when it is kind of open field behind you and you don't have to pay to play. He's in a good position to just water start and get right back out there.
Kimani Laurent. This was a good reply. Now he can get in the swing of things, get out of the jitter mode. And that right there, sending some spray, saving it. Might be one of the better scores so far. I think Siver's going to have the top score. Nice lineup, Jace. It seems like the conditions are filling in. The wind is definitely more than suitable for competition. As we see Zdenek Marisko, he's getting started.
Yeah, he's definitely been busy through the heat, has had solid contact on two different waves. This is his third wave now, coming down the line, full power. Nice aerial over our other competitor, showing full control, Zdenek. All that time he's been putting at Hokipa is really paying off, Kai.
No kidding. He's here, in the spring, shooting with Nash, working very closely with them, and he's burrowed himself a nice spot in this lineup, I must say. He's looking like somebody who knows the break, as we see Jazz Glickenhaus, another local sailor here over the years. Jazz getting ready to mix it up with the challengers. He looks ready for business. He's got a wristwatch on. He knows what time it is.
He's one of those sailors that's gotten better through the years, too. He's definitely been hitting some lips. I've been watching him. He's got a good light on his feet style, almost kind of Thomas Traversa-esque with the gear similarities. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. That taboo Gastra combo. All right, Zdenek and Levi in the lead. Levi just needs a backup wave. I think that 5.33 is his single wave score. There's Zdenek staying busy at the point, going for quantity, keeping his rail work, realizing that you never know what's going to happen in the scope of a heat. I don't think we're in a situation today where it's going to suddenly go flat by any stretch of the imagination. Our forecast is stacked, and we're going to have nothing but action here. And speaking of action, on your screen, Levi Siver sizing it up on his Quattro board, Goya rig, Siver windsurfing.
And got the Never Slow sticker on there as well. One of our event sponsors, thank you. Levi Siver waiting for the wave to wall up now.
Siver eyeing this up from behind the point. As you see, he's trying to stay high on the wave because he's going to keep his speed, but he's got target acquired. Okay. Bottom turn for Siver, right under the hook.
Out the back, Kai.
Out the back, unfortunately.
He came into that so hot, so much speed up underneath the lip. Great rotation. Wave maybe not vertical enough to get the projection back into the lip.
Jason Papa Nicolau gets a bit of a cutback there, but loses the board as our spectator gallery there.
Where's Jason from?
Gonna check that background here. Here's the wave move from Siver, but he almost stuck the 360 there. Didn't quite get back in the wave. Zdenek is on the point. It's important to see, Jace, how these riders are kind of like trying to find the bottom turn smooth water. You're reading the wave just as much as you're reading the bottom contour.
Yeah, you don't want to get into a bumpy spot. You know, it could really upset your bottom turn when you have to go over kind of like a speed bump in the middle of the wave. So wave selection is really paramount here at Ho'okipa. It allows you to really maximize your scores.
Just another day at the beach. This isn't just any old beach. This is where wave sailing was born.
Yeah, so many moments here, Kai, so many moments with you. It was really great to see you out there yesterday. You caught a really nice one all the way from up the point. It sure seems like Maui's treating you well. Is it nice to be back?
Super nice to be back. Welcomed with open arms and feeling right at home as it is now, you know, the season. Like you said, the first day that felt like winter, and what a privilege it is to be here to bring this event to you and to be able to sail here for as long as I've been coming. And that speaks volumes for everybody else throughout history, you know, coming here and the way this tour is breaking down. Everybody's, you know, we're at the final event of the year, and it's so easy to get lost in just how enjoyable it is to be on Maui. Throwing a little competition there. Thomas Vessel Svensson on the duotone rig with Siver behind him. This is a 1-2 exchange. Svensson wants to do some business here. That's a nice looking wave. He can put that in his archive for sure. And Svensson finishes his ride, and there is Levi Siver behind him, coiling up, getting ready to strike, but he's going to kick out and have a higher standard. That would have been something of an opportunity, but not up to Levi's standards. And at Levi's wise age, there's a high standard.
High standard, but they're tied right now. 5.83 for him, 5.83 for Zdenek. Oh, no, Zdenek just takes the lead now, bumping up to a 6.0 combined score as we have our beautiful drone work. Brought to you live from Ocean Paddler. Kai, who's this on the wave?
This is Kimani Laurent, Team Guadeloupe. And he is getting into it.
GR, is that Greece?
Papa Nicolau could sound like a Greek name.
It could sound like a Greek name, right? Eight minutes to go now in our Challengers heat number 1. This is the second heat of the day. We already had Laurent Guillemot make his way into the second round as we watch our sailors make their way off the beach. $18-minute heats with the 3-minute transition gives our sailors plenty of time to get their best 2 waves. As we watch Zdenek keeping busy, he could probably afford to be a little more choosy as the heat goes on here. He's definitely filled up his scorecard. Levi Seiver also in the mix.
Rivera.
Currently in 4th position with a 4.17. In good position to make his way out to the lineup now, not too far downwind. When the wind is light, Kai, it's definitely important to stay upwind if you can so that you have the chance to catch the very best wave. 6 minutes 45 on the clock. That's Levi Seiver on the outside now.
Yeah, Seiver's on your screen on the outside. Zdenek's inside of him. Nice turn for Morisco. Second turn, Seiver outside of him.
Back onto the wave, Levi Seiver with the huge aerial 360, getting contact at the end of the wave as well. Biggest move of the event so far, Levi Seiver. Who would be surprised? Rivera now looking for contact. Trying to put it back in front of the wave. Charlie Rivera staying active, 5.67, 2-wave total. Riding on the Goya rig from Puerto Rico. Here comes Levi Seiver's 360, huge. And this is Zdenek's end of the wave. Levi Seiver on the wave now. Bottom turn. Solid lip contact, full rail. Giant spray fan. Looking for the goiter at the end of the wave. Out the back. We got to be getting close to the end of this second heat of our 41st Aloha Classic. This is the Challenger Series to get into the main event. Kai, how many are getting entry? 4 guys. 4 guys are going to get into the main event.
Kimani Laurent. In transition here. And we will update our results as we get them. Marisco had a great heat. Locals ruling it there. Challengers Heat 2, round 1, Octavio Cavallaro, Michael Friedel, Jake Giretti, Valters Vidinakes, Jazz Glickenhaus,
and Levi Lentz. You're getting your money's worth with the pronunciation there, Kai.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a horn now, so we got to be getting close to the start of this heat.
All right.
Nice vertical hit. Not a
keep
very
serving
big
it up.
But yeah, definitely good timing, vertical hits. That's what our judges are looking for. See the wind maybe increasing now. More white caps, more texture on the water. And so we're going to go down to the beach with Anne-Marie Reichman and Levi Siver.
Winner of the first Challenger Heat, Levi Siver, you just knocked it out of the park, including that amazing 360. Can you talk to us about it?
Oh, it was fun. It was nice just to be out there and sailing a contest again, and the conditions are really good. So, yeah, at this point, I'm just sharing my love with the sport, being part of it, enjoying every heat, and just see how far I can go, and hopefully we just have a sick contest. It looks good, the forecast.
Amazing. Well, looks good the way you started off, so keep it going in the next heats.
All right.
Phew.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Back to you guys. To the
Thank
booth.
you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Levi. So good to see Levi at the beach yesterday. It's been like a complete reunion of sorts. I've been down here with my partner at Poor Boys Productions, Johnny Cesare, was here. We've been all over the world, Kai. Been around the world with Levi Siver. It's been such a great ride. Nice to see him sailing so well. This is Chad Glickenhaus, kind of navigating a bit of a bumpy section there, kicking out, repositioning. But Levi's looking like he's in movie form, Kai.
Just getting started. He's certainly reflected well on that and just, loving to be a part of it after all these years. And I think anybody in his shoes, knowing of a storied career and an actual Aloha Classic title under his belt, to just appreciate the longevity. That's what it's all about. And just being able to sail Hokipa uncrowded.
As we watch our Goya rig setting up from the drone angle, nice lip contact. Looking for a second turn, gets caught up in the lip.
I believe that's... No, it's not Friedel. That's, I see Latvia. So Latvia 33 of them. Valters.
Yeah, if I were guessing, Valters is a slightly Latvian name, right? So many European competitors making the trip across the pond to come to legendary Hokipa Beach. Here we are with Jazz Glickenhaus picking off a nice wave, looking for that lip contact like I was talking about before, Kai.
Yeah, making contact out the back. And that is Mike Friedel trying to get in the mix here. Makes it around the section. Does a decent stab at it. He didn't get a whole lot of turns, but he's surviving. I think there's something to be said for that. Oh, there we go. That's the angle we want. And that's Jake Giretti from down under. Nice little slash turn there. putting that in the position and getting out of there. That's how you ride Hokipa.
That was a solid wave, Kai. Nice 3-turn combo.
There's Mike Friedel. Oh, excuse me, Octavio.
So Octavio needs to find some better waves than this one. He was sailing really well yesterday. I actually was surprised by how many clips I got of Octavio yesterday. So call me. I got some clips of you. Event sponsor Goya, it repping in full effect on the water. What is it, 4 different riders riding on the Goya sails?
A Gastra, a Severn, and Goyas. The vibrant lineup just getting started here at the 2025 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Windsurf AI, generously supported by the County of Maui, Maui Office of Economic Development, the PWA, the World Wave Tour, Goya Windsurfing, and a host of other sponsors. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are watching this, as we are in the round 1 Challengers Heat 2, and scores are calibrating, and we certainly have a little bit of deciding to do. 5th and 6th position will be eliminated in this format.
And only the top 4 making the event. So a lot to play for now, as Walter from Latvia sets up his bottom turn looking for lip contact. Here it comes.
Nice.
Ariel. Nice projection going out the back, though. But good amplitude for Walter's.
Plenty of time on the clock. Lots of conditions to work with. You can definitely get pretty selective here. Octavio Cavallaro on the yellow and blue Goya. Kind of setting it up. He's behind the peak. You can see him looking. He's looking down the line because there's a section in front of him. He gets a second turn, but he didn't quite link it. There's the insider there. Outside of him, as Octavio finishes his ride, and then on the low part of your screen is Mike Friedel to the drone angle. And Friedel's going to go for the whitewater hit. Outside of him is Giretti. Definitely a style master. Look at that bottom turn. That's nice sailing there. The fundamentals of what head judge Pick was asking for. Speed, power, and flow. And keeping up the speed. That was a well-ridden wave.
Definitely on rail. Definitely a lot of power through the turns. Very surfy style. It's going to be a good score, Kai. Whenever you link up 4 turns on a wave like that and complete the ride, that's what our judges are looking for.
I think that's going to really help Giretti's cause. You're just basically answering to what the judges are asking for. No freestyle involved here. This is wave sailing. This is making contact with the wave.
No freestyle, no jumps. Best 2 waves counting. True Aloha Classic sort of conditions.
Okay, so Levi Lenz in this heat as well.
Everything seems to be trending upwards here, Kai. It seems like our waves have stuck around, that the wind is getting a bit stronger. Our sailors are...
There's Jazz on a nice size wave. Really had the line on this, and this has got a lower bowl. If Jazz wants the hero shot, here it is. He's going to take it downtown instead. The entire wave closes out. You can see a bigger wave behind him. He's kind of like, uh-oh. There's Friedel right behind him on the screen. All right, nice drone shot. Action coming live and direct from Hokipa. You can see it's closing out, but there is enough movement in the water to get around these sections.
Octavio Cavallaro on the wave now with the Goya rig. With that big set coming through, he's got a lot of foam on this wave. That's what happens when a set rolls through. Oftentimes you'll get a whitewatery wave. (11:52) on the clock, plenty of time. With only 2 waves counting, our sailors are really filling up their scorecards right now. It's plenty of action. Some real highlight moments. That 360 from Levi last heat was just really whet my appetite, Kai. It really made me think what's possible on the water today when the conditions align. So we're already seeing great action at the 41st Aloha Classic. This is the live broadcast brought to you by Ocean Paddler TV. And special thanks to our title sponsor, Windsurf AI. This is the final event of the year. It's for all of the marbles. We will crown world champions and maybe some new names to the list of Aloha Classic winners. Here comes our Goya sail. Little upwind on the setup on this one. Looking for lip contact. Here he is up underneath the lip. Good projection, but kind of lands on the roof and out the back. That's Valters Vickers from Latvia as we follow Gustavo with the drone angle. I like looking at it from behind the peak there. Gives you a different viewpoint. Beautiful day here at Hokipa. Here comes the replay. Nice lip contact aerial off the lip back into the reform. Here comes this nice rail work. And finishing it off strong at the end bowl.
Really, with the images that you're seeing, also kind of earlier in the day here at Hokipa, we do have some gustier wind. It's not quite perfectly filled in, but you do see Octavio there under a good amount of power. And the way that you navigate Hokipa is you get on a wave and you build your apparent wind. That's why you see these people are going to stay high on the wave, like you see Giretti here. He stays high on the wave so that when you actually decide to start riding it, you build your apparent wind. Heading down on a broad reach like he is, and then you punch your first bottom turn. You get a lot of momentum that way. Sometimes too much momentum, in that case with Jake. But he's got a pretty good built scorecard. He's in the lead in this heat, actually. And Octavio, not far behind, needs to kind of seal the deal for his own sake. He's behind the peak on this wave here. Same thing. He's going to be sizing it up. Maybe a bit of a lower line for Octavio. Gives him a check turn as he heads towards H. Poco Point, which would probably be like a 2-turn wave, very much in the neighborhood of what he's been doing overall. There is Mike Friedel. Behind him must be Levi Lenz. There's a nice hit from Friedel. Way to get the board out of the water there. Giving it a good solid effort. Nice licking insider. You can see these outsider waves sometimes get a little bit more, chop on them. The insiders have a little bit more concave to them, that they're breaking a little more top to bottom. I think the best waves right now are coming in from kind of the green tree section, so to speak. The shorter rides are on the point. And there is Jazz Glickenhaus working his way downwind. Beautiful style. Nice and solid. Goes for the 3. Doesn't quite punch it. Split screening here.
Vickers on the right.
The same guy.
Pretty similar waves for the split screen. It's almost like windsurf in stereo.
Maybe it's windsurf AI.
Maybe it is.
We promise you this is real, guys.
Yeah. This is not computer generated. We are not in front of our computers.
We are not in front of our computers.
We're not, which
this
is great.
Is real life.
But maybe you are, so thanks for joining us for the live broadcast of the 41st Aloha Classic. Kai, it's great to be here with you. Beautiful conditions.
Beautiful conditions here. We're absolutely thrilled to be bringing this to you. What a privilege it is to sit here in this chair with Ho'okipa Beach behind us. And once again, yesterday with this lay day, the best lay day in the history of windsurfing, if you ask me. We have this spare day, and it's just 4 to 6 foot going all the way through, all the right things in place. This confidence that we had in the forecast and our conditions leading up to this. The title race, which we are definitely not in the midst of right now in these Challengers heats. But just this is a big moment for windsurfing and wave sailing in general. And this is a great way to start it with these Challenger rounds. Getting warmed up both here in the booth and in the water as Jake Giretti really has had a good heat. Doesn't really need that score. Not a whole lot of time left. Octavio Cavallaro, you don't need to tell him twice, except that little piece of chop that I was talking about on these outsiders. He gets bogged down. Now he's going to do a little swimming. Friedel on the outside. Levy Lenz. Right. Everybody's getting a piece, Jace.
Yeah, great warm-up, great way to get the rail work under your feet as we watch Michael Friedel. I saw he landed his very first back loop here the other day. He was pretty psyched on that. So
must have been his first starboard tack back
That's
loop.
what he's, starboard tack.
That's that guy could do sails pozo like top level.
But to do it on the other side, that's definitely a challenge. Any windsurfer out there will know doing it on another tack is hard.
Absolutely.
Chaz Glickenhaus getting good contact probably after the heat now.
Yeah, I heard the horn, didn't I?
I did hear the horn. We are still showing 5 minutes. That's probably the transition.
But you can kind of tell the body language of the sailors. They're coming in, so obviously that is done.
As we check out our sailors coming in from that last heat. Jet ski on the ready in case we need it. Curtis Chong-Ki on the outside waiting there, protecting our sailors from going on the rocks. Definitely a possibility. We saw it earlier. The rocks could claim some victims today, Kai.
Haven't seen it yet. There was a little close call there at one point. It looks like Jake Giretti might have taken that heat, and we'll see who that looks a lot to me like Francisco Goya. We'll see exactly when they give it to us who's in this next one. Bujma is also in this next heat.
Bujma was sailing well yesterday, so it'll be interesting if he can kind of continue that sort of form as we watch Francisco Goya get a nice little piece here on the inside. He's still got that rail work dialed. So fast on the wave, looking for the spinning 360. I love it. Event sponsor Francisco Goya, former world wave champion.
That might just be warm-up. I have Sammy Ferraro, Gregory Stathopoulos, Michael Viskovich, Bujma Giol, Graham Ezzi, and trial number one, which trial number one might be Goya. We'll see about that. There's your replay. And the rail work is one of a kind with Francisco. What he likes to do, Jace, is he likes to ride small boards, but those small boards are very efficient boards. And you can see that he's free.
Yeah, he's free. And he sounds a lot like Keith Tabula, but in a maybe slightly faster way, but they are both so carvy, so fast on the rail, so like fast twitch muscle. Real
Yes.
pleasure to watch. I would like to emulate Francisco Goya's style. That's if I could like kind of just do the Matrix thing and just learn that technique, he'd be one of the guys that I would want to emulate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not confined to the barriers of competitive sailing and efficiency. Francisco is really freed up to ride these boards that just feel good to ride and can turn aggressively and the whole bag. And it's so refreshing to watch. I mean, we all remember Francisco, being arguably the best free sailor of all time. Just
So
never quite able
creative,
to,
right?
never quite able to put it into competition. Never quite able until finally, he fused it with the coaching and won his title in 2000. That pivotal year where we started really focusing on wave riding a little bit more here. And let me get my bearings on who that is. Possibly Gregory Stathopoulos.
Yep. Gregory's getting a 2.0 for his first ride there. This is Graham Ezzy now.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Very recognizable, riding on his Ezzy rig.
Nice.
Nice rail work, solid 2-turn combo, looking for the finishing maneuver. Smaller wave, good for a score. Like to get that right out of the way. Looks like he might have gone to a little bit of a bigger rig setup than he was riding yesterday. Maybe a little bit of a floatier board.
Yeah. Graham taking the lead with that. That's Samuel Ferraro. Ferraro stabbing it. Really getting a good hit there. Second nice critical hit. And out. And we're going to take it down to Anna Marie.
Jake, you were ripping, mate. That was awesome to see you do so good. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, pretty good. Obviously, second time sailing starboard tack. So, I came here quite early, but no, it's good. I found my groove and gear's feeling amazing. So, conditions are perfect. So, what more could I want?
Couple waves. I mean, you have to wait for the set, right? There's like a little flat in between. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so I stuffed up my first 2 waves, just sort of silly little mistakes. And so I was starting to get a bit stressed for time because obviously 6-man heats, there's a lot of people in the water. I just sort of went out, tried to find a set. I got a really nice set, so I was happy with that. And then I was like, I just need something to back it up. And I felt like I was running out of time, so I wasn't too committed to a set, but I definitely didn't want a small one. So I just tried to find a medium one, which was quite easy because I think everyone was out there looking for the set. So there was a lot coming through on the inside, so it was good.
Nice, mate. Hey, see you next street and keep it going.
Can't wait. See ya.
Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Kai, big move starting it off. Buzma Giol. Thank you very much for Anne-Marie and our event winner our heat winner from the last heat, Jake Giretti, coming from Australia. Only his first time sailing on the other tack. Definitely an accomplishment to come over and be able to switch it up like that, Kai. Not an easy task.
Sammy Ferraro lining it up. Really nice looking wave. You can see full power off the bottom turn. Now guys are getting some more speed as the wind starts filling in. Real smooth offering. Oh, unfortunately, he punches out the back on that. Samuel Ferraro with what it would have been a good difference maker. Keeping Graham Ezzy in the lead. We got somebody setting up here. Oof.
Francisco Goya.
Trial number 1 is his name. And that's coming from the dark horse status. I think Francisco really just likes being in the mix. The competition's one thing, but the being out there in the middle of it is definitely part of this too for anybody who's been in the game as long as he has.
He's still got fire, Kai. In everything that he does, from business to sailing, Francisco really puts a lot of energy into it. It's nice to see.
A lot of positive energy. Absolutely.
Nice aerial off the lip, re-entry.
There is our lineup. And we are definitely going to see our scores calibrate here. These Challengers heats, once again, with the number of sailors out in the water and a little bit the scope of who's advancing and not advancing aside. The thing that is for sure is 5th and 6th place are out of the competition. The rest becomes a matter of seeding as we get closer and closer to the pro event draw. So thank you for your patience, all of you out there that were expecting fireworks and the top-ranked riders right away. We're getting through this now. It's kind of our version of the trials, so to speak.
It is, but it kind of works out well because the conditions are definitely improving. So by not having to start the full main event right at 11, we've kind of worked our way in, got the engine running smooth.
Nice lineup, but also a nice lineup of gear. This morning's award ceremony was definitely a sight to behold with everybody with their boards behind them. And, it really was not lost on me. And, how far the equipment has come. Look at some of these turns guys are able to do. I mean, Francisco Goya with the projection and absolutely, high boom, late approach with that little board fitting into all kinds of tight places. You're starting to see it, Jace. The level's rising. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Nice. I mean, if I would not be mistaken, that looks like Guillemot to me, but I don't think it is.
Is it Michael?
Michael Viskovich. I don't look like Laurent to me. That's Bujma, the Moroccan superhero with a nice looking goiter, but not quite. And Bujma has definitely, paid some attention to the gear he's riding as well. Way outside is Samuel Ferraro, having himself the pick of whatever wave he wants. I think that's Viskovich.
Having to navigate some traffic.
And a turtle or two.
And a turtle or two. Don't want to hit those guys. That would be bad for the fin, bad for the turtle.
A little backstory, Jace, is that Graham Ezzy actually did make contact with a turtle, and he uses those K4 plastic fins. So he was busy at work there in the parking lot sanding down a plastic fin, which sands a little differently than, a normal fin, but it probably helped save the turtle.
I would hope so.
Yes. We don't want to hit turtles. We don't want to hit anything. This is sacred ground here at Hokipa, as Samuel Ferrara would agree, and is just enjoying himself. It feels like this event started already, Jace. It's been a year, right? It's been a very quick year. I can't believe how fast it's gone by, but here we are in the trials, the men's round one challengers, and pretty soon we're going to be starting the main event draw, but a sailor like Graham Ezzy has his sights set on a really nice wave here at H. Poco Point, and you really see it now. The veteran Hokipa sailor's approach of staying high on the wave and building your apparent wind, punching his bottom turn and getting that initial spray turn, check turn if you will. There is a target at the end of this wave, and Graham Ezzy's going to hit it right there. And that's the mark of a veteran Hokipa sailor. Graham's going to spend most of the winter here, getting back to his roots.
He fit that last turn in there very well. That quick twitch off the bottom at the last moment there, got up underneath the lip and was able to get that third aerial into the back onto the wave face.
Yeah. Aggressive style. And it looks like his fin's okay.
I do like how Francisco Goya is trial number one. It's almost like call me gladiator. No name.
Exactly. Stathopoulos trying to get around the section. It's not going to give it to him as Bujma cuts the open face. Beautiful bottom turn style, plowing through that chop. Bujma not taking no for an answer. Really skipping off the bottom, but holding control. Really clawing his way to make that entire wave. Spray flying from the Buj. Morocco's main man. Great ride, Bujma. Man, has that guy done some sailing over the years.
Yeah, he's still on form, Kai. Bujma, perennial top 10 on the World Wave Tour during his time traveling the world, but now based out of Maui and just sailing Hokipa every day and still looking very much on form.
Another high boom rider, I would say, similar to Francisco, but look at that bottom turn. Really sets it up, read the wave perfectly. His eyes are on where he can make contact. And that right there was something to save that turn. He really held his board in the water. I believe he's riding a quad. It looks like a short little board in that final turn. Rah!
That reminds me of the speed bump down at the airport. The devil's speed bump.
Exactly.
Really good job to be able to stay on rail. A lot of speed now coming for the lip. Looking for the goiter, back in front.
Almost. Samuel Ferraro crouching. Wants to hit the target. The wave's opening up for him. Viskovich behind him. Nice cutback for Ferraro. He's not going down quietly. Here comes the bull. Ooh. You could see the bull lurching up on him.
Such a difference between the different kinds of waves that come through. Some are so smooth and some are just filled with these giant speed bumps.
Yes.
This is Bouchma Guiol now. Target acquired. Really putting on the gas, looking for the bottom turn. Aerial tweak. Back in front. Bouchma Guiol absolutely on form at the end bowl. He's looking spry, Kai.
Yeah, he's looking like he wants to mix it up. I think the judges approve. Good positioning, a nice tweaked air over that section. And Hokipa's going to have a few to herself here. This is definitely going to be one of those moments where Bouge's tweak there, yes. You really see that small boards ending in a lot of tight spaces there. And yeah, as I was saying, the lineup right now is empty basically. It's in between waves. We can catch our breath here. Only so much. This is definitely just getting started.
I love the way Bouchma put that tweak into that aerial, and he just did it in the perfect part of the wave. I love it when a sailor really matches what the wave is giving him.
Okay,
7 minutes 30 on the clock. Gramezi in the lead, 11.16. Bouchma in second behind him. Francisco Goya, trial number 1.
Actually, trial number 1 ends up being the winner of Heat 0, which is Laurent Guillemot. I was just informed.
Okay.
So
Thanks
Francisco, I believe, might be in the next heat, Jace, and he's just getting a freebie. We'll see about that. I believe that's the way it looks like on the draw. That makes sense to me. Heat 0 was going to seed 1 sailor. That's why. And you can see that there's still plenty of fireworks out there. Gramezi up by the green tree, sizing up his opportunity. He's got a nice beeline on it. The wind's really nice for this. Kind of a medium wave, but a maneuver wave. And a good spray turn from Graham.
Those medium waves are absolutely smooth. You can see he's taking advantage of it. As the wave gets a little bit bigger, those are the ones that we're seeing that have the big potholes in it. As we watch our sailors swimming for their rigs. Great drone work from Rudy Castorino and our ocean paddler team here, broadcasting live from Hokipa Beach Park. This is the 41st Aloha Classic presented by Windsurf AI. You can see our swell is definitely stuck with us today. Slightly smaller than this yesterday, but definitely got good form. Solid wrapping top turn. And is this Viskovic?
Correct.
And
Bouchma. Bouchma's got the flow going. He might be able to punch this last section here, but you can also see that the level of effort's increasing as this heat's almost going to close here. Didn't quite work out for Bouge. There's Sammy Ferraro with Guillemot behind him. Laurent's getting in the mix here. Watch out. He started a little slow, but now he's getting some momentum. And you see that tall, lanky frame of his really lends itself to maneuver-based riding. He's climbing up the ladder right now, looking like Ferraro, Guiol, Guillemot, and Ezzy. That was the end of the heat. This one might be counting for Stefopoulos. Showed the intent to ride it. Held it together. This will count. He's going to need to do something relatively spectacular to advance.
definitely solid action in our round 1 challenger heat number 3. All to play for. If you don't make the top 4 in that heat, you're out. So
thanks for coming. It was still worth going out with 6 people out. Got to ride a couple waves on camera. You get to analyze, how to increase your chances to advance next time. But let's just take a moment to be really thankful that we're here on the beautiful Valley Island of Maui. The wind machine is in effect. The forecast couldn't be better. And it is an honor and a pleasure to be bringing this to you live. Thank you again to our title sponsor, Windsurf AI. We would like to duly thank the County of Maui, the Maui Office of Economic Development, the PWA, the World Wave Tour, Goya Windsurfing, Never Slow, and a host of other sponsors. Thank you so much. As the drone follows, Morgan Noirot just free sailing. Noirot on the Neil Pride JP team. It is a beautiful day here on Maui. The spiritual home of windsurfing, and really, to elaborate, the developmental hub of all water sport, quite honestly. From any type of craft you could even come up with, it's all developing here. Surfing grew by leaps and bounds. I think windsurfing and surfing as core sports have definitely branched off. A lot of different types of sports being foil, wing, para-wing, kite. It's all a part of the mix. It's so amazing the time that we're in right now, Jace, with the amount of sports that we have, at the very forefront. And then wave sailing itself, as we see it right now, is an extension of surfing. You can see the prioritization of how we ride boards, how we want to fuse that to surfing as closely as possible. Mission accomplished, huh?
Yeah, and absolutely. When you watch a guy like Morgan Noirot here, he's really blending that surfing and windsurfing styles together, using all the advantages of having the power of the rig, but while really leaning on the rail work that makes surfing just so amazing to do. So windsurfing as a sport is still getting better. The level that we're seeing on the World Tour is better this year than it has ever been.
Yes.
The conditions that we saw in Gran Canaria were barely sailable for mere mortals, yet they were performing at such an unbelievable level.
The thing that I noticed about Gran Canaria this year is you had that blistering 50-knot wind, and just in terms of the world title conversation now, it was kind of hard to you look at that final when Mark just needed a jump with 30 seconds left, and he was just a little shy on ramps and opportunities. We moved that one over to Tenerife for the next event, and you saw a different dynamic, a different environment of sailing, and then Silt with this straight on shore German shore break with the most demanding competition situation you could even imagine. And then here, of course. So the whole variation of wave sailing in terms of how you define that in the style of riding, it's just amazing the adaptability these riders have.
Yeah. And it's really personified in a guy like Marc Perret, who's got world title aspirations, because, he can sail really well in all conditions, and it's just amazing to watch a sailor like that.
In this next heat, Yushi Shirakata, Joshua Steele, Esteban de Cruz, Bar Navri, Francisco Goya, and Javier Escribano Torbino. That is Yushi Shirakata. Ripper from Japan. Outside of him,
Morgan Noirot on the wave now. Oh, excuse me.
I do not think that is Morgan. That's Shirakata, excuse me, on the Pride. Esteban de Cruz was on the Siverd.
He was able to finish it off with a nice little aerial there.
Escribano Torbino as well. Okay, this is now you're looking at the whole getting into the main event picture as these challenger rounds are done. As you can see, Samuel Ferraro getting a little coaching from Ferdinando Lofreda, as everybody gets a little coaching from Ferdinando.
Well, I hear he's quite the coach, actually.
Yeah. He's had some great feedback to me. I've always benefited just a real student of the sport. And you definitely want to see it from a different perspective. The judges are judging something based on a criteria. We're all looking at, what do the judges want? The sailors who are going to, do well in this event have come into terms with what the judges want and are actually letting the sailing communicate to the judges the closest as to the judging requirements. And that is definitely rooted in surfing.
Yeah, speed, power, flow. We've talked about this before. They want to see the real connection to the wave, and while taking advantage of the power of the sail, not leaning on the sail to outrun sections. You want to really maximize the power of the wave by being in the right spot. As we watch our sailor set up now, looking for the bottom turn.
This is Bar Navri.
Yeah, solid wave. Able to get that last turn in. He's going to be happy with that. Get a score on the board. 17 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We're going to go down to the beach with Anne-Marie Reichman and a winner from our last heat.
So, Graham, heat winner, that you were impressive being at least 2 points above all the other scores. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun. Obviously, I grew up here. This is my home spot, and it's just a lot of fun to be out there with not that many people. I'm starting off in the early rounds. I haven't been competing the last couple of years, and so I don't have a seating, and so I'm not used to starting way back here. And at first, I was a little bit disappointed, like, oh, I have to be back in the challenger rounds. But it's actually kind of nice. I get more time on the water. The waves are really fun today. The conditions are my favorite kind of conditions out here. So it's a blessing in disguise to not have the seating and to do these earlier rounds.
Awesome. So what is the wind doing? Is it increasing a little bit, pretty stable, or the whole heat?
So we're coming out of a marginal pattern. The last few days have been very marginal. We're coming back into a normal trade winds pattern. And so it seems like it's increasing, and that could hold or it could not. Today is the first day of sort of the normal trade winds. Yesterday was still more variable. And so it could just fill in, or it could play games with us and back in and out. I would be careful about rigging too small on a day like today, because it can look like it's going to really fill in. So like, for example, I was on a 5.0 in my heat, which is a fairly big sail, but it was necessary for getting around and getting the waves.
Awesome. Congrats, and keep it going.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, we're back. The Hukipa rock pile has claimed its first victim. That's somebody's rig on the rocks. This is a terrible tragedy to behold whenever it happens. And that rig is going to need to be collected by somebody. It's probably in one piece now. It's these later stages when things go wrong. As you look at Francisco Goya on the other side of the screen going for 360. Yes, this rig is definitely going to have to be collected. It's really quite a process.
It's getting the
jet
wash
ski
cycle.
can't do anything.
No, it's getting the wash cycle right now. Your only friend is a good caddy or somebody who's on the rocks. I hate being down there filming and watching a rig go on the rocks. Nice aerial off the lip there. Back in front. Can he hold it together? No. Good amplitude.
Yushi Shirakata in the lead in this heat. Francisco Goya behind him. Esteban de Cruz behind him.
You can see our water patrol a little helpless to help right now.
Yeah,
but definitely in position in case they can manage to get the rig off the rocks. Sometimes it's just easier to go all the way up than it is to go out at this point. Oh, the gear is getting mangled, Kai. I hate watching gear get mangled.
Oh.
Especially good gear, you know?
You know, Dave Kalama once told me that it would be a nice thing to carpet the rocks.
Yeah, didn't he say that was his one wish?
Yes.
He's like, what did you wish for Christmas? Somebody to carpet the rocks? Exactly. I've thought about it. It wouldn't be a bad idea. I bet you it would stay for a while if you buried it a little bit.
Testing. 1, 2. I will hold my position. Esteban Cruz possibly right there. E91. I don't see Joshua Steele yet. Francisco Goya punching it through the roof and almost makes it back in. That was almost a highly aggressive maneuver there.
Somehow that rig is still intact.
It's intact. They got it separated right at the last possible second. Now, here's the other part about it. Those rocks are super slippery. So you're on the safe area. You're not safe. You're about to slip. Like, sometimes the worst things happen right now when you slip down and ding your board. This is not spoken for. What they need to do is flip that sail as quickly as possible so it doesn't get backwinded. Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, Shirakata bringing it into the arena and getting himself into the mix. He doesn't want to go on the rocks. He just wants to score points for Team Japan. And, you know, they say it's not a team sport, but don't tell that to the Japanese because that is a gnarly pack of shredders there.
Yeah, they run in a posse. It sure seems like they all push each other. It's sure nice to see a whole group of them together that's got good energy, absolutely. The Japanese crew in full effect. So
yes.
None the worse for wear coming off the rocks. I definitely don't like grabbing somebody else's board. You might slip and ding someone else's board. It's bad enough when it's your own gear, but it's nice to have some friends willing to help you out.
It doesn't matter now. It's just going to get dirty if you fall down. But here's the thing is they call this the walk of shame, really. And now you're going to do that walk because you're still in this heat. You're going to walk up over the top part of the berm there, straight back into the water. I think we've seen some heats before, Jason, where you go straight back on the water and straight back out on the rocks.
It happens, but you got to have the conditioning to be able to do it too. You know, it's such an ordeal to come up on the rocks, to make your way around the point, to get down the beach and slog your way back out there. It's not an easy thing to do cardio-wise.
Not an easy thing to do. There's Joshua Steele. Now, Joshua Steele, he's got a long history on Maui. We remember him from back in the day. He was going to the Ocean Academy there, and he's by way of Houston, Texas area, and comes back regularly. And generously sponsoring the event, his company, Never Slow.
Yeah, one of our event sponsors loves to do the trophy truck racing, telling me all about driving 130 miles an hour through the desert. Absolute adrenaline junkie, Josh Steele. You were mentioning that he went to the Cyber Academy back almost 25 years ago now. He was a young hotshot back then, but trying to make his way through the Challenger Series and into the main event here at the 41st Aloha Classic.
Here they come. This is the ordeal. You've been on the rocks. You walk through the rocks, put the rig down, and reassemble. Hopefully he doesn't have a foot full of urchin spines. Sometimes that's a side effect as well. He looks like he is okay. Kind of like Formula One, but a little different.
A little bit different, a little less high tech, but definitely necessary. Good to have a caddy. Still 10 minutes on the clock, so still plenty of time to be able to go out there and fill up your scorecard. As we check out the lineup here at Ho'okipa Beach Park, the wind has definitely gotten stronger. Seems like everything is flowing a little bit better, more consistency with the waves as well. Definitely a challenge to find the right one. The bigger ones are bumpy. The smaller ones have a nice clean wall. Setting up now, looking for the bottom turn. Francisco Goya, nice second hit for Francisco Goya. He's still got all the speed off the bottom, trying to make his way around the section, looking for the vertical hit. Francisco Goya in the lead with a 5.84 two-wave total.
Right in front of the rocks again. Gotta watch out. Really not really one of those days where the rocks are that hungry. Those are more for those north swell days. And boy, you really see people at a certain point go for self-preservation. I mean, it's not an easy thing swim over those rocks.
Well, you're talking about it with the urchins. That's just such a hidden fear of mine. You know, you could come in on the rocks and everything could be going great, and you just step on a pincushion, ruin your week.
All right, nice cut back there, Bar Navri.
It's really one of the most challenging things about being new to Hokipa is being able to identify and select and get on to the right wave. Wave selection is such an important thing here at Hokipa Beach Park as we watch this beautiful drone work.
Javier's having a heat. That was actually him on that last wave. I'm trying to get my ID correct. Pardon me.
Yeah, Kai, you can see how dry Maui is right now. Really feeling like this is the start of our winter. We've been hearing that we're going to get some showers in our forecast over the next couple days, but we're definitely looking forward to it. The forecast is absolutely looking like it's going to be an amazing couple days of both wind and waves. Another Goya rig looking for a target at the end bowl here. Able to make contact, but not able to keep it together. Esteban de Cruz riding on the blue Goya. One hit and out. Looking for the whitewater hit just for good measure. All or nothing there.
Hokipa strikes back. There's Josh Steele getting in the mix. Come on, Josh. Nice bottom turn there. That's a good little position hit. Heading towards the point. Trying to score some points. He'll have something to talk about there. Way on the outside of your screen. Yushi Shirakata in second place in this heat, narrowly behind Goya. Probably wanted to make a hit there. He bows his head in shame. He had a better one in there. He's like, do I have enough time to go again? Sometimes you don't get a second chance. You don't need to tell Francisco Goya twice. Target acquired from under the bowl and hits it. Kind of a slopey one. You can see his board's fitting in all kinds of tight places. You even saw it in the heat before that he wasn't in.
Yeah, well, he got a good warm-up, that's for sure. Looking like it's paying off, actually. Francisco Goya looking in form.
2 more heats of the Challenger Series.
If I'm not mistaken, Kai, there's probably under a minute to go in this heat, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You can see the changing of the guard as we speak. So these next 4-man heats, it's pretty much the second chance for the sailors who will come 3rd and 4th on those other heats. So this is the way they seeded this. Now we'll find out after that who gets into the main event. So this was kind of a body of work that started with that one heat 0 with Guillemot, and then the 6-man heats where 5th and 6th were eliminated. 2 4-man heats, 4 go into them. That's where we're at. We're getting through this pretty quickly. And those of you at home, thank you for your patience as we work through the bugs of our system, getting this broadcast up and running. And Hokipa is just firing along. That's been the one constant for the most part. And as we sit here, we just see the abundance of conditions here, Jace. It's firing.
It's firing. It's exactly what you would hope for with an Aloha Classic. At the end of the year with the world title on the line, you're really hoping that our competitors are going to be able to shine, to take full advantage of the wind and the waves and to be able to show what windsurfing can do.
Once you see people get into a groove and that they have the idea about how they want to present their riding to the judges, it becomes, wave selection next. A lot of this stuff, gear related. And I mean, they have judges. Look at the judges on the guardrail right there. There's a whole different kind of judging going on there. Let me promise you that, this filter's on. I think the most important thing for any rider, I can relate to this, you just want to sail your best. Be able to get yourself at the top of your game. We're going to take a breather here at the 2025 Aloha Classic, go to commercial, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The 2025 Aloha Classic is brought to you by the County of Maui and by County of Maui Office of Economic Development and by Windsurf AI, where developers are doing their best work. World Wave Tour, PWA, Goya Windsurfing, and these great supporters.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
And we are going to kick it down to Anna Marie, who's speaking with the one and only Francisco Goya.
Okay, we're good. Francisco Goya, heat winner of the 4th Challenger Heat. You are ripping out there. Tell us about it.
Oh, luck exists, and the guys were like a little bit better position. They were all the way out, and they catch the set. So I was like, well, I have to go with the first wave of the set. Luckily, it worked out for me, and then I was on the right sync for the rest of the heat. And I mean, it was pretty challenging. It was Javi Escribano. He's the youth coming up. It was Yushi, probably one of the top guys from Japan. So I mean, it wasn't. There are no easy heats. So I hope the luck continues on my side.
Sounds amazing. Francisco, we wish you a lot of luck in the next event. You had classic Cisco style. It was great to see, and we hope to see you many more heats.
Thanks, Anna Marie.
And organizing these events. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anna Marie. Thank you, Francisco. The man, the former world champion, Francisco Goya, still absolutely on form. Great to see him out there, both supporting the Aloha Classic and ripping as well, Kai.
Absolutely. We are in round 2 Challengers Heat 1 underway. Rivera, Octavio Cavallaro, Kimani Laurent, and Jazz Glickenhaus. And apologies if a few mistaken identities occurred there in these heats. It's definitely not being completely communicated to us here in the booth who's who. And I don't know absolutely everybody in this sport. But I can tell you with no uncertainty, I know the 4 riders in this heat. And that is Kimani Laurent, tacking in a very fortunate position to be in right in this heat and on a really nice looking wave with Jazz Glickenhaus behind him. Laurent sets up his bottom turn. Glickenhaus with Laurent behind him. Gastra ID problems. There we go. Glickenhaus with the hit. That's Kimani Laurent. Guadeloupe representing. High and tight off the bottom turn. Fade line. Brings it into the point. He's going. He's got a target acquired. And a nice final hit. That's Kimani Laurent. He's been following the tour, slugging it out, trying to break into the big ranks. This is important for him to have a good showing because he's one step away from the main event here.
I mean, what is it about the Guadalupean sailors? They all have this really wonderful wave riding style. The waves must be fabulous down there for them all to transfer so wonderfully to Hawaii. The sailing seems to work.
It's a couple things, Jace, with the Guadalupe pack is that they're a tight-knit group, number one. Number two is that they sail both tacks out there quite equally in terms of their sailing environment. They have port tack and starboard tack in abundance, and they have a couple of their starboard tack spots are absolutely world level. And they're also quite secret, so we can't really talk about them. But it's a tight-knit group, and they push each other hard, and their ringleader is none other than Camille Giban, who has won this event multiple times, and he has won multiple events all around the world. And he can be very proud of how they're doing here. This is Charlie Rivera from Puerto Rico, and he has a nice wave. Jace, take it away, please.
Target acquired, setting up, going down the line, trying to get over the speed bumps. Charlie Rivera going over the falls with the whitewater now. It's so hard when the board skips out like that, Kai. It's hard to stay engaged on your rail.
Yeah, word. Here's Octavio Cavallaro. I think he has an equipment change here. Might have gone to a smaller sail possibly. Looks like he's sticking with the same board. He starts off with a couple crisscrosses. And he just wants to go in the channel and keep everything in one piece is what he wants to do. Kimani with the 4.5 there. I'm not sure what you want to give Rivera for that wave, but it's a small score. And Glickenhaus really had an opportunity there. Unfortunately, that didn't go his way.
There's no lip that kid won't hit, man. It's been that way for years.
Yeah.
He sees something, he's like a bull with a cape. He's going for it.
Yes, we are following Kimani Laurent heading out. There he is. In the lead in this heat, too. Big heat for him. I root for a kid like that who's come here and scraped it together just to get in the mix. You know, he's not getting a free pass into the main event, and this is a chance to break in. I remember him in a similar situation also in Chile. He's been trying to do it for a while.
It would be interesting to have like a team match, Japan versus Guadeloupe. 5-on-5, something like that. Got to have boys and girls. You could form some really good teams that way.
I've thought about that on several levels, Jace. You could even have a local event here where we were like vying for parking spots or something.
Oh, yeah, get something with your name on it.
What would be the prize parking spot when you win? That's amazing to think about that. Interleague sailing.
Would you choose an upper lot spot or the down low spot?
No question it's an upper lot spot. And really, the way that the ticket writing goes around here, you're going to save some money.
As we watch Bruce Malkiol make his way out to the beach.
There's Glickenhaus sailing out on your screen. You're looking at the horizon. Jace, you know what I'm looking at the horizon also for right now? Our first whale breach.
They're here. I've heard stories that they're already moving around, but they're probably on the south side to start. We usually see the whales kind of migrate to the north shore a little bit later on in the season.
That's mid-October. It's not too early to start seeing them.
It's definitely not, but I don't know. I mean, it really feels like winter is just getting started. I mean, it almost seems like we're just like a week late.
Yeah, good call. I really am glad that the window of competition was earlier in October. I feel that was a really good way to ensure that we still have that summer trade flow that, once the North Pacific high starts breaking down, when the bigger low pressures start sending bigger swells here, the wind really becomes a question mark, almost to the point where we have to ride like floatier boards, bigger sails. Look at us. I mean, the sail size right now is anywhere between 4.5, 4.7, and 5.0. And, some of the more bladey boards are coming out, the mid-80 liter style boards.
Yeah, people are on their favorite gear. This is like prime time conditions right now.
Exactly. Here comes Jazz Glickenhaus on the inside with Rivera outside of him. Nice one-hitter for Glickenhaus. And Octavio's on a wave. There he is up towards middles. And it's really not that much of a wave. It's a bit of an insider. I don't know what the true scoring potential of this wave will be. He's staying loose. He's staying moving. Will it be enough to catch Kimani? It might just be because Octavio is not really sitting on huge scores. So this will probably be an improvement. We'll see if it's enough to get him ahead of Laurent. And there's plenty to play for here and not a ton of time.
No, under 5 minutes to go as we watch our sailors with the drone angle making their way back out to the outside, trying to reposition for maybe one, maybe two more waves in this heat. Kimani Laurent has made his way into the first position, tied with Charlie Rivera, equal at 4.84. Kimani's got the higher wave total, or higher single wave score, so he's in first. I love the satellite angle. Gives you a good look at the watercolor here on the North Shore of Maui. Absolutely gorgeous. 3 minutes to go. Our wave machine needs another quarter.
There's Rivera scanning the lineup, and he's actually on a good wave. You don't really see the bottom part of the wave, but what he's above the peak here, and you can see he's just building up his apparent wind to try to get as long of a ride as possible. That's your opening check turn. Here he comes trying to get under the lip for the air, kind of a safe air, and that'll be the result of that wave. Behind him is Glickenhaus. As Charlie looks behind him going, oh, should I have ridden this wave instead? Glickenhaus connects. That was Jazz getting jazzy there, but he's frustrated. What you see, Jace, on this 320-degree northwest swell direction is the following. If you go too far upwind and set up the ride, you'll get a good opening hit, but you're not going to get anything else. The people who have gotten the best wave rides today so far have basically read the opening hit at H. Poco Point and then continue to ride into the channel.
Yeah, well, you need that first hit to get the setup, really. You know, if you can get the first hit when the wave is the biggest, sometimes you can fly over it and manage to kind of transition all the way to the end bowl and get that final bit of the wave.
Here's a big moment in this heat, and it's really boiled down to this. Kimani Laurent on a set wave with Octavio Cavallaro behind him. Kimani Laurent really needs to deliver here. He can put a good stamp on this heat, and just when I said that, unfortunately for Kimani, he bogged out of that wave. That was a really important moment for him to deliver. Here comes Octavio Cavallaro, possibly having seen this bobble from Kimani. Can he put together a good wave ride? You see guys are kind of skipping out of the bottom, Chase. It's got a little bit to do with the bottom contour, but also the wind direction is slightly side to side offshore. It's not straight side offshore. So what you're doing is you're not building up the same amount of apparent wind you would when things will go a little offshore potentially later. Kimani Laurent right back on this, knows he's got work to do, and unfortunately his momentum is going in the wrong direction, Chase. He's got to snap out of it.
Well, it's hard when things start going wrong to be able to kind of snap a bad streak, a couple bad waves, a couple bad decisions. It's hard to get back out there and really turn things around.
Yeah.
You know, momentum is a real thing. As we watch our replay, Kimani on a little bit of a foamy one, really puts it all into that top turn, but pokes the nose and goes over the falls.
It might still be that he makes it through this heat. And as much as you look at the judges deciding, some of this is just Hokipa deciding, Jace.
It is, and, you know, the scores are relatively small, so, you know, any real sort of good contact with the wave could change you from fourth to first in kind of an instant. You know, when your top wave score is a 3.17, you know, the ceiling is there. You can get above that in a single wave. Short time on the clock now. Under 2 minutes. This is our round 2 Challenger Series. Our sailors are looking to get into the main event, the 41st Aloha Classic, right from Hokipa Beach Park. Broadcasting live by Ocean Paddler TV. I'm Jace Pontebianco here with Kai Cachadorian. Got the best seat in the house. Happy to be here with you. Happy to be broadcasting it live.
Kimani Laurent still scraping away here. Is there enough time in this heat? This could be the last chance for him to break in. Round 2, Challengers Heat 2, coming up as we watch Kimani Laurent finish up his heat. Rivera behind him. It's done and dusted. They can sail in now and await the decision that is coming.
You know, you were talking about this before. It's all about getting heat reps for a guy like Kimani. You know, maybe this didn't go his way in this particular heat, but you need the reps, man, and this is going to be really valuable for him moving forward. As we watch Bujma Giol getting ready for the start of this heat. Bujma was definitely looking on form. Had a big goiter attempt. Had a nice aerial as we check out the beach scene here at Hokibu. No parking today, Kai.
What a beautiful day nonetheless. And, you know, we are here not to occupy Okipa, but to get this done and dusted in the most efficient manner possible. These Challenger heats definitely take some time to go through, but as you correctly stated earlier, Okipa's going through that cycle too of time and tide and wind direction. And as long as we got started promptly at 11 o'clock, which we most certainly did, we're almost 2 hours into this already. Hard to believe, but there's, you know, one of our heavy hitters coming in. That's Morgan Noirot, coming in for his warm-up, and now he's, you know, going to sail in and get ready for this, and he's completely ready. Meanwhile, this actual heat on the water, Bujma Giol, Javier Escribano Torbino, Gregory Stathopoulos, and Joshua Steele.
It's a good lineup right there, Kai.
Good lineup.
It's getting harder and harder. When you look at some of these heats in the Challenger Series, it can get really get competitive. I mean, I wouldn't want to have Bujma in my heat.
Look at these waves rolling in, Jace. A couple got to roll through without anybody on them. But true to the score on the outside is none other. Oh, yeah, that's a really nice one.
Bujma is coming in hot. Here he comes, bottom turn up underneath the lip, looking for a solid wraparound. A nice wall in front of him. This is the wave that he wanted. Oh, he's going to poke Taco. Got a little greedy. Oh, there was a nice section there for Bujma Giol.
That was, and he's going to catch a few on the head here, unfortunately for him. This is going to slow his heat down considerably. Nice ride from E91 there. Here's Joshua Steele.
Our event sponsor, Never Slow. Joshua Steele riding on the Goya rig. Got a foamy one. You saw that bigger set come through, putting some foam on the face of this wave, but Josh managing to get a score in the early parts of this heat. We're going to go down to the beach with Anne-Marie Reichman.
Charlie Rovira from Puerto Rico, heat winner of the second round. How do you feel coming out winning?
Awesome. Started slow, then I got a decent wave, but then I just went over the falls on that. I thought that was it for me. And came out of that, didn't go to the rocks, and managed to grab a couple more waves. And as soon as I got here, I got the good news that I passed my heat. So I'm freaking awesome.
Well, take that energy to the next heat and keep going.
Yes.
All right.
Aloha to all.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Charlie.
To the studio.
Thank you, Anna Marie. Anna Marie, one of our longtime competitors here, graduating into the role of beach commentary and certainly earning that position. She has had a long run of competing here too, and you'll get to see her sail as well. Setting up for this ride. All the way upwind, no action anywhere else. And this is going to be the first scoring ride as well.
Oh, that's such a tricky section down there, Kai. When the wave kind of bends in and comes at you, sometimes it messes with your timing.
Really important thing to note here, Jace, is that one rider is advancing out of these heats. So this is all the marbles, and you can see there is a heightened level of urgency in the riding. Think about it. 4-person heat, one person making it out into the main event here.
Yeah, well,
so this is the big throwdown.
Yeah, winning a heat is definitely tricky, so you got to swing for the fences in this moment as we watch Bujma Giol get settled, trying to reposition.
It's about wave selection too, Jace. You really have to bring Hukipa to your side in these instances where there might be one really good set wave in the entire heat.
Well, he chose the very best set wave. He was on it that last one. It was just gorgeous, and got maybe a little too aggressive with that second turn, over commits and goes over the falls. So Bujma is trying to get a little redemption here now.
Bujma setting it up. Inside wave, it's probably got a couple turns in it. Gets that opening bottom turn. Nice spray. He doesn't really get too far in front of it. 360, but doesn't make it back in. He's swinging for the fences, and that's the urgency I was talking about.
Yeah, well, I love the rotation there. When the board gets inverted like that, that's my absolute favorite kind of 360.
It's definitely amounting to some swimming and some duck diving. Escribano Torbino's playing for keeps here. He's going to have himself a chance to get into this if he's not careful. Joshua Steele needs to get busy. He's certainly well equipped. He's got top-level gear. Now let's see some riding out of it. A double hitter there. He's on the mix. That's going to help his riding as well. He's starting to climb up there. What's up, crew? There we go. Tavio. Takara. Yeah, this is coming down to it now. These challenger heats are all but done and dusted. One more after this, and then we're going straight into the main. 12:55, if you can believe it, Jace. Already in the afternoon, Tuesday here, the 14th of October, 2025. 41st running of the Aloha Classic.
Javier definitely staying busy.
Yeah, he is. And as far as staying on waves, you keep other people off waves, but you got to be careful you don't let something squeak through from the outside, huh?
Absolutely, and you don't want to get yourself so far out of position that you're not able to get a set wave. So, it's the kind of push and pull that you play with yourself. Oh, do I stay busy or do I take a little bit more time and select the very best wave that I can find? And I think in this situation, we're really going to be looking for the set wave to kind of make the difference in this heat. So
exactly.
With under 10 minutes now, still plenty of time.
Still plenty of time, but what we don't know is how many waves are going to actually come in, and that's up to Hukipa itself. You got to dial in the mana here, and you can spend your time on the outside, and all the most likely you're going to give yourself an opportunity. But with this swell direction, stuff starts sneaking in under you. And it's so pivotal to get in the spot when the set comes in. Those are the difference maker moments. It happens in a flash of an instant. And, it's definitely all to play for here. Bujma Giol narrowly in control by 1/10 of a point.
Doesn't get closer than that, Kai. Bujma's coming from Morocco. Was a World Tour perennial contender, top 10 finishes on podiums at various PWA events through the years. Still on form, but living in Maui, working at the shop at Quattro. Here he comes now, setting his bottom turn. Smaller selection, but able to get a nice top turn. Nice redirection there, able to get that second hitter in there quick. And now he's going to kick out and play the positional game. Bujma in the lead now with a 5.67 two-wave total. On the outside, Javier Torbino.
This battle, for the most part, is between Javier and Bujma until further notice. Josh is going to need to get busy. Gregory's going to need to get busy. There's point separation, but it's not out of reach. I mean, points-wise, we're just basing that comment on the actual action. And Javier is staying busy. And Javier is definitely on a good wave with not much behind him. He's carefully selected this. You can tell, you can see the intent to ride it. You can see him peeking around the corner of his rig to make sure he's in position. And the wave closes out on him. That's kind of a semi-turning point. If he had produced a real score there, this would be in his favor right now. But that wave did not quite open up the way he saw it.
Well, you can see the scores that we're getting here, and the low threes, high twos. There's a lot of room on the top of the scale for any wave that has a good maneuver on it. So nobody's out of the seat yet. As we watch Josh Steele kind of head upwind, sets his bottom turn now. Nice check turn there. A little bit of a better wave for him. Looking for that second hit, a little bit late to the lip. And Stepopoulos.
There we go, Gregory. Bam. Oh. Ukipa strikes back.
Woo. Those are the ones where you really want to get your feet out of the straps.
Yeah, they say that Hukipa means hospitality, but that might as well have meant hammer.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. Here comes Bujama Giol. Huge wrapping top turn. Able to fit it in a second turn. Nice vertical hit there for Bujma. That's going to be one of his better wave scores. You can see how he's just still so good on his feet. He's never in the water. As we watch our water patrol check in on one of our sailors' rigs. That swim can be exhausting. Imagine you got to do that, Kai. You got to try to swim to your gear as fast as you can, keep your heart rate down, and still be able to go out there and perform after a sprint swim.
Bujma creating a little bit of room here as you watch Gregory swimming for his rig with two jet skis shadowing him. Our guardian angels in the water. Let me tell you, the old days of no lifeguards and no jet skis and just swimming for your rig all the way from the outside. And the ability to swim well really helps you to keep, obviously. Here's Bujma replay. All rail. Really blew out that turn. That's outstanding riding from Guillaume.
Manages to get that third hit in. It's quick off the bottom for Bujma. It's one of his really beautiful.
Yeah, he's decisive, but also that high boom. And you're going to see this discussion every time we do this contest is high boom, low boom, mid boom, and what it does for you. And you're going to get all kinds of different answers. And Bujma's a high boom rider. And he certainly understands that his leverage hanging from the rig allows him a tighter arc. That's just the beginning of it.
It's interesting how there's a different, high boom can work for one person, and it's not your preference.
That might
right?
be up to the board, too. Kai Cacciadorian, Jace Pontebianco joining you. Best office on earth. Ho'okipa Beach Park behind us. We are at the 2025 Aloha Classic World Wave Tour Finals. We are going to crown a world champion when this is done and dusted. We are just now entering the challenger rounds. And there's been a fair body of work already. It's been a good warm-up for us, certainly working the bugs out in the system and getting us to the point where we are going to get into the top echelon of wave sailing known to mankind.
And only 4 guys are going to make it through the Challenger Series and into the main event. So there's lots to play for now. You still got riders like Levi Siver in the draw, Graham Ezzi. We see Bujma Guillaume. It's going to be hard to make it into one of those top 4 spots.
But conversely, Jace, any of the high seeds coming into the tour who are going to be going up against these guys have a tough first heat. Let's not forget about that. Josh Steele, trying to get in the mix, has already had a great showing, catching some nice waves. Let's see what the judges think.
That's going to be his best wave score.
Good riding, Josh. We appreciate your support.
Able to get onto a better wave there, so good job for Josh. You know, I was doing the skippers meeting this morning, and Ricardo Campello, first heat, Marcilio Brown. How's that?
That's going to be very entertaining. Bujma sealing the deal with that right there. Can he complete the ride? That's great riding right there. Right at the end, he bobbles. That would have really capped it. Maybe the door is slightly left open there. Gregory Stathopoulos, one huge score away from glory. That's not going to hurt his chances. That's a nice aerial with a nice turn to back it up. Yeah, that's my point. Ricardo, all of a sudden, not having followed the entire tour this year, gets into this event as a low seed, and then he's up against Brazinho. And, the color there is, Ricardo lives in close proximity to Marcilio, and they're good friends. And just, recently when Ricardo had his world title run, there's Gregory Stathopoulos. It was Brazinho who knocked him out. So, let's see if that favor can be repaid somehow. That's a tough first heat for Marcilio.
Yeah, I don't know who likes that less. Is it Ricardo or Marcilio?
He's not going to back down.
Josh
isn't going to back down.
Nice drone work following Josh Steele now. One of our event sponsors, Never Slow. Thank you very much, Josh. Here comes Javier now. Oh, Stathopoulos, excuse me. All right, staying busy towards the end of the heat. Gregory with a 5.83. This is Javier. Wave selection is definitely important for Javier at the waning moments of this heat now.
Yeah. We have a decision from our head judges that the women are released for the day. We're sticking with the pro men. We're going to go as far as we know how to. That is a recent decision here. So, round 2 challengers, heat 2. And then we will see exactly who makes it into the main draw. Bujma. Beautiful riding. Really going to seal the deal here. That's what I'm talking about. Always active on his rail work. Slice and dice, 5-batten sail.
Yeah, one of the few guys riding 5 battens these days.
Definitely looking like he's in control, Jace.
Yeah,
so,
and, he likes to go fast, too. He does everything with speed, so maybe that 5-batten sail is helping him with that. Nice connection with the lip. Bujma Guiol sets his bottom turn looking for this 2-turn combo. Nice style with the aerial. And who's this guy?
Yeah, we got Stathopoulos setting up, put himself in second place now with more in the pocket. Floater hit, one hitter. That was probably the end of the heat right there. Bam. So, round 3 of the Challenger Series next. And then that's 2 more heats before we're in the main. So we've gotten through this basically. Morgan getting a few in-betweeners. Next heat, Levi Sivers, Zdenek Marisco, Jake Goretti, Valteris Vidikenis, and Charlie Rivera. Heavy battle.
Yeah, it's getting harder already. It's no easy heats in a Challenger Series. As we follow Morgan Nyoro to the outside, riding on the new JP Neil Pride rig. As we follow the drone to the outside of Hokipa Kai.
Next 2 heats are 5-man heats, but only the top 2 from each heat go through to the main event. Appreciate that, Billy. Yeah, that's all the marbles. You definitely see these guys. Anybody wants to challenge Seiver, but it's also just to get into the top 2. And we will shoot down to Anna Marie Reichman with a beach interview. Take it away.
Boujma Guillaume from Morocco, heat winner of the second heat of round 2. That looked really convincing. How was it for you?
Honestly, I was expecting to be more relaxed. I'm like a little bit of under pressure. Somehow I want to sail good. I didn't sail as good as I wanted, but yeah, it's getting better. I sailed better than the previous heat for sure, but I still need to tune my mindset a little bit.
It was nice to see you being number 1, and then you started increasing in your lead. Did you feel that towards the end of the heat?
I had to, because I was not really satisfied with my previous wave, so I felt like I needed to back my scores up, and I did my best. I tried to push without too much risk, so I don't fall. I've been falling a little bit too much, more than I was expecting, but it was the way I wanted to sail. I sailed almost the way I wanted, but I want to sail better than that. So
all right, let's go for that.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Boujma. Boujma looking very much on form.
Charlie Rivera getting started here. He's got a tall order. Wants to make the main event.
Our Latvian sailor Valters.
There's Jake Giretti lining up. Big hit. You see him making that contact. He's a low boom rider.
There's the difference right there, Kai.
Crouch into those lips, late hitters. Levi Seiver carefully finding the most manicured, perfect wave he can find.
Levi Seiver repositioning now. Jibing onto the wave. Going to let it, as we watch Paul from Fishbowl Diaries swim out to get the shots. And our beach scene here at Hokiba Beach Park. Lots of rigs on the beach, lots of sailors getting ready.
Levi Seiver setting up. A few riders heading out. He's right behind the point, setting this up. 2 waves behind him. Seiver engages his inside rail, gets through a couple bottom turn chops. Nice little sky air for Seiver, lands right in the flats. Is it going to amount to another hit, maybe a whitewater hit, something like that? No, just a kick out. Zdenek Marisko behind him. Gouges an open face turn. That was a nice looking turn from Zdenek, who backs that up with a secondary hit. And right around Seiver. Zdenek with a beautiful ride there. And Jake Giretti, not to be outdone, really getting some momentum into the lip there. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
There's Rivera.
Solid bottom turn for Rivera, cutting it back off the top, looking for the end section. Doesn't like what he sees, kicks out. I'll tell you, Jake Giretti's really got target acquired, not afraid to look for the lip, not afraid to try to hit it in the most critical section. It's got to be something about the Australian in him. Is he down in Margaret River? Is he doing that? Do you know where he's from?
Yeah, in abundance. And the whole lip hitting thing ain't lost on him at all. But we've got some action here coming in the lineup. Seiver has picked off a set wave that is now going to fade into the point. Seiver fully aware that he's on a super nice difference maker type of wave here. Not going to fade in too deep. You see he's gone all the way upwind, and now the wave hits the point. As Seiver engages his bottom turn, sheets in fully. Speed release off the top. You can see these boards are built for speed. And now he gets under the lip for that signature sky air. A beautifully ridden wave by Seiver, who's already got highlight material in the bag. And behind him, another exchange between Zdenek Marisko. Jace, Marisko's been on some nice waves. What do you think his riding style compared to Levi is?
Well, it's a little bit more fast, maybe a little less loose, but, he really will hit a lip, looks for the biggest amplitude he can find as we get Charlie Rivera.
Yeah, Rivera lapping up the scraps on that set.
Levi just looked so calm through his waves there. He's able to kind of negotiate the bumps. He's kind of squaring up with the rail and not trying to engage when the bumps are coming at him. We watched it, so he's able to keep that speed and get the true amplitude with his aerial. So good job for Levi Siver, 9.67 in firm control now of our round 3 challengers, heat number 1 here at the 41st Aloha Classic. Levi Siver, USA 0, riding on the Goya rig. Former event winner here at Hokipa. Always a standout. You can see that the gear is definitely working well for him. Positional battle now, Kai.
Definitely. Siver can go into quality control mode. There's no need for him to do anything but get on the best waves he can find. So you see him, he's going out to sea, and he's going to regulate.
Well, and that's what he wants to do too, Kai. He's just always been about quality over quantity, and it's nice to be in control of the heat so that you could actually take advantage of that. As we're coming to you live from Hokipa Beach Park. Coverage brought to you by Ocean Paddler TV. The beautiful island of Maui, providing wind and waves for some of the very best sailors in the world to compete for the world title, which will be decided at the end of this event. This is Zdenek. Nice speed on the bottom turn. Doesn't quite get the wave to cooperate, kicks out.
All right, Valters Vidikenis, I believe, has a wave with Siver behind him. And these are waves that are coming up to the upper part. There is Siver, who's on a much more substantial wave than Valter. Siver's really collected this one. Valter's waves got an opportunity. He's gone a little far away from it. There's Siver, and there's Valters. You see this setting up because Siver's on a bigger wave. It's going to break roughly at the same time that Valter's wave does. Valters, one hit. That's going to be it. Siver setting up. He's found his way to the point. He's lower down than Valters, and Siver slashes it. Gets the open face there. Bricks it under the lip. Doesn't quite make that hit perfectly, but gets back in. Behind him is Rivera. And behind Rivera is Jake Giretti. Man, this is a lot of action. Jake setting it up. Really noticing the slow boom really gets into the late lip hitting there. You can see pretty critical riding. And that little whitewater hit there, he's getting a couple connections on that. Jake got a good wave out of that. And that's the same rider. It's an interesting angular difference that you see from up to the perspective it's interesting for the judges to take note of, that something might not look as critical, but when you change the angle all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, that's the beautiful thing about photography, right? Sometimes the angle makes something look beautiful and sometimes it's just not nearly as flattering.
Yeah.
But 11 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Levi Siver, firm control, 9.67 as we follow Jake Giretti out to the outside. Jake's looking powered. He's got some wind in his sail. These guys are not struggling to stay in position. They're moving around the course. We're starting to see scores go. Now, if we work on the surfing scale, that 8.0 is excellent. We're starting to see some good scores. So this is Zdenek.
Zdenek carving this wave up as Levi sets up outside of him. Levi's now opting to just stay at the point as Zdenek finishes his ride. He's done. There's Siver setting it up. Mid-face bottom turn, looks for the 3 and lands it with authority. Complete authority. Maybe not as critical as that last one he made. Now he's got 2 3s in this event. And that right there is going to be lights out. That's going to be a big score, and I think Levi can feel very confident in his chances to make the main event draw. It's not done yet.
Not done yet, but he's got to be feeling good, and he's got to be feeling warmed up, which is a nice side benefit of being in the Challenger Series.
Rivera getting a nice open look at this. You can see the conditions are continuing to roll around. Rivera not quite making that rotation. Valters staying in it. And Zdeněk Marisko just going non-stop, getting on all kinds of waves. And outside of him is Giretti, who's really in the mix now. This is a super good wave for Jake. Can he connect? Aussie pride on the line. Nice. He's sailing great, and he's one of these people that I want to talk about that wave for wave, he's improving at Hokipa. And his teammate in the women's division, Sol de Greyck, who has a shot at the women's world title at the young age of 16, is also somebody who is gaining experience at Hokipa wave by wave. We are watching it happen, and Jake is acclimating very impressively.
Absolutely, and you can't replicate heat reps, and so this time is just absolutely invaluable for our sailors to be able to know what you have to do in the heat, because it truly is hard to perform at your absolute best when the clock is ticking. Beautiful drone shot. This is
Levi's 3.
Absolutely perfect landing. Not as stylish as he normally wants, but boy, in a contest scenario, when you land something that clean, you're going to get a score.
Hey, no freestyle.
And this is
Fair
Zdeněk
enough,
staying as busy as you could possibly be in a heat. I'd like to know how many waves he's caught. I bet you he's like 6 or 7 right now. Zdeněk on the bottom turn looking for a little aerial floater off the lip, back re-entry. Like you were talking about earlier, Kai, the fact that only one guy is going to advance from this heat really makes it so that you have to, or two guys advance from this heat.
The last one was one.
Okay.
There was a round there that. Now we're in the final Challengers heats here. We're going to seed 4 competitors into the main event. Jake Giretti scrapping with Zdeněk Marisko for that. Look at how close they are. They are deadlocked with Rivera waiting to strike. Giretti may or may not realize he's in that battle, but that's not going to hurt his chances. He flung that aerial into the flats. Heavy battle. This has been one of the more suspenseful heats in terms of that second and third placement. Zdeněk Marisko and Jake Giretti going toe-to-toe here. Let's see how this plays out. Levi Seivert comfortably in the lead with a pair of 6s. Zdeněk Marisko with a high 3 and a high 2. And Jake sitting there with 2 mid-level 3s. And maybe a score yet to drop. We'll see about that. But this is tight. And there's not a whole lot of time left. Rivera and Valters kind of scrapping away in 4th and 5th place respectively. Right now, the story of this heat is the battle for second between Jake Giretti and Zdeněk Marisko.
Yeah, because Levi is quietly putting together the best heat of the contest so far with 2 6s. These are the best scores that we've seen from the event so far. So Levi Seivert looking absolutely on form. This is our Latvian sailor, Valters Zdeněk. Nice top turn for Valters. Able to get in some work.
I'm becoming a fan of Latvia 33. Getting the mix at Hokipa, my Baltic brother. All right. This exchange is going to belong to Jake Giretti and Levi Seivert outside of him. Giretti opens up. He's been getting busy. He's on a wave every 30 seconds, this guy. Look at that bottom turn, almost like slow motion, but tons of control. Makes contact with the lip. His ride is done. Seivert setting up. Signature Seivert bottom turn. Speed run down to the point. He'll make something out of this. Zdeněk with Rivera behind him. What a battle. Zdenek seems to have the edge because he's linking together slightly longer rides, and his timing is a little more precise.
Well, so he managed to get three hits into that wave where Jake only got 2. So as close as this heat is, that was a really punctuation mark for Zdenek to be able to get the 2 hits and then the aerial at the end as we watch Graham Ezzy get ready for his heat.
Graham having a word with Samuel Ferraro. And they're going to do battle shortly, and that will be it. And we will be in this thing. Wow. Already. 1:30 in the afternoon here at Ho'okipa. And we are doing battle in the Challenger Series.
So that was close to the end of the heat there. Good work for our Latvian sailor, Valters, to be able to pick up one more at the end of the heat. Might not make a difference, might not get him into the main event, but to be able to put something together at the end of the heat is important.
Putting good moves on tape. That's what it's all about. Content. Nice riding by everybody, especially USA Sub-Zero Levi Siver.
Siver has still got it, Johnny DeCesare says. I couldn't agree more. I love this drone work.
We really like the story of somebody coming all the way from the Challengers all the way to the finals. The grizzled veteran as, yes, I agree. This drone angle says it all. Sweet home Ho'okipa. Levi at his home break. Consummate professional. Storied career. Former Aloha Classic champion. Slugging it out on the World Tour for years. Got in the top 8 once or twice. And then just lost interest. He was unfortunately kind of a victim of that tour that was only going so many places back then. And, to see some of the Maui boys slug it out in Pozo and Zilt, because that was the tour, was a little heartbreaking, Once the tour started going places again and we had this unified thing happening and Ho'okipa came back into the picture and we were sailing on both tacks again, competing with the World Championship on all angles of sail, whether it's Zilt, whether it's Ho'okipa, whether it's Chile, Fiji, Gran Canaria. We have a very balanced world tour right now, and it is a good thing to see.
Well, you could call it a dream tour. I mean, some of the events that we have on tour these days are just places that any windsurfer would just die to go to.
Absolutely. As you look at the judges' tent right above H. Poco Point, there they are. These are the people who are deciding things. And there's Jane Saman talking to her son Jake. Jane having won the Chile event. Just laying down the law. She's in it to win it. I don't think she's chasing a title. She's kind of more of a connoisseur of the finer events on tour. Fiji, Chile, Ho'okipa, that thing.
Sounds like a good itinerary.
Sounds like a good itinerary. We are so fortunate to be here on Maui, the Valley Isle, the windiest island in the Hawaiian chain. As you zoom out, let's just be grateful for one thing, and that is the health of ourselves, our sailors, and the state of this sport, the state of this tour, and just gratitude overall to be here on Maui.
Yeah, and we're really thankful for Windsurf AI to be the title sponsor to get this broadcast going, to make it so that we can broadcast live to you from Ho'okipa Beach Park all around the world. So thank you for joining us for the 41st Aloha Classic right here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. I'm Jace Pontebianco. I'm here with my co-host Kai Cachadorian. We're having the best seat in the house and a great time watching all the best windsurfers in the world compete for a world title here at the Aloha Classic.
It's about to heat up. And now this world title equation that I want to dive into a little bit now that we're getting really close to it. In first place is Mark Perret. And having won in Zilt, his job is to fend off Marsilio Brown, Philip Koster, and a challenge from Victor Fernandez. And we'll get back into that. But that's the picture, and these are the guys waiting in the wings now. Let's do commercial. And we'll go to Anna Marie with Levi, of course, and then we'll go to commercial. Stay tuned.
Levi Siver, winner of this round 3. You never cease to amaze me, Papa Burgundy.
Anne-Marie, you're the best. Yeah, that was fun. It was, we had pretty good solid. The wind is like, it kind of reminds me of spring wind. It's just filled in really nicely. It's really easy to sail right now. The sets are pretty consistent. It's just playful and fun. I think I was on a 5.0, so I was definitely powered up a little bit. I might go 4.7 next heat, depending on what happens. But yeah, got a couple waves. I was feeling it.
Yeah, it was nice. You lined up with some sets.
Yeah,
that's always a good feeling.
Always feels good. Windsurfing feels good, always.
All right. Don't know any better line to stop this interview than windsurfing feels good.
Bumps. Aloha.
Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Levi. Thank you, Anne-Marie. This is the look at the lineup here for our round 3 challenger heat number 2. This is Graham Ezzy trying to get on the board now. Riding on his father's sails. Still looking in top form. Graham Ezzy setting up beautiful drone work. Here comes the setup and kick out. Didn't like what he saw. Manages to stay in good position. We could have some friendly fire here in this heat, Kai. We got 3 Goya riders already on the board. Bujma Giol, Francisco Goya, and Yushi Shirakawa. As we continue to follow Graham Ezzy.
Yeah, predictably, this is a stacker of a heat. And Bujma, and Francisco, similar approaches in terms of surgically slicing and dicing. Yushi Shirakata, however, has a drawn-out line that he can come into these lips with a lot of speed. Watch out for him because he really silently dominated that last heat. And he's on the board with a mid-level score as Guillemont sets up upwind with Goya behind him and Ezzy behind him. This is getting interesting, folks. There's Francisco Goya right behind the peak, full lip contact, getting that little board he's riding a little bit under the lip, trying to stay active. Wave closes out. Now we can turn our attention to, that is Bujma Giol on arguably the best wave of that exchange. And now Graham Ezzy's tacked behind Bujma. Don't go anywhere. This is nonstop here. Bujma sets it up. Nice use of rail work to extend his wave ride as you see Ezzy setting up behind him. Bujma gets under the lip. And another hit. Those were all critically placed turns for Bujma as Graham sets up his first turn. Carefully making sure he connects the dots on every opportunity he's given. And that's the end of that ride. Shirakata behind him. Hukipa providing non-stop opportunities to get the scores. 2 riders are going to advance out of this heat. And if you ask me, every single rider is capable of being in those top 2 spots.
Absolutely.
This one's not spoken for.
Not spoken for at all. You can see that the second and third waves of the sets are definitely groomed out and maybe have a little bit of an easier time setting your bottom turn. So we'll see what the wave selection does for these riders as we watch Marino Gill get ready.
Well, yeah, these are our pro-level competitors now. You're looking at Liam Dunkerbeck and Marino Gill getting loose because it is about to pick up a few notches here.
And everybody's having fun. You can see even though there's a lot on the line, people are still pretty loose.
It's hard not to be loose when you're on a beautiful island like Maui.
Yeah, and we're windsurfing, right? We're having fun here. It doesn't have to be too serious.
Can't ask for more. We've got Mana from heaven just gifting us the forecast of dreams. We're going to be windsurfing here for the next 2 weeks straight. Trade winds in abundance, swells on the horizon, and plenty of down-home wave sailing. There goes Goya swinging for the fences. The entire wave closed out on him. Nothing to do but try to break the speed record on that one as Bujma punches his turn on a much nicer wave. Saves it for the later part of the wave. Gets down the line. You can see these lines aren't always connecting. But take note, those waves on the outside have a little bit more open face on him as Guillemot needs to hit that thing. Boom. Fukipa strikes back. And there is Yushi Shirakata, Jace.
Nice bottom turn. Solid rail work. Big spin out, but going over the falls. I think he did that in the last heat, too.
He did, and he might not see the scores on the leaderboard like we are, but he really needed to connect that one. Yeah, and he left the door wide open.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to play it just a little bit safe to be able to get the completion of the ride. We're watching it with Laurent Guillemot as well. He's got the absolute ceiling to put a big score on the board, but just hasn't been able to make it happen just yet. So we'll see what happens as we get down to 8 minutes and 45 seconds on this Challenger Heat number 2. This is Graham Ezzy.
Graham's got a 4.9 as his first score. Let's see what he's got in store for this one. Beautiful turn from Graham. That was sincerely all rail right there. That first turn I'd like to see in replay. That was power turn.
Those mid to small waves are just so much smoother than the set waves, so you could see that it was really a lot easier for him to put that board on the rail, and boy did he ever.
I mean, it's saying something now when a former world champion like Francisco Goya sits in 6th place and 5th place in this heat, looking up at Guillemot. It was a wave selection thing with Francisco. You know, that wave closed out on him. It would have been a much higher score had it not been. But the point is that Graham, with that turn, now serves notice that he's creating a little distance. Boujma and Graham are the two sailors, and this is the turn I'm talking about. Ooh. Jace, that was a beautiful turn.
Yeah, big boy turns. Gotta love it. Yeah. He really he's a powerful guy, right? Graham is just a beautiful mix of agility and power.
You can also see that he clearly prioritizes style.
Absolutely.
And he's got abundant amounts of it. And he's been in the top 3 finishers at Aloha Classic before. Graham, of course, wants to win this event and has been close to it. And is certainly one of our top dogs here in the lineup. A lot of local pride with Graham, having grown up on the island. And like I said, I spoke to him earlier this morning. He's going to spend a little bit more time here. He's going to spend a little time in the booth with us, too. A very well-versed individual.
Yeah, good writer, too. You know, he's able to put pen to paper. Cerebral guy, smart guy.
Yeah. Can't wait to hear from him up here. It's going to be a great conversation when it happens. Might even be a bit later today. A little bit of an in-between moment in the lineup. I don't see a ton of waves coming in. We do have a rider kind of heading upwind. That is Goya. He's looking for something. He's got a little wave here. He's going to engage his inside rail. There's that classic Francisco Goya bottom turn, making some lick contact and getting swallowed and smiling underwater.
You know he is.
Oh, he's laughing.
Yeah, grinning ear to ear.
The relaxed nature of these heats is soon going to change dramatically. We have men's round 4 seeding heat 1 coming up, which won't be an elimination heat. And so once we get into these seeding heats, that's what's going to set things up to the elimination round. Right now, Boujma Guillol and Graham Ezzy look pretty solid to make it into the main event here.
Well, when you look at the scores, you know, 6 is a good score for right now, but that could completely flip the script right now as we watch Laurent Guillemot set up.
Laurent's one haymaker away. He can, if he actually nails one of these 360s he's trying, it's going to be game on for him. And this is one of his nicer waves with Graham behind him. Laurent setting it up. Kind of a more higher boom rider. Gouges his second turn. You can see Ezzy setting up as Laurent finishes the job. No rotations, but a solid ridden wave. Graham really looks like he's winding something up. You can see he's winding up that apparent wind, making sure his rail's activated. No priority disputes whatsoever. That felt good. A mini claim from Graham. Francisco, I guess he swims pretty quickly. He's already on a wave. That happened before you could even blink it. And we haven't heard from him in a while, but there's Bujma Giol behind Francisco, just landed and erased.
Landing in the flats so hard to be able to make that transition, gets thrown over the falls.
And that would have really been the difference maker there. Shirakata, all of a sudden in 6th place, needing to make something happen here. Gets the aerial over the section, lands cleanly. But Guillemot, Goya, and Shirakata are all in this battle to find Ezi and Giol. Giol really would have had this on a death grip if he had made this hit right here. Boom, and you can see the landing. His tail gets slightly lifted, and that's the underwater forward none of us wants to do.
Never change, Bujma. Never change. I just love that he's just still as fearless as he was when he was doing, all those crazy jumps all those years ago. Bujma just always wanted to swing for the fences. Short time now, 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Bujma Giol in first with a 9.9. Graham Ezi, 9.53 right behind him. Yushi with a 6.6 still in the hunt. Everybody else at the bottom of the pack, 6.6, 6.34, 6.33. Real tight. This is Bujma Giol heading outside.
Morocco in the house. And he represents a pretty solid pack of riders, too. I've gone to Moulay before. And Bujma runs the show, but there's guys like Soufiane Salih and Feta and a bunch of other really strong riders coming from a very active zone. They're sailing constantly in Moulay. It's a very windy place, obviously. And that's just translated fine to Maui sailing. Bujma followed the tour for years and secured some very key results, in playing the game and, going from sponsors here and there. He's settled into a very nice groove now here on Maui. As we see our competitors heading out for round 4. Most notably in that shot is Liam Dunkerbeck on his new duotone kit, which he has been riding this entire season. Liam finished 3rd in the Aloha last year.
That was a big result for Liam, and he really showed that he has the potential to be a Hokipa standout. And I was shooting all day yesterday. He is definitely looking on form this year. The new gear is seemingly working well. And just definitely another one of those sailors that's not afraid of lip contact. As we watch the outside, this is Laurent Guillemot riding on the S2 rig. This wave has definitely got some potential. He's waiting for it.
There's a big exchange coming outside here. This is like the best set of the heat coming in. Guillemot to the first wave of this heat. You see Ezi behind him. And Bujma behind him. This is a big exchange, Jace. Here comes Guillemot.
Nice rail work. Coming into the third turn, going over the speed bobble. Still managing to keep it together. This is going to be one of his better scores. Hoping that the wave continues. Graham Ezi on the outside.
Here comes Ezi. You can see the second and the third wave of the set are always cleaner. Guillemot had to go through some bumps on his wave. Graham's got nothing but smooth canvas. There's Ezi. Trademark air of the wave explodes behind him. Thank you, Graham. I feel that really helped his cause. There's Bujma with the high line. Under the lip 360, can he come out of it? He's riding tail first off the make, and we've never seen that happen before. Shirakata on the 4th wave of the set. Things are getting interesting here, Jace. It's picking up both in the performance level, and of course these are the remaining challengers, so the level is much higher now. Francisco Goya, not to be outdone. Nice riding from Francisco. Beautiful wave selection, and just good old down-home fundamental wave sailing. There it is right there.
Well, kind of a longer set there, Kai. Maybe like a 6 or 7 wave set, and we saw that as the waves went through, they got better and better and better. Lots of fireworks there at the end of our heat number 2. Challenger round number 3.
It's about to get real. We're going to start firing live bullets here very shortly. It is 1:45 in the afternoon. I always remark, doing these live streams at Hokipa, the days go by like that. It's 2 in the afternoon almost.
Time flies when you're having fun, that's for sure.
My goodness. Wow. Thank you for joining us here at the 2025 Aloha Classic. Is that not Takuma Sugi? Oh, yes. It's about to get real. It's nice to watch Hokipa have a few to herself, but there's not going to be a wave unridden for the next 3 hours. It is all going down. Fantastic riding.
You're watching action on the water in a transitional moment here.
Yeah.
We're going to be getting into the seeding round number 1.
Correct. I think this might be a free sail heat here. In other words, this heat might not have started yet, but this is actually a free heat. In other words, like a break of some sorts. And perhaps we ought to take advantage of that and pay some bills here. We're going to go to commercial and come right back. Don't you go anywhere. I might go out sailing really quickly. Ha ha ha.
The 2025 Aloha Classic is brought to you by the County of Maui and by County of Maui Office of Economic Development and by Windsurf AI, where developers are doing their best work. World Wave Tour. PWA. Goya Windsurfing. And these great supporters.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Excellent. We are back in the midst of this round 4 heat. Straight back into it. We've got scores dropping right now. Mark Perret just rode a super nice wave all the way right through. You saw it on the warm-up is over here. Jace, conditions seem to have picked up quite a notch here.
Wind is howling. Waves are still with us. Mark Perret's got everything to play for. World title hopes on the line.
So far, so good with that. This is a non-elimination seeding round. However, the winner of this heat will be far along, and those elimination heats under that rider, you want to start with a win in this round. No questions about it.
It's a tricky game with the seeding at Ho'okipa because sometimes you get these dark horses that are seeded really low. Guys like maybe Levi Siver, for example, who could be an absolute problem in your heat. So we'll see how this seeding round works out for Mark Perret.
Yeah, our spoiler in this heat would be Bujma, who just slugged it out in the Challengers round. He's straight into it with Federico Maurizio, Sugi, and Pare. And we have Anne-Marie on the beach with Graham Ezzy. Take it away.
Graham Ezzy, winner of the round 3 of the Challenger. You're in the main event. Congratulations. That was so exciting watching you going from 3rd to 2nd and then taking the win.
Yeah, it felt good. Like I said in the earlier interview, I'm not used to coming through the Challenger rounds. I'm used to just being in the main event, but the conditions are so fun. At the beginning of that heat, though, it was tricky to find a wave. And so I could only find some small ones, and then I found the rhythm with the sets, and that's when the scores started to come in.
Epic. Good luck in the pro men division.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Anna-Marie. Let's zoom in on Mark Perret there on his black tip Carbon Pro. Very lightweight sail. And he is heading upwind. He is in the lead in this heat. Narrowly. Mark sets it up. Beautiful style off the bottom. You can see the arc. Perfectly executed cutback through the whitewater. Another high slicing turn into an aerial to the inside. That's Mark's agility on display, Jace. What I need to say about Mark is that he's so good at pointing his targets and executing through, but that replay will be something to watch.
Well, you see Mark he's a powerful guy. He's a bigger frame, and he sails with this unbelievable power, but he matches that with quickness too. So
he's very spry.
Francisco Goya.
Yeah, I think that's a previous heat replay. A beautiful ride from Goya nonetheless. Thank you for that.
Nice. Our event sponsor getting some screen time. Always good to see Francisco out there on the water. Still sailing great. We're looking at Ho'okipa Beach Park, and this is the 41st Aloha Classic.
Beautiful Maui. Really serving up the conditions, Jace. It seems like it's kind of come to the next level here with the wind. A couple nice waves already rolling in. We're in that stage in the afternoon right now where you can really feel it winding up. There's no big squalls coming. There are our 4 riders right there, left to right. Mark Perret Rico, world #1 ranked rider right now going to this. Takuma Sugi, Bujma Guiol, and Federico Maurizio representing Italia.
And Federico's been sailing really well over the last couple days, been putting in the time at Ho'okipa. He's definitely a guy to watch, Got a good ranking, 11th right now, looking to end out the year strong.
Takuma Sugi, absolutely capable of a top-level result here at Ho'okipa. Watch out for him. He's got a very nice wave here. He's making sure he's not too deep. You can see him on his inside rail. The only thing he's doing is looking down the line to make sure how he wants to set this up. Nice setup turn for Sugi. Wave really cooperating, holding up to the inside, nice and smooth. You could see he wanted to wind up the rotation move. He almost went for the air taka, but he decided against it. Federico Maurizio, having been on Maui for quite some time now, very acclimated. Italy's top wave sailor, bringing it down the line with a nice make. He's good. Oh, he just missed that one. That was a beautiful goiter. Bujma got swallowed by that. All that happened in the span of seconds. Meanwhile, on the outside, Mark carefully surveys the carnage. Nothing else going on as Pare fades deep on a super nice offering here, bringing Hukipa to his side. That textbook bottom turn, pointing his way right to where her target acquired. 360. Is he going to make it back in? Sort of, but not quite. And that's still going to be a great score. It went from good to being great. Unfortunately for our rider here,
Federico
has misjudged something, and he is getting swatted without mercy.
He's trying his best to swim it upwind and out of the rocks, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this situation, Kai. He's in a bad spot.
Here's his only shot. This whitewater can't force him any further back, and he needs a gust. Sometimes the wind's too light, but if he starts swimming right now, he's got a shot. He can get up and literally sail through him. And luckily for him, it looks like that gust really cooperated. He was at the point of no return and off. Probably with a scratch or two.
Probably does have some dings on the bottom of his board, but God, that's got to get your heart rate going. Here he comes. This nice under the lip hit, looking for the wave to cooperate. Good bottom turn. Nice spray on the top turn.
Keeping his speed up. And that's the other important thing when you replay this ride is that he had the speed, but he didn't connect this. Apparently he didn't almost made it, but that's what put him on the rocks, was probably trying to struggle to make it. And before he knew it, he's struggling. There he's in front of the rock. And then off safely.
There's a lot of skill to that, Kai, to be able to get off the rocks in that environment. You got to keep a level head, really know what you have to do. You got to understand what the current's going to do there. And there's an element of luck to it as well, because if there were just a little bit of a bigger wave on the outside, that would have ended badly.
Absolutely. That's something that you like to check when you're dropping into a wave, Jace, as you look behind you. You can also gauge the level of risk that you want. I like this banner here. It's like 6 Samurai Legend. Yushi. It's the Japanese crew banner. Samurai make legend. 6 Samurai. Yeah. I love it.
They take windsurfing serious in Japan,
Here's the thing is, you know who the 7th Samurai is.
Tell me.
Bernd Rodinger.
Kind of does.
All right. We are back in action. Mark Pare, ranked first in the world right now, holding on to what I would consider a narrow lead. It is definitely everything to still play for, but the world title picture boils down to Mark's ability to finish higher than Brasinho. If he is in the top 4, it's a done deal. Otherwise, there's a lot that needs to play out. Let's not forget about Philip Koster, who's also in the mix here. Well within striking distance and everything to play for. And somewhere lurking back in the shadows is Victor Fernandez. Those are your main players for the world title equation. Mark Pare is in the lead by nature of his victory in Zilt. And that was something to behold. And that was just like a week ago, Jace. These guys were competing in northern Germany. And now they're here at Hokipa with the conditions on tap.
Yeah, people are still complaining about jet lag right now. I mean, coming back from all the way in Europe to come all the way to Hawaii, it's hard just to get your body reacclimated to being on this time zone. So short turnaround between events, but it's got to feel good for Mark Pare to come away from Zilt with a win and to be in a good position for a world title.
Absolutely. There's Federico. He's going, man, I should maybe check my fins off the rocks, and setting up on the point with Takuma Sugi behind him and Pare behind him. This is one of those exchanges. Here we go. With force, Federico takes aim, gets an aerial off the early hit, tries to stretch this out, get more turns. Sugi setting up outside of Mauricio. Pare setting outside of Sugi. That is a double shot of Mauricio, who falls. And now we have Sugi setting up after a couple nice turns. The wave grows fat, and next would be Pare. And there's Mark setting it up on the drone angle. Great exchange, Ocean Paddler TV crew. That's how we do it. Beautiful riding from Pare. Jace, this really looks like the last waves of the set are offering the best opportunities. Pare goes massive on the aerial. Bujma, who we haven't heard from in a while, That was a 4-wave set, Jace.
That was, but the third wave was the best one, and Mark Perret is kind of like owning the lineup and making sure that he's on the very best wave. Good scoring opportunity for Bujma, but you can see the way the wave gets a little bit foamy after the set goes through.
So back to Mark. It's about business right now. It's about winning his first world title. And what's at stake, obviously, is massive in terms of the world title implications. But what we also have at stake is the fact that over the past 10 years, world titles have been won by people who've won world titles. Okay? So as to say that Victor Fernandez, multiple world title winner. Brazinho, multiple world title winner. Philip Koster, multiple world title winner. We haven't had a world champion win on the singular level since Tomas Traversa in 2016.
Seems like a long time ago.
It seems like a long time ago, and that's also what's at stake here with Perret in the lead and in command of this heat. Chapter 1 is close to being written here, and it is a great story, which we will get into as we progress through here. But Mark returns to the Simmer team and immediately returned to form. Not going to be shy about it.
Well, you shouldn't be, because this gear really seems to suit Mark. I mean, there's something about the Simmer sails which are like speed-oriented, and look at this wave for Mark Perret, just taking aim underneath the lip, huge top turn, sending buckets, and kicking out. But yeah, the gear just seems to really suit his style.
Federico Mauricio, unfortunately, a little bit of a catapulto there.
And probably at the end of the heat there as well. So
catapulto. Let's see how that plays out. I'm definitely gripped, and I feel like we have definitely, that's it, Jace. Mark Perret and Federico Mauricio are going to move on. Sugi had a couple shots. It was a little bit of that one time you saw the rotation wind up and it didn't happen, and Hukiba just said, okay, never mind.
Yeah, well, that's wave selection for the most part. I got to say, though, that we should talk about Federico because, that's a solid score for him. He's in the mix against Mark Perret. His sailing really translates well to a heat, because he's got aerial maneuvers. You saw him go for the goiter, and he does a nice aerial as well.
Look how close it was between Mauricio and Guillaume.
Wow.
So Bujma, hats off. That was just an insane round. And again, a seeding round. That sets it up. Mauricio means business on and off the rocks, Jace. He shook that off. That was the quintessential example of, how toughness and tenacity can benefit you. Wow. All right. If we're still rolling and this clock is done, I see that we are definitely still rolling. So, Guillaume, don't watch your ticker on your clock. This heat's still live here at 3:00 to go. Mark still in control, though. And this could be rotational fireworks. Plants his bottom turn, grabs wide, hits the 3 with ease. Nothing to see here. Just a 360 like it was a normal off the lip. And you saw the wind-up, Jace. What Mark does when he bottom turns is that he literally grabs the boom, and he might have several different angles to choose from, but he commits. It's going to be a deep gouging bottom turn with a rotation in mind, and on that one, he got under the lip.
He might be grabbing off of the grip. He reaches back so far, he might be going into the carbon part of the boom.
Let's check the grip. He slid that thing all the way backhand. Amazing riding.
Yeah,
and just the beginning. Mark fought off an injury last year. It's not lost on us that, it takes time. Yes, that's done and dusted. He's out. And a great, great heat.
It's an interesting thing to look at the different kinds of rotations that you can get within a singular move. Like the 360 that Mark does is definitely different than the 360 that you'll see like maybe a Liam Dunkerbeck, for example, try. Right?
Correct. We will have Mark and Anna Marie interview shortly. The next heat is up. It's going to be Miguel Chapuis, Julian Salmon, Anton Richter, and Hayata Ishii. And there's Mauricio coming in from his encounter.
And back to Federico, he is a true competitor. There are guys that are like free sailers that are doing this competition, and when you look at Federico and the tenacity that it took to get off of the rocks in that situation there, you can tell that he is paying attention to the competitive side of the sport, right?
Definitely. As you see, Moritz Mauk and a few others, Marino Gill, that's Miguel Chapuis on the north sail. This heat's on. Chapuis in the top 8. He's got everything riding on it. He's riding with absolute conviction here.
Well, he's coming off his best event ever in Zild. He got a 3rd place, so big result for him there.
That's a nice turn there, and he read that wave quite well. He didn't really get that shut down. That thing didn't offer him a ton of opportunities. This must be Anton Richter.
That's a good name, Richter.
I agree wholeheartedly. Richtering, nice aerial. Trying to get back in. The whitewater slaps back, and now he better hang on to his rig because he's right in front of the rocks. There's been a little taxation, but not much. And the reason for that, Jace, is that it's a northwest swell direction. So what tends to happen is you get flushed up into the bay instead of the north swell when you just get
the rock
put
express
on the rocks.
Yeah.
So the swell direction, as you watch Richter's rig getting Richtered, he's going to be fine. He's right in front of the rocks, but the direction the wave is breaking is pushing him into the bay. Perfect example there. Rudy Castorina, our ace drone operator. Mahalo. Yes, the beach is full of rigs. There's decisions to make. There's the ebb and flow of the wind, the wave. What's the decision? Also, extra rig. Something breaks down. What were we talking about earlier, Jace, about the rules regarding assistance?
Well, it sounds like if your gear is not broken, you are not allowed to use the caddy, right? As we look at our competitors for this heat, Miguel Chupas, Julian Salmon, Anton Richter, and Hayata Ishii.
Yeah, Chapuis representing Spain, but the 2 Germans there, Salmon and Richter. Though that looks like Bujma instead of Richter, but I don't know how to happen there. It's AI, Jace.
It's AI.
Windsurf AI. We just turned a German into a Moroccan. What else can we do with AI? Let's, expand
pretty much
on
anything,
this.
right?
We need to question reality right now, okay? Like, we have to just convince everybody out there that this is actually real.
Yeah.
And so far, so good. And I use an example like Levi Siver's run into the main event as something abundantly real. I look at Bujma in this heat as we see Kai Lenny mucking it up with his coach Sanchez there. And Lenny's going to deserve plenty of mention. He was already seated in the main event due to his finish last year. But there's only one goal for Kai, and that is victory. And this has probably been a life goal since the day he was born, is to win the Aloha Classic.
Well,
and to try and play spoiler here.
I know it absolutely is a life goal for Kai. He's won an event here, but it was as his junior. I know that he wants the crown, the Aloha Classic crown. It means so much to windsurfers worldwide because Aloha Classic is basically the crown jewel of windsurfing. And here we are at the last event of our season at the 41st Aloha Classic.
Chapuis with a 4.57, and Richter's back in the mix, kind of going for the inside scraps. I think Hayata and Julian are really going to carefully stick that leg. That was a great cutback from Richter, who put the entire tail into the board and then gets this aerial. Highly impressive first cutback. That was all rail, and he had himself completely wound out and brought it back in. That was masterful. Here's Julian Salmon.
Yeah, well, those insiders definitely give you that opportunity. This one looks like it's going to be a little smaller insider as well. As he's gotten on his horse, looking for the aerial, setting up shop. Here it comes. Up underneath the lip, blasts over the section. Julian Salmon.
He had the floater line.
You like that one. I know you did.
Yeah, he almost connected it. I don't think he read it properly. He really, like you were calling it, it's like a small wave. It was a grower.
Yeah.
And he didn't quite nail the haymaker, leaving the door open. We haven't heard from Hayata yet. Anton Richter takes the lead in the heat by the nature of what I'm calling one of the better gouges I've seen all day. Right now, my 2 favorite turns are probably that one and Ezzy. Once again, we have Anna Marie Reichman down at the beach. Take it away, please.
Mark Pere, congratulations, heat winner of the 4th round. Your first heat today, how important is it to win this?
I mean, it means a lot. I mean, I'm in the world title race at the moment, leading. So just taking it step by step, but it definitely means a lot. And I want to keep going. Had a decent, good heat, and the level's really, really high. So super stoked about this one.
Awesome. Well, you can relax a little bit. What you did worked really great. So forget about all that and just have great time sailing, no?
Yeah, thank you very much. I was really happy with the gear and stuff, and just good now to have a little break. That's a good thing about being in the first heat of the run, that then you can just chill for the rest of the run. So, yeah.
Awesome. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Mark. Really good to see Mark in total form in his first heat of this Aloha Classic. So, Kai, I know you're not supposed to play favorites, but, Mark is part of the Simmer team, part of the Simmer family. I know that you're rooting for him with all of your heart. It would be nice to see a fresh name on the world champion list as we watch Miguel Chapuis riding on the North Sail here.
Chapuis punches his bottom turn, definitely in response to the other riding that's happening here, but this is a nicely formed wave, and he really has this nice angular cutback on what looks like a more high aspect rig with the North Sail. But that didn't slow him down. Is he going to recover that? We'll see. Anton Richter quickly becoming my favorite sailor in this heat, both for his name and his riding. Continuing on. These are the kind of sailors, Jace, that they just kind of appear every now and then. And I have a lot of names I could compare Richter to, but the point is that he's kind of setting himself up right now to make a bit of a statement.
Well, advancing a couple heats could mean so much for a young wave sailing career, right? It just gives you those reps underneath.
Julian Salmon connecting his rail work. This wave allowed him to do that, but it's still evident that unless you have a line in mind when you drop in, the wave's going to pass you by. You have to have a plan.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to be late.
You're going to be late. And it's going to factor in. It's got to do with wave selection, but that wave that Chapuis had, he was able to get the open face turn, but it's the read between how deep you want to take off behind the point. It's not one of those running down the line from green trees days. If you're up by the green tree, you're doing an opening turn salvo and taking your beeline straight to where it's happening here at H. Poco Point. Miguel Chapuis can get solidly in the mix here. There's Salmon, and you really like the angle of the bottom turn there. Julien, also a tall, lanky rider, rides the boom on the high side, not like super high.
Russ Farreau getting ready to go out on the S2 sail, one of our event organizers.
Here's Anton Richter. Oh, boy, is he on a good one. What you don't see is the actual brunt of the wave that's below him. He's riding the point. He's convinced that this is the line to be under it. And it actually grew fat in the channel. This entire ride is only going to be on the shoulder now. And Richter bails, giving it to Chapuis. A textbook Hokipa look. Look at that cornice just to hit. Unfortunately, Miguel, maybe not having spent so much time here, misjudged that one. And there is Ishii.
It's looking like his first wave of the heat. He's been really patient. Ishii trying to start off the heat well. You don't want to wait this long and not have your first ride be a counting score. So here he comes. He's working his way upwind, sets the bottom turn. Nice work underneath the lip. Manages to keep it together. This is a nice growing wave. The wave looks like it's stretching out in front of him. Manages to get that second turn, but gets a bit closed out on and has to work his way to the channel. Here's Salmon.
Salmon, kind of a clean insider. It's got a lower line on it. I think you'll probably opt for the high line here and try and make some contact. Here he goes. Right through that ripple and under and a hit. And these are the little things that add up. Chapuis' first wave was a mid-4, as you can see. And now Salmon's maybe trying to beat that 2.9. And Hayata will get a score for that. It'll factor in, but he's a little bit behind. There's definitely some time left.
That's what happens when you start a little slow, but not necessarily a bad strategy when you really need to pick the right wave. You could tell the difference between wave 2, 3, and 4. They're almost like it's different days.
No kidding. Beautiful Ho'okipa Beach Park. This is the going out in front of the rocks, heading for the channel routine. And when it's bigger, that's the only way out. Right now, you might be able to get lucky and punch out, but it's not truly windy, and it's also kind of an east-northeast direction. And that's affecting a couple things. We're not going to be counting jumping. I don't think that we would see the equipment choices that would enable jumping do anything for our wave riding. And that's kind of been the thing here, is that we're really focusing on riding waves as effectively as possible, and to try to fuse this as closely to surfing as possible has been the goal. Probably for like the last 25 years, we are judging 2 wave rides each heat right now based on that criteria. I think that's just a competitor coming in from lanes probably, so that's just recreation as we are in an in-between moment here. And, you know, looking at our title contenders, Jace, in that conversation, we've talked about Mark, and we will continue to do so as he marches forward. Also, Philip Koster certainly being in the mix is a testimony to his tenacity and versatility, and also just his conditioning. I'm going to talk about strength and conditioning. Philip Koster looks like he's taken off a few pounds.
Absolutely.
And he's trying to get into this like, hey, look, I can hustle the lineup and, you know, be spry just like anyone else. I've never seen him in better shape ever.
Yeah, and you could tell that he's going to be light on his feet with maybe, you know, going down a couple pounds. So,
yeah.
But the power is still there with Phil.
Still on the in-between here, and then, you know, and then Brazinho, who's not, you know, entering this with any sort of lead, but this is now, you know, a situation for him where it's just go for it all. And as these earlier seeding heats indicate, you know, like you mentioned, you know, these lower seeds are going to be against those guys. And, you know, a Campello Brazinho encounter is just, you couldn't even script that one. You couldn't. Anyway, we've got a little bit of in-between action here. There's some people coming back from lanes who don't want to get into the mix, so you see people coming in and going out through the surf and whatnot. But our 4 competitors in this heat, that's Miguel Chapuis, Julian Salmon, Anton Richter, and Hayata Ishii. And what you are seeing on the screen is here at 2:30 in the afternoon, Jace, the wind's holding solid. You can see the waves breaking. There are some bigger sets. This swell's hanging in there. And there is absolutely everything to play for as this thing continues into the afternoon.
And we watch Victor Fernandez, former world champion, launching for his warm-up.
Victor and Mark have stayed tight throughout all the teammate stuff. They were teammates with Duotone and all this. Victor and Mark are in lockstep, and Victor's been a champion, and he can teach Mark a lot about championship pedigree. And talk about somebody who could come out of nowhere and win this event. Victor has been close before, and he has shown moments of absolute ability to win at the highest level. As Anton Richter really makes an impression in this heat, he should be really proud of how he sailed. I'm absolutely aware. My first look, I'm just like, you know, call me a fan.
Yeah, me too. And kind of got shades of Klaus Vogt in a way, maybe. When Klaus used to be on Neil Pride, there's a little bit of a German look to the sailing style, big aerials.
Yeah. Now we're in sequence. Here comes Ho'okipa dialing it up for us. Hayata Ishii on the first wave of a set with Chapuis behind him. 1-2 exchange coming up just like we ordered. Hayata with his Goya rig, board and sail. Grabs wide on his bottom turn, really gets that cutback. He's continuing down the line, wants to make this entire ride. Slows it down a little, big surgical slice there. Continues it. That's that last part of the section today that looks like it's getting a little bit of a wobble bobble on the lower part. There's Chapuis on what ended up being kind of a fool's gold wave That looked much better on the outside than what happened when it hit the reef. And those are those little things that Hukipa throws at you, Jace.
Well, Hayata just got a good wave there, and he's going to get a good score, be able to fill up the card. So he's probably going to change positions a little bit, all the way to first with a 9.5 combined total, 4.7 and 4.8 for Hayata. From fourth to first, just like that.
Solid riding and good wave selection. And another thing to rain praise on is his patience. You need to remain really patient when the clock's running and you don't really know if you have the wave you want. And to being able to turn that into a score as Anton Richter gaining momentum. Already 2 turns into this one as he gets another little floaty aerial, but not quite bringing it back. And his countrymate Salmon answering with some slicey riding of his own. And that is what we call poking taco.
Good rail work up until that point, though. Salmon looks like that Nash gear is working for him as we watch Miguel Chapuis riding on the North Sail. This wave might clean up a little bit as it moves on down the line, but you still see some foam in it. Goes for the hit at the end section. Denied.
Conditions are prime. There are abundant opportunities here at the 2025 Aloha Classic Day 1. Thanks again to our sponsors, Windsurf AI, County of Maui, the Maui Office of Economic Development, PWA, World Wave Tour, Goya Windsurfing, host of other local and non-local sponsors. We are so fortunate to be here. Thank you to all the locals for your patience while we get this thing done and dusted as quickly as we can. 5 days straight. 3 days of broadcasting. We've gotten off to a nice running start. Great to be working with the crew at Ocean Paddler TV. Once again, the best team in the business. Ishii in the lead. Not necessarily dictating anything, having kind of waited for his moment to strike. It's much more strategical in that sense. Not much time left in this heat.
I think we might be in the transition here,
We might be in the transition if nothing's going on, and that's how it went down. So, Chapuis and Ishii. And with Ishii, was that one of those 2-wave heats? Did he only ride 2 waves?
Yep.
That's how you do it, Jace.
Quantity, quality.
I get it 2
equation.
scores, you're going to do it on 2 waves.
Well, I think that, confidence plays a large role in that. Hayata is one of the standouts at Hokipa these days, and that he believes that he can make it happen on any wave that comes to him. So
Absolutely.
With that sort of confidence, it allows you to really be selective.
And now we have our next battle. Victor Fernandez, Robbie Swift, Russ Faro, and Vincent Bovarley, who will also be competing in the Masters. He's part of that Guadeloupe crowd too, though it might be from a neighboring island. Maybe I shouldn't say Guadeloupe. I think it is, though. What a crew. Who knows, we might have a World Wave Tour stop in Guadeloupe one of these years. Sign me up.
Sign me up, too. I'll go to Guadeloupe.
And the paparazzi in full effect. Cameras everywhere. Trained on Hokipa Beach Park here. The 2025 Aloha Classic. 41st running of the event. And there is Victor Fernandez on his duotone rig. Board and sail. That guy sails identically on both tacks. Ripping at a high level. Perfect wave reading. Close to 2 decades of sailing Hokipa. What more do you want?
Well, I think we really should highlight that after this replay. Wow, nice contact.
Big contact.
But
that was Richter coming in.
Highlighting Victor Fernandez, there are very few sailors on this earth that can do it as well on both sides as we watch Russ Faro on a beautiful wave at the start of this heat. Here he comes up underneath the lip. Big aerial projection into the flats. Russ Faro. That's the way to start off your heat.
Russ Faro is a Kuau boy just down the road. And that was the Kuau hit right there when he lined it up with the Highline lip launcher.
You know, I do a lot of shooting with Russ for S2, and he is one of those sailors that can do an amazing photo shoot, man. That guy can get you a clip when you need a clip. And I think that translates to a competition scenario for Russ as well, because, you know, he could get a score when he needs it. And that's definitely going to be a great way to start off this seeding round, heat number 3.
And there's Morgan. Excuse me. Yeah, Morgan's in this heat. Excuse me, wrong heat.
That'll probably be Robbie Swift.
Correct.
So Robbie Swift getting ready for his next heat. Heading to the outside. Longtime tour veteran. Perennial contender. Always a threat in any competition. Both tacks, a lot like Victor Fernandez in that respect. Victor looks to be setting up for the first wave of this set.
It's a lively ocean out there.
This wave should definitely be a grower. There's a bit of a tail to it.
Victor's eyeing his target, and he's got something in mind. Consistent rider, but he's not going to back down from a big section. But that thing just walled up around him. Beauvarley. Beauvarley with his trademark bottom turn. Likes to sheet it in, likes to ride with the high boom, keeps himself close to the power part of the wave, gets a little bit of a spray turn. Swifty behind him. Beauvarley skies the air. Is he going to make it back in? Almost. Swifty opening up his ride, finds the right spot, brings it around. A perfectly color-coordinated rig goes over the falls right in front of the rocks, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have the best feeling about his rig. It is right in front of the rocks, and there's nothing else happening. Let's let this play out.
This could be
Will
bad, Kai.
Swifty go on the rocks, or will he have time to swim his rig? He looks like he is just going to be able to make it there. It's still a little bit up to question. One more whitewater breaking. Can he reach his rig?
Look at him swim, Kai. He's always been a good swimmer, actually.
That's expensive stuff. He gets it. I don't think he's going to be victimized. Had that been a north swell, he would have already been on the rocks. But Swifty picks up where he left off. Had a conversation with Robbie recently. And you look at the riding, obviously, you know, huge amount of experience living and sailing on Maui. And with his boys getting older, he's going to take his shot here. And what Swifty was considering, I will openly tell you, he told me he was maybe not going to compete next year anymore. And that this is kind of a last roll here. And I would look to Swifty, I went, man, just sail for it and take this thing. And, you know, Swifty's gotten 10-point rides here at Hukipa, and he's traveled the world for decades in sailing at the highest level, just like this guy, Victor Fernandez. And I don't think you're going to see Victor slow down anytime soon, but even Victor knows there's a changing of the guard here. And while this heat might not even be, you know, an elimination heat, it's a seeding round heat, there are still a lot of statements being made and a lot of enjoyment. This is a very carefree round in the sense of it's not so critical, right? Beauvarley going the distance. I like the critical riding. Is a little bit kind of like connecting the dots contest sailing. I won't deny. But, hey, get the scores.
And we're in a contest, right?
Yeah.
So you got to do what you got to do in the time allowed. Sometimes you don't really have a choice. As we watch Russ Farreau trying to get his second wave of the heat.
Russ is dangerous. And here he's on his duelist. That's the name of the sail design, the duelist. And it is especially adept at staying high and tight next to the wave face so he can get big hits like that. And a 360 just missing out the back as Swifty has himself just behind the point here, arcing his first bottom turn, looking for contact. precisely slicing his way down the line. Is there a 3 to be made there? There certainly is. Robbie Swift really looking good there. You could see he had a plan, Jace.
He's just one of those competitors that he gets better when the horn sounds. That 360 was just perfect.
He had a plan. Robbie Swift always has a plan.
Yeah. You know, speaking of Robbie, he spent a lot of time surfing over the last couple of years, and I think you could see it in his wave sailing. The rail work that he had on the first turn of the wave before and the first turn there, you know, he's making money in the first turn.
Yeah, I think back, I've had some of the heaviest sessions of my life when Swifty's been in the water. You know, at Piahi is one of them, and then surfing Cloud Break. I think I watched Swifty get the wave of his life. I'm not kidding. And an absolute connoisseur of what we're purveying here, as we also look at the entourage with Kai Lenny and friends. And that is that we aspire to bring this to surfing. It's windsurfing, wave sailing, what you want to call it. But the dedication to wave riding and its various craft is what this is about. And what we want more than anything is to be connected to the wave and the source of energy that it provides. It's about being aggressive, but it's also about riding the wave the way it's being asked to be ridden.
And we've been seeing a lot of it today. Robbie Swift absolutely on fire at the beginning portion of this heat.
Beauvarlais and Fernandez in a 1-2 exchange. Beauvarlais takes the first step into the dance floor. And he does the salsa, and that's a little too much hot sauce. And there comes Fernandez.
Nice bottom turn. Managing to get nicely situated on the wave. Big wrapping arc. Nice aerial with a bit of style as well. Victor Fernandez knows how to put a heat together as we watch Rush Furrow come into our competition.
Do we have a
area.
heat graphic with the scores? Someone is asking. We'll get back to you. Meanwhile, enjoy Russ Furrow enjoying Hukipa.
Give a
on
big
the
shout
very
out.
far outside. This is a drone shot from out to sea, actually, but it gives you an idea about how windsurfers are able to read ground swells, Jace. And that is something that is pretty exclusive to the domain of wind sports when you're setting up in a wave lineup. You see how the ground swells are magneting to the reef and how they set up. We're experts at it. We read the outside waters very effectively. And Swifty's done the math, too. He's up by the green tree. Shwata. Swatting that lift. Now he's setting up. You can see the wide grip. He's going to make it. Goiter into it. Swifty's got a 3 and a goiter. And I'm telling you right now, Swifty just woke up a little. He's like, man, you know, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
Why don't I just start doing it at the best I can level? Look at this.
I'll tell you what, Robbie Swift was not sailing like this yesterday. You know, you put the jersey on, and he just hits his form.
Yeah, Swifty has been at it 2 decades. Remember, you know, he's getting some really top results. He's finished in the top 3 wave ranking before. He's been right there at the doorstep of a title.
Right at the doorstep.
And that's always enough, you know, legitimacy. Obviously, like, wanting to win it, the title requires a level of commitment. He's got 2 kids. He's moved on in a lot of ways. And this is the beauty of it, is that he's still in the game, just like Fernandez. And I think that that's the joy in the journey as much as anything else. But Fernandez quietly likes to make statements. And he's making a statement right now with that turn, which was super well placed and absolutely dissected that wave. Victor understands perfectly well it ain't over till it's over. And he's going down slicing. Really impressive. Let's see how the judges treated this. I am unable to update my scores at the moment. I don't know if the...
Okay, so Robbie's sitting in first with a 5.27 and a 6.87.
Okay, I got you. Yes.
And Victor Fernandez just behind him with a 4.0 and a 5.03.
Yeah.
So close heat. Robbie in control as we watch Levi Cyber get ready for his heat.
Levi's got his game face on. And I don't think anybody in this contest wants anything to do with him.
No.
So that's an interesting position to be in. He is the hunter.
Well, it's got to allow him to sail free, right? And I think Levi's always done his best work when he's sailing free. So I'm excited to see what sort of performance we can see out of him today as we watch Victor Fernandez now. Nice contact with the lip to start it off.
The rail work, Jace. The rail work.
Yeah, the equipment's looking good.
And like I said earlier, that's how he sails port. Absolutely identical on both tacks. That is 100% the most impressive facet about Victor Fernandez's versatility.
Yeah, I mean, name me another sailor that you can't tell what his preferred tack is. Even when you add jumping, because Victor is so amazing at jumping on port and starboard, and that's really where the delineation normally is. Oh, I can't jump on port, right? But Victor Fernandez just so ambidextrous.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll rattle that off really quickly. Is that to give you guys at home an idea of the scope of the heat. Robbie Swift's in first place with a 12.14 total. Victor Fernandez in second, 9.9 combined. Vincent Beauvarlay, is trying his hardest to get in the mix. He's got a couple good complete rides, and unfortunately a few incomplete rides. He's at 6.57, just ahead of Farreau, who just needs to get another wave like that first one he got and complete the deal. And Farreau's on a pretty decent wave, but this is a scrappy little insider. And I think the judges are like, yeah, okay, Russ, I get it, but you're not, It's not going to be a difference maker. And wave selection is the only thing you can do in this situation. And part of that's just what Hukipa's offering you. Russ had a couple nice waves earlier. He just needs to go find another one.
Yeah, well, he's trying to replace
I think we're catching Victor in this mode of just trying to utterly scrap through an insider two as an almost arguably better wave breaks behind him. We're in that other in-between mode here. And that is Marino Gil. Marino Gil Girardi, who has been in a form or another of a world title equation. He's certainly a contender.
Well, he's in the mix.
So go ahead.
Well, no, I don't have much to add aside from he's such a solid competitor in the Gran Canaria, Tenerife sort of area that he's going to be in contention for a world title over the next couple of years.
He had a really good result in Chile last year, and that set him on a trajectory where he won in Pozo, and that was a breakthrough. More on him later. Here comes Fernandez. Nice little fade upwind. This is a super nice wave. It's an upper one, but it's got a long wall to it. He's going to get multiple hits. He destroys that section. Keeps his apparent wind alive. Gets a nice slicer. That was aggressive, but he falls. Victor's loose.
Well, and he's staying busy, too. That was his seventh wave of the heat.
Seven waves versus 2 waves. And we certainly see the difference in approaches. And it's just about the selection. And Swifty and Beauvarlay are now going to get into a nice exchange. Hukipa has served up a really nice offering for Swifty, who reads it perfectly, engages his rail into the high line, gets under the lip, tries to extend the ride as Beauvarlay sets up. More spray flying. Not exactly the complete body of work. He kind of puts his head down. No, that wasn't as good as my 360 or my goiter. So
hard to
whatever.
improve that, isn't it, Kai?
Fine. Play defense. Beauvarlay, come on. Yes. No. That's like landing a prop plane at St. Barth's. Here goes Farreau. Hooks it around. Farreau displaying rail work, but maybe, just maybe, the wave selection eluded him. Maybe there's no more time.
I think we're definitely on short time. Our competitors headed in.
Yeah, that was like one of those end of the heat type of rides. And Russ doesn't need to be, too discouraged. He's mixed it up with some very top riders. And Beauvarlay as well always likes to show up.
As
There's
we watch
the
Robbie
update
Swift.
from Rocco.
Yeah, Robbie Swift and his son Rocco. Rocco is one of our hotshot young sailors now. Sailing Hukipa at a very, very young age.
A little bit on equipment. And you saw it on Swifty's board there. And Marino's got a similar board, just to tell you what the JP riders were talking about as we set up for our next heat here. Marino Gill, Morgan Noiro, Thomas Vessel-Svensson, and Levi Seiver. No, it's just that this is kind of a wide squash-tailed trifin. And the trifin's factoring in a lot more here, Jace. There are definitely schools of thought that this is one way to blend this a little closer to the surfing world. I feel that there's a time and place for it. I'm riding a trifin on one of my boards. I really like it. And I feel that there is a level of drive. You know, we abandoned the single fin era, and then things changed really overnight with that. Quad. And so we did lose a little bit of effectiveness in the boards, and I think the trifins bring a little bit of effectiveness back.
You know, I'm actually riding a trifin. I've got one of Levi's old boards as well, and it does feel really surfy to me. Maybe a little looser, but maybe not as directionally positive as a quad.
Yeah, I get it.
This will be Marino Gill setting up on the JP Neal Pride combo. First wave of the heat for Marino. Nice wall. Punches the bottom turn. Nice wrapping top turn. Still got some wall out in front of him. Looking for an aerial. Settles for a nice turn. Looking for the end bowl section. Waves just kind of running out in front of him a little bit as we watch Morgan Noiro. Nice wrapping top turn. Here comes on his horse going down the line. Looking for the aerial. There it is. Blasts over the lip. Clears the section. And finishes it off with a nice wrapping two-turn combo. Morgan Noiro, former event winner, looking on form as well, Kai.
Levi Seiver setting it up. Perfect positioning. Watch closely. The master is at work. Sub-Zero has acquired his target, and he is going to fly into the flats. Unfortunately, that was a fatality. Oof. Adam Marie's on the beach with the winner of our last heat. Get up there, Levi.
Robbie Swift, convincing heat winner of this third heat of round number 4. How was it for you?
It was good, thanks. The conditions are really fun. It's that's about the most fun kind of wind and waves that you get at Hookeeper. Not too big, not too small, and the wind was nice for 4-5. Had a bit of a hairy moment on my second wave that the wave kind of threw me into a back loop or something, and I almost went on the rocks, but then I managed to get back out there and get a couple good ones after that. So, yeah, I was happy.
Nice start of this comp for you. Wishing you to keep this momentum going into the next heats, and hope to speak to you again.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully, I think tomorrow is supposed to be a tiny bit smaller, but still really good, and the next day, so I'm hoping we'll get through a lot of it. And with the waves really good like this, because it's really fun having chances and lots of opportunities to do good stuff. So, thanks, guys.
Phew, back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Anne-Marie. Good to hear from Robbie Swift, advancing on into the next round with a good seeding. Top performance from Robbie Swift in that last heat. Here comes Morgan Noiro up underneath the lip, looks for the aerial, kicks out the back, doesn't like what he saw, but look at the control. Look at the control, Kai. The wave didn't cooperate, but instead of having something bad happen, he's able to kick out the back and stay in position for the next wave as we watch Marino Gill now setting up for his second wave of the heat.
Marino Gill Girardi. Kind of a low boom rider, too. Very surfy. Great surfer. 360 almost. He wanted that one.
And he was
that
close.
Would have been the haymaker early. Morgan obviously got off to a great start like he always does. And poor Levi just needed to cap that last hit, and he would have had a really good score. Oh, no.
Yeah, just moments late for Levi.
And speaking of moments late, unfortunately for Tomas Traversa, his plane is going to land in about 3 hours.
Brutal.
And a really brutal set of circumstances for Traversa, both with the visa complications in the airlines. And that's horrible. Mon Dieu. Well, anyway, it's a seeding round. I don't believe that's going to eliminate Tomas Traversa. It's just not going to help him in the first round.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
We'll see, won't we? Morgan Noiro, that's actually Marino Gill, but Morgan looks good and sails even better. And Marino's also getting busy on the water. Levi Siver behind him on such a nice looking wave. I can't even tell you what you're about to see here. Okay, Marino Gill fading into it. That's what the wind direction's allowing you to do. Nice move off the top. The wave closes out. Unfortunately, he got a little bit lazy on that. Going to have to go all the way around the section as Levi Siver sets up, points it into the first hit. Beautiful contact, lip line floater coming down with all the speed. He's not going to make this wave. He's going to destroy this wave. Siver, beautiful rail work. Completely on point. And there's Morgan behind Levi.
Well, that wasn't a movie part wave for Levi, but in a competition environment, that's exactly what you need to do. He managed to get that first aerial on the upper section of the wave, cleared the section, went through the transition, able to complete the ride.
This is Morgan Noirot's wave that you didn't see. Oh, the contact under the lip stuff. Morgan definitely has a plan. You can see before he even dropped in, he had his line and he knew what the wave was going to do. And that's what sailing decades at Ho'okipa gives you.
Yeah, and he's so quick to be able to get off of rail and up underneath the lip and make, what could have been a really bad situation for them there. He could have been late and gotten closed out on so easily in that scenario.
We are happy to report that the scoring has returned. And believe you me, it is a good thing to see that Morgan Noirot is getting rewarded for what I call superior rail work and positioning. Morgan, if anything I could criticize, is he sometimes makes it look too easy. But he's been working on that. And he's been working on those kinds of turns where their effort is almost taken for granted. But you see the positioning and you see what he's aiming for, and he's actually achieving it. And that's that the positioning is off the charts with Morgan Noirot.
Well, he's so smooth sometimes that it could almost make it look too easy, right?
Smooth. Really tight between Levi Siver and Morgan Noirot, who sail together on a daily basis out here. Marino Gill has something to say about it, though. He's on a mid-level wave. There's not a ton under it. But the thing about Marino is he's a little rotational wizard.
But this is all backwards for him, right? He's such a port tack specialist these days. He was telling me that he's a goofy foot surfer as well. So this is all kind of backwards for him to be at Ho'okipa with the wind from the starboard tack. So here he is up underneath the lip. Got good contact there. Nice wrapping top turn. Looks for the second hit, able to keep on going. But wave kind of peters out for him out the back. That's Morgan.
Yes, sir. Who else? Look at that committed rail work. Morgan didn't have the year he wanted this year. I completely think he could win a world title. Levi Siver just barely out the back on that 360. But back to Morgan, if you think about his year last year with the standout performance that he had in Chile and then running back into here, the big equalizers, a place like Zilt, it can just take it away from you. And it's really hard to understand, just results-based mentality. But as you see the replay, Morgan is most at home in reef breaks that offer a little bit of substance. And he's got all the right stuff. And I really believe in Morgan and what he can do in the future. Levi didn't quite get the flat hit off the 3. He just tried to spin it a little bit. Levi's rail work has become a priority in his riding, but sometimes I think that the other little in-between stuff that he used to be automatic on isn't as important to him anymore.
Yeah, and the change of gear over the years has got to be a part of that, right? He was such a weapon when it came to single fin blasting and hitting these huge aerials. It used to be such
adapted.
A huge part of his game, and it's changed with the change of gear.
It has. I mean, Levi doesn't need to legitimize anything. I think he's in that rare state where he's a true connoisseur about the style of riding he wants to purvey and the gear that he's riding. And he's not, trying to be anything other than himself.
Yeah.
And that's something to say when you can commit to that and you understand yourself well enough how you want to ride, where you sail. He's completely in touch with that.
Well, and he's doing exactly what he wants to do, which I think translates to him loving what he does, which translates to him doing it at such a level for so long, right? Yeah, if he was doing something that he didn't want to be doing, his heart wouldn't be in it in the same way that it is right now.
Word.
And, he's at home at the break he loves, riding on gear he's been developing forever, and it shows. It shows in the speed, power, and flow that makes him one of the closest to a surfer in windsurfing as you get.
Yes, and Levi also, just to elaborate a little more on him, did the tour also and ended up in the top 8 a few times. And arguably really finished very strongly on one of the most legitimate years on tour, which I think was 2006. The tour came here. We were in Brazil. There was, it went everywhere. Portugal, Cabo Verde was in the mix. He was one of the standout riders there. But at that point, Levi, saw it, and the tour reverted back briefly to this very narrow area in terms of the actual World Championship. And now you see him in this stage where it's like, hey, it's about the sailing. And that should be true for everybody involved in this. You got to love what you do. And there's nobody who's going to be accused of not loving a day like this on beautiful Ho'okipa Beach Park on Maui. Marino Gill loves what he does, and he's very good at it. And one of those guys, I would say also, that's fused together riding port and starboard. It just, right there, it was just the wrong wave. No big deal. I mean, this is what this heat is about. It's the seating. So you took a couple swings and you felt good. Levi is building momentum. Here he is, a tenth of a point behind Morgan Noirot on probably where this wave is placed. I see a very nice score coming here. Let's see if Levi can put it together here. Stays high in the wave face, gets the first hit from behind the section, which gives him the ability to read the wave again, kind of a reset button hit. Here he comes, lower section, under the lip, floater line, and through the white water. Did everything he could. He could probably pull that out if he really wanted to. And he does, basically. Makes it. And that's going to get applause for me just for the tenacity. No, it wasn't, the banger, like super ride. Hi, Marino, the wrong guy. It's Levi Cyber, US 0. It's AI. It's AI. Jason, they turned Levi Cyber into Marino Gill.
I like
Windsurf
the profile.
AI playing tricks. Hopefully they don't have a hold on the judges. We're good to go. I think that we see something on the outside. Rudy, the eye in the sky will bring us what we think is coming. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a little bit over 3. Levi taking the lead with the whitewater pullout. 11 points. 2 sailors in double-digit territory, that being Morgan Noirot and Levi. You want to take the win in this heat and seed yourself nice and far in the round. Levi's got a big opportunity here. And Levi's a guy, you never know. That's Marino Gill. There he is. Hey, Marino.
I like his profile picture.
Marino.
Good energy with that kid. Good energy.
He's a great guy.
So if you're just joining us here, we're at the 41st Aloha Classic right here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. If you're wondering why Thomas Traversa doesn't have a score, he didn't make it in on time. So apparently plane delayed. Thomas Traversa doesn't make this first heat, but it's not an elimination round, so maybe no harm, no foul for Thomas, but we'll see what the rankings do.
More fireworks in the lower rungs of this. And, here we are at 3 in the afternoon. Levi Cyber spies an opportunity here. It's kind of like a convex wave. It hasn't really gone square yet. So he reads it perfectly. He's just going to dissect 2 hits. Bam, bam. What else you got for me? Am I going to spin it? Nah. No, tricks are for kids. What did we say earlier, Jace? No freestyle.
No freestyle.
Man. So, really in the scope of this, this is as close to a free session as you get in a contest.
Absolutely.
And what a way to free ourselves up. You're not reinventing anything. What you're doing is you're kind of making an introduction to the judges. You're like, this is me and what I do. How you like me now?
Yeah. Gives you an opportunity to show the judges that they should be watching you, right? As we watch Marino Gill setting up here, you know, it's wave selection is so huge when you're not as comfortable on one tack or the other. One really good way of being able to maximize your score is just being choosy and making sure that you're on a wave that has the opportunity to give you a score. This one looks like it's going to do it. Here he comes now on his horse, setting up for the bottom turn. Wrap off the lip. Wave still gives him some opportunity.
Come on, hit it.
Second turn.
Ooh, Morgan all the way upwind. There he is. Green tree rights, proper set. Oh, that was great. I love those directional mid-face snaps because it sets you up for that other stuff. And yeah, we all remember Morgan as a scrawny little kid, you know, like, boy, has he matured into the sailor great he is today, and multiple Hokipa event winner. And I'll tell you, world title contender, man. World title contender. Just not this year in the mix in the rankings, but I think he's totally capable of it. And, you know, being based here, he's going to need to travel to do it. You got to sign up for that month in Pozo. You've got to, you got to sail maybe sometimes in some conditions that aren't exactly Maui. It's not the easiest thing for the boys here to do.
No, you got to ask yourself if you want to do it, right? Because, you know, you're going to need some serious jumps in your repertoire in order to be able to win at a place like Gran Canaria, right? You know, the push forward and things like that really need to be in your repertoire as we watch Levi Cyber staying busy, trying to milk the very last out of this wave.
Yeah. It's been a good day for Levi. You know, he's gotten some good screen time and some good shred time and really set himself up nicely here. I think he's going to come in. He's going to pretty much be done with that. The 3-minute transition will end it. Levi and Morgan, Marino Gill, and I can't wait to see my friend Toma when he shows up. I have shared some sessions with that guy, man, that I will never forget. It is on. Let's welcome back with open arms as Marino finishes up his shred session. 3 o'clock in the afternoon with this wind direction, Jace, we can go until it's dark.
Yeah, it might be windy all day.
I really have a good feeling about the productivity we will have. Levi looks like he's done some sailing. And, you know, to lead up to this, he's been out every day just about. I think he might have taken a break, actually, the last 2 days. But regardless, Morgan. Awesome stuff. Just slicing it. He's very in tune with his gear.
Well, you were talking about his, potential to be a world champion. You know, he is a very fiery competitor. He's not the sort of guy that's going to make a lot of noise, but, he sails really well, and he barely ever lets the nerves get the best of him. And so I would say that you're totally right that, if the tour sets up in the right places and they got conditions at the right events, Morgan could definitely be a world title contender.
We're in great shape here at the 2025 Aloha Classic. Thank you all for joining us here on the live cast. It is nothing but smiles and aloha here. Thank you to our sponsors, Windsurfing AI, County of Maui, Maui Office of Economic Development, Goya Windsurfing, the PWA, the World Wave Tour, and there we have our next competitors, Philip Koster, Moritz Malk, Arthur Alukin, and Graham Ezzy. Windsurf AI is bringing this to you live. We are happy to be here. Nothing but love. This is going to be a battle. And, look at Graham Ezzy with his little warm-up. Got himself in a good spot to make Some real statements here. Graham did the tour for a while too. He wasn't lost on him to go slave away in Zilton, Pozo. He did. And he's in a good space right now. You can see him with his boys on the beach. He's relaxed, and he is a meticulous technician as he really paying attention to wave placement. That's all right. You can start off with that. We're all good here.
Well, that's
nothing much else in the lineup. I'm trying to see if it's high or low tide. Kind of have a mid tide right now, and it's looking like that might affect a little bit of the wave shape. But everything's hanging in there. We're sticking with these 18-minute on the clock, 15-minute heats, right? All right. I'll get in touch with our head judge here.
So Graham is not able to get a completion there, but you definitely see that he's looking for that goiter, and he's looking for that one-handed goiter. It's just kind of a trademark move for Graham, something that he can pull out of the hat when he needs it.
Beautiful shot here of the Gladiator Arena, Okipa Beach Park on the island of Maui. Here's Anna Marie with a little interview.
Round number 4, heat winner. Again, Levi, congratulations. That was a big one, right?
Thanks, Emery. Yeah, that was good. I went on my 4.7. It was windier, and I tried to pull a couple 3s, 60s in that heat, and the lip was a little too crumbly. So I kind of had to abandon that and just go for just straight top-to-bottom turns, and that worked out. I started the heat with a nice wave, and I finished the heat with a nice wave, and everything in between was a little janky, but it worked out. I guess you only need 2 waves, so.
Exactly. It was like, am I going to talk to Morgan, Levi?
Yeah, you know what? He's gotten me the last couple Alohas, and it feels kind of good to get him there. So
of course.
I'm sure he'll be back. This redemption round, he always comes back. But at least I got one in this event. So
awesome. Thanks.
All right, no worries.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anna Marie. And on our list of sponsors, I wanted to also mention one that I hadn't mentioned, and that is High Tech Surf Sports in Kahului. Thank you so very much. That is the shop, man. Thank you, High Tech. Long time in the business, purveying watercraft here on Maui.
Thank you to Kim Ball.
Thank you, Kim Ball. From the bottom of our hearts in your Aloha. You're going to be mentioned much more often.
I used to ride for Kim.
Me too.
My son's riding for him.
Going
it's
there
like
all the
generational. Time. That's a guy who's really done a lot for the water sports world around here. Kim Ball from High Tech.
Awesome to have the support. We really appreciate it. Everybody out there, go into High Tech. Check out their selection. That's Moritz Malk. He is a video game on the water. I tell you, this guy rides with the he's the lowest boom rider of the bunch. Lower than even Mark Angulo. I tell you what, he is capable of doing these wizardly rotations. Crazy stuff. That's Salman, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he's not in this thing. Regardless, there's Coster under the lip with force. Phillip's going to get started right away. Behind him is Ezzy. Phillip has a lip in front of him. Nice landing for Phillip on the board. Great ride. Coster showed every bit as much knowledge as a savvy Hokipa veteran there. Graham Ezzy, kind of a mid-face snap. Definitely not a wave that allowed him to demonstrate his prowess, but nonetheless, a second score will drop. Coster had a nice ride there, and don't let that even remotely surprise you. When Coster won his 5th wave title in 2019, we were in a bit of a situation here at Hokipa where lambs were being led to the slaughter, people just going on the rocks. It was really gnarly. But, you know, like the argument can be made, hey, keep competing. Well, Phillip won a heat that ended up winning his title because then Judge Coombs stopped competition, and it was all said and done. And that was the moment that sparked Brasinho into a furious rally of title wins.
Well, sometimes just one heat can really affect the overall outcome for an entire year.
Let me tell you, Brasinho had multiple titles almost just about taken away from him in circumstantial, just stuff that's mind-blowing. And that's fueled a rally that you're only seeing, from now, and that he's won a couple.
This is Arthur Arukin.
Nice.
He's changed gear this year. A little bit of a change-up going on to the Gaster rig. Still got that nice flow. Arthur Arukin has always managed to be in a good spot on the wave. Good style for our French competitor.
Koster with the 3.43, and without getting directly into it, I felt it was a little higher than that. I'm just saying the wave was really nice, and the way he rode it, probably up there. I think Arthur's got 2 scores. Koster, that's a good score. It's something to build on. It's better than some low 2. That's the thing. As you look at that, Koster still has the highest score, mind you. So, okay, it could have been a little. I agree. It could have been a little more. But that's not our job here, Jace. The judges are generally right on point with this, and it's not getting carried away with little rotational trickery, A. B, adhering to the fundamental principles of power surfing in wave riding. B, wave selection, probably just as important.
And when you talk about wave selection, you watch Graham Ezzy here. He was directly behind on that last set. He had to see that he kind of missed an opportunity there.
He did. We don't see a score for Moritz, who is out to sea, hunting down whatever might be out there. And it's slowed down a little bit wave-wise, but this is also what happens with this wave direction combo.
Our competitor and spectators having a good time at the beach.
We are having a good time.
And they're having a good time. We're having a good time,
it's
Kai.
important with Shaka's Jace. Knuckles out.
Yes, knuckles out.
Got to do it. Lifeguard tower, entourage right by the bench there. It's a beautiful place. Aloha. Here comes Moritz Mack. Look how low his boom is, Jace. Look at that.
Too low for me, Kai. I can't ride like that.
Moritz Mauk with a wave up the point. Not going to work. Reset button, Moritz. The waves are kind of sectioning fat a little bit. It's going through a little bit of an adjustment. But I think we're kind of also in that mid 3 o'clock heat bubble.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky time in the heat. The wave's not seeming to cooperate quite as much. Mouch is having a bit of a shocker at the beginning of the heat here. Definitely tight in our first and second positions between Arukin and Ezzy. Koster definitely would have liked a better score for what was a pretty nice wave with an aerial at the end. But good way to get on the board. Still hasn't filled his second score. Looking to do it now.
Yeah, Phillips selected something, but he's going to uphold a higher standard. As well he should. It's not time to panic in terms of ride everything. It's not a wave-catching contest, Jace.
You only need 2, Kai. And you know what's actually crazy? And when the scores are low like this, you could actually do it with 1. If you had one amazing wave, you could pass a heat with 1.
Yeah. I'll reluctantly agree.
You don't want to do it that way.
I mean, I maybe in the challengers round, bro, but this is at the highest echelon now. Arthur Arukin, F7, Gastra Taboo combination. As Koster speeds by him. There's Arthur. He's a cool cat. He's in the lead in this heat. And he wants to build a bit more of a case for the judges. But this is not going to be easy because there's Moritz Mauk. That's the tenacity I'm talking about. That's how he wraps that thing around. There's another air. Moritz with the third hit. There it is. Now he's found his form. Welcome back to Hokipa, Moritz. That's a low boom if I've ever seen one, man. Wow. There is Graham Ezzy. Sorry, there's Arthur Arukin. We'll get the replay on Graham. Another camera caught that. This is live action, and it's Arthur Arukin. JC looks like he's somewhere at middle's green tree with a nice line under him. Passes up the first opportunity, gets under the lip. Not quite what he was looking for. Not a terrible ride, but not exactly what he wanted to do there. As the drone captures Arthur from 2 angles. I think that's Landon drone, excuse me. And there is a really good look at what you got to do to get out of Hokipa. First of all, you got to assert your power. Here comes some whitewaters. So you aim yourself to where you think the wave's not going to break. You get away from the wave if you can. Sometimes it breaks in front of you.
Well, and that foamy bit there is so hard to get through. You just don't have a lot of grip with your fin.
True. Here comes Philip Koster on a really nice wave. He selected and very patiently waited for this one. He gets under the lip. He's not really going to get another chance on this. It looked like it had a moment. I think he judged it a little bit incorrectly, but it was also the first wave of the set. Arthur Arukin not going to make the same mistake. Gets under the lip, not quite for the 360, and outside of him, my Simmer-style teammate, Moritz Mauk. Oh, boy, here he goes. What's he got? Stock air over the section. Moritz trying to stay in the mix here. He's gotten busy. That's like 2 waves ridden in 10 seconds.
Well, and that's what happens when you get that first hit. When you get that aerial and you're able to transfer over the section, it set him up perfectly for that second turn. This is not a competitor in this heat, I don't think. Just making his way back in as we watch our water patrol. Curtis Chonky.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us out there on the live stream today as we got started in this event, as we move towards finals day, as we watch the field of 52 pros get whittled down to 1. And then we will both crown a Hokipa champion and a world champion. This is the World Wave Tour final for all the marbles, a 5-star event on the World Wave Tour, part of the PWA IWT Unified Tour. Look down at lanes from this shot. Look at that beautiful wave breaking. That's a swell indicator. That swell line came from the northwest. You can see the tip of West Maui and the island of Molokai in the distance, and that is the origin of the swell. And there on our screen is US 1112, that being Waterman Kai Lenny. Or I should say Kai Waterman Lenny, because that's his middle name. And Waterman is his game.
Did you see that he got onto Jeopardy? They made a question about Kai. It was something along the lines of, what does Kai's name mean? They got it wrong, but you made it when you got a question on Jeopardy.
Wow. So in this seeding round, as Moritz just goes absolute ninja on that thing, and you like to see it, but not at the expense of gear going on the rocks. Oh no. There's plenty of left in this heat as Mauk swims furiously for his rig. These are the strokes you got to get to the tip of your mast to be able to get to that point.
I'm laughing here, Kai. Are you worried about this gear right now?
Not in the least. Not in the least.
Yeah, you got to hold on tight in that moment. For all of you viewers at home, I can't really describe to you how exhausting sailing Hokipa can be. There's just not a lot of power on the inside. You're dealing with all the current. You're going through the white water. It is a cardiovascular challenge.
All kinds of legends showing up here. It is a gallery. Here it is. Graham squares it up. Perfect rail work to set this ride up. Hokipa's gonna give it to him. Arukin outside of him. Graham finishes up with a nice hit there. Pulls the sail out of the white water. Nothing new here. There goes Arukin on the right side of your screen. The second wave of the set is remarkably cleaner but sometimes they don't break as far outside. It's a bit of an equation. But Graham's wave really offered him the full slice and dice opportunity. That was a well-ridden wave. Let's see what the judges think.
Nice hit
Ooh,
for
yeah.
Philip Koster. Looking for the
Koster
360.
with the 360 attempt. Doesn't quite pull it.
Close but no cigar, Kai. He had a good first turn, though.
He
that
did.
That could have been a good score.
He's not in danger of going on the rocks. I don't see any impending peril here. Yeah, Koster dialed that up nicely. That's a really good lit blast. And it would have been nice to have made that 3. That would have been one heck of a statement. A little bit of an in-between moment as Hukipa presses the reset button. We're checking it out because this next heat's going to be something else.
Coming up next, Liam Dunkerbeck, Camille Hubon, Michael Rene Morales, and Kai Lenny. Stacked heat at the 41st Aloha Classic. We're broadcasting live from Hokipa Beach Park. Brought to you by our friends at Windsurf AI.
Fascinating stuff. Liam Dunkerbeck, last year's third-place finisher, arguably the story of the event in some way in terms of the emergence, one of the main stories anyway. There's Kai, Red Bull-sponsored rider, rides for Goya and Quattro, and a lot of other brands.
Well, and deservedly so, because he is just such a special talent. I mean, Kai Lenny was just such a standout yesterday. He was doing these 2-turn combos where he would get a goiter and a 360 or a 360 and a goiter back-to-back. Kai Lenny was just looking like he has never stepped off of a windsurfer in his life. It's like riding a bike.
Kai's also intimately involved with his board design, with everything he rides, of course. But board design has been something that he is also of the school of thought of as closely fusing this to surfing as possible. And the following exchange is setting up as we have all eyes on Kai, but there is a little bit more going on upwind as Kai's setting up on a very nice wave. We'll get the replay on Liam Dunkerbeck's opening ride as we stick with Kai here, who's setting up wind. We're going to have 2 waves ridden before Kai gets on his here. And he's looking around, making sure he's on something. Now we can stick with Kai. There he is. He has faded all the way up to green trees. This is the outside wave of the set. And he is going to kick out of it because there's just not enough to work with there. So, what happened there, Jason, was we stuck with Kai on the panorama shot. Liam Dunkerbeck went to town on the inside. We'll get a replay of that shortly. And that kind of was the exchange. We saw that Friedel didn't quite capitalize on his opportunity. So this is kind of an opening that went in favor of Liam Dunkerbeck. Kai being very, very selective there. He made the right choice. That was an interesting situation where there was this groundswell on the outside and just nothing much really to back it up.
Yeah, well, sometimes they can fake you out a little bit, and, you know, the positioning is such a huge part of it. I know Kai is looking for a wave that has that sort of wall to it, so he was setting up a little bit upwind, but sometimes when you do that, either it just fades away or it just kind of closes out. So Kai's made his way back to the outside, in good position to get his first wave of the heat. Liam Dunkerbeck now in the lead with a 4.9, so good first score for him. Friedel with a fractional score of 0.5. And I'm not sure if we're actually going to see Camille Hubon today. I think he had some stitches in his ears from a earlier encounter this week. So I'm not sure if we're going to see Camille. Hope that we do. But 12 minutes, 58 seconds on the clock, and we're still waiting for Kai Lenny to get on the board. Dunkerbeck's got to be happy with starting off with a solid score like a 4.9. He had some good lip contact. This is still a seeding round, so no elimination out of this heat, but you can definitely do yourself some favors by winning it. And one thing we've seen over the years is that, momentum is a very big part of windsurfing. So having a good first heat can make a lot of difference as to how you do through the course of an event.
Kai Lenny is on a super nice wave on the outside. This is a proper set, biggest set we've seen in a while. And there's been plenty of swell in the water, but he's going to kick out of that. I think he wants to see some more waves break over the reef. There is CJ. That's Camille. There he is. That looked like some fireworks from Juban right there. Nice to see him in the mix. High boom rider. The main player from the Guadalupe pack at a 360 into the pit. Camille Juban has arrived. Liam Dunkerbeck. That was the biggest crowd reaction we've had yet. Liam Dunkerbeck on a frothy one. Looking to get something out of it. It's grinding down the reef. It's foamy and creamy, but not quite exactly what he wanted.
Almost looked angry, that wave. Not an easy wave to ride. Not a lot of scoring potential, but when you're already halfway through with it, you kind of got to see what you can get out of the wave.
Camille Juban just showed up and set that whole thing up. 11 stitches. And say what you want, that guy can bounce back from just about anything. He is like a cat. Always lands on his feet. And he is the undisputed leader of that Guadalupe pack.
Well, he's
and
tough.
Multiple Hukipa titles to his credit.
Well, and he's really tough, too. Camille shoot with him all the time, and he is, forcing himself through injuries all the time.
There's Martin and Paula Lenny with Ridge. I think Ridge might be also nursing an injury. Did he not slice himself pretty good at Cloud Break recently?
As well. Yeah, stitches.
Well, there are the Lennys watching intently. Kai ready to get on the board, being ultra selective here. But now we're going to really see him open this up. He's checked his watch. He understands he's got to start with the right thing, the right wave. Now he's on something on the bit of the lower part. Liam Dunkerbeck in front of him. This is your 1-2 exchange. Liam Dunkerbeck, Kai Lenny, both are Red Bull riders. So this is a very important exchange here. Liam Dunkerbeck is going to go first. Kai Lenny's properly at the point. Liam arcs into this wave. He's on your left, Kai Lenny to your right. Dunkerbeck, multiple turn wave. It's done. Here comes Lenny. Right at H. Poco Point. Carves a real smooth line there. Gets under the lip for the 360. Can he pull it out? Yes, almost a make. Just a little bit under the heat bubble, mid 3 o'clock wind, but it was the finishing move, and that is going to be a score. Here's Friedel Morales trying to get into the mix. Big arrow into the pit and gets rejected. Camille Juban. Last wave of the set, H. Poco Point already has a banger score. Second slicey turn. Such a nice 360 again for Juban, but not quite the make, but a finishing move nonetheless, Chase. And he got a 7 for his first wave.
Yeah, what a banger first score, and he's backing it up already. Didn't get the completion at the end, but he had such good work at the beginning. It's probably going to be a score.
Super glue that ear shut, man.
Van Gogh.
5.5. I agree with that. Kai Lenny with a 6, which would have been higher had he just pulled that thing out of the whitewater. But I think the judges appropriately gave him credit for the fight in the whitewater. No, he didn't sail away, nothing. But look at the rail work for Juban. back foot rider. He likes to plant off his back foot, and that gives him the ability to just sink into that. Barely, just like Lenny, barely didn't pull that out.
Here comes Liam Dunkerbeck now, looking probably for a 360 of his own somewhere. You know he's got it in the bag. Nice ripping top turn. Wave not completely cooperating, trying to make the most of it. Able to get the completion of the ride.
You know, Jace, that little stuff, just like that recovery when he was doing yoga right there, man. Liam is just now emerging into his legacy. It started last year when he got third in this event. He's been swinging away at it. He was coming to Fiji for those other events. And now you see he's in the mix. He's somewhere in the top 8. I will check on that really quickly on my rankings. Camille Jubon and Kai Lenny behind him. 1-2 exchange. Jubon punches his bottom turn. The wave's going to go fat. It's going to give him one more shot. Now Lenny sets up. There he is, Kai, waiting patiently, letting the wave build under him. Slicing spray turn. Kai can turn an average wave into a big score. That's not going to be a big score, but it's going to be better than the score would have been had he not saved it. And Kai's not resting on this at all.
No, and he needs to fill up that card. He's only got one on the books right now, so he's got a 4.03. That'll be his second wave. Definitely not the way Kai wanted to start off his heat. It'll be interesting to see if he can kind of fight through this now. Only 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. As we
There's
watch
Liam Dunkerbeck. He's had a year where I feel like he's adjusting to his new equipment. He made a sponsor change to Duotone at the end of last year. And you can see that these adjustments take a little bit of time as he dials everything in. He looks fully dialed, but it's still at that point where it's developmental and there's always improvements to make. Everybody's trying to improve on their gear constantly. Liam on a nice wave here with Mike Friedel Morales behind him. 1-2 punch for the Spaniards. Oh, there goes Liam with a nice hit into the pit. Friedel behind him.
Sets up on the bottom turn, gets good lip contact, kind of floating on the lip line, able to aerial out of it. Friedel keeping it together, looks for the late end turn, and manages to complete his ride. So Friedel on the board again, going to try to replace that fractional .50. You know, that wave for Liam Dunkerbeck really worked out exactly the way that he needed it to go. So he got the good rail work done at the beginning, and then that end section is kind of angling towards him, and he's coming at it with a lot of speed, able to get the aerial and the projection, and what probably will be a pretty good score.
Kai Lenny climbing into it. A pair of 4s, a mid 4 and a low 4. Everybody in this heat's holding on to a 4 right now. Camus's got a high 4 and a 7. Which is your commanding score in the heat. You almost want to kind of write Camille basically has done what he needs to do. He just needs to hold serve. Dunkerbeck and Lenny are going to end up in a tangle here. Friedel Morales can play spoiler, but he's going to need to make hits a little bit more than that. Still a good ride, though, and a nice wave. But even he knows he's got a better one in him. Here comes the 1-2 exchange with Lenny and Jubon. Lenny's on the wave in front, and this one's stretching wide. This is proper Hukipa here. Kai Lenny patiently waits for the wave to build under him, waits for this moment when the wave's going to hit the reef properly, and now he's going to engage his ride. Classic Hukipa with the frothy tops of the waves. Opens up his ride, beautifully positioned with Jubon behind him. Here comes Lenny with an under-the-lip slap. And that's going to be the end of that wave ride as Jubon sets up on the second, cleaner, bigger wave. Jubon in control here. Such speed and placement as Jubon goes flying over the section all the way into the channel. Liam Dunkerbeck on an equally awesome wave sets it up but the wave goes a little fat, doesn't quite give him a target. Goes for the 360, doesn't make it.
Okay, Liam just left the door open for Kai. You know, Camille looks to be in firm control now. Friedel trying to get back into the game a little bit, able to get 2 scores on the board now, 7.93 in 4th position. Friedel heading way upwind now. Wave looks to be stretching out. A little bit foamy at the extension, but there's going to be a section to hit. Here it comes. Oh, a little bit too much juice. It's so hard when the wave starts to bend in on you that way.
Welcome to the washing machine. We have been expecting you.
But I'll tell you what, Kai Lenny is in a spot now. He is going to need to get a good wave and execute.
I mean, Kai is essentially comboed by Camille. But again, keep in mind, these are the seeding heats. First place is going to be well along the way, leaving the rest to duke it out. Here comes Dunkerbeck. Does he have a rotational move in him? Why not a little bit of rail work for your menu? It's on display, and Dunkerbeck, just like Lenny, is somebody who can turn a scrappy wave into a score.
Absolutely.
You used to see Levi do it. Levi graduated into the connoisseur realm of he's not even going to bother unless it's a super nice wave and it's set up for him. And I think Juban plays this the following way. He's going to get on the best waves in the heat, and he's going to rip it to pieces right in front of your face. Here comes Brazinho, last year's world champion and still reigning world champion. Will he be able to get this started? His title defense has been a bumpy road, but he is in contention like nobody should be surprised. Arguably the most well-rounded sailor in terms of down-the-line wave riding. Also, both tacks, all wind angles. You know, you might not realize that Maui has some spots, even a spot that'll get you ready for the Canaries in certain times of year. We've discovered them all. And the reality is that it's a seasonal migration. Brazinho is a Maui resident here, and he understands perfectly what's at play here. He just watched Mark a few heats ago go straight into the round 16, and it is not going to take long. It's not going to take long now.
We got a lot more action to come today. I just got a notification from the head judge. We're going to go all the way to 5 o'clock. So we got another hour and
I wouldn't
15.
be surprised if this was able to go even longer.
Well, we probably could, but we are going to go to 5 today.
Okay. That's the word, the official word.
That is the official word.
All right. I turned my phone off. I couldn't handle the distraction.
It's hard. It's hard. You want to concentrate on the action just like we are. So
there's our fearless foursome right there, and you're looking at it. Well, actually, those are other non-competitors. Kai Lenny and Liam Dunkerbeck, however, are in an exchange yet again. This time, Lenny is outside of Liam. Setting up the following way, as Liam's wave's going to hit the inside at the point a little bit lower than Lenny's. Lenny's setting something up from atop the point. Liam Dunkerbeck, 360. Does he make it? Can he pull it out of the whitewater? Yes, he can. That's a make. That's a make. We like it on the guardrail. Here comes Lenny. First bottom turn. Big spray. He might even have seen the 360 make. You don't want to pay too close attention to your competitors, but you also want to be able to leave some room to do that. A perfectly placed goiter, almost made it. Had it right on the section, right on the nose. Another close shave difference maker. Kai had a good score going there right at the end. Just had to miss that.
Not able to pull the goiter, but you could tell the difference between the two waves. Liam's wave had that bowly end section, gives him the opportunity for the 360. Kai's kind of stretching out more in front, looking for the goiter. This is Kai on his first turn, big wrapping turn, looking for the goiter now. Gets good projection out in front and just gets tripped up.
Yeah, a little bit of a smaller wave than Liam's wave. Hopefully we can get a Liam replay too. That would be nice. Now I think that's some of that end of the heat stuff. There comes Lenny's coming in to see the shore break. And, yep, it's not an elimination situation at all for Lenny, though I don't think he walks away in first place in that heat. But a good showing nonetheless, as a non-competitor wisely backs out of that wave, avoiding any fines from the head judge. It could be an expensive day for you. Here comes Frida Morales. Heat's done.
Heat's done, and we got some fireworks coming up, Kai. Round number 4, heat number 7, Bant Rodiger, Antoine Martin, Titoon Flechet, and Ryo Noguchi. It's going to be a action-packed heat here at Ho'okipa Beach Park. That's Noguchi up underneath the lip. Brutal. And
that was Antoine Martin, I think.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, that's the Samurai number 7 Samurai. Bant Rodinger, multiple event winner, last year's event winner. I think he's playing the tunes, Jace. There it is. There's the thing on his back. He's listening to music while he's sailing, okay?
We're going to have to figure out what he's listening to.
We'll get an idea, but to illustrate it to all of you watching at home that Bant's listening to music while he's sailing and winning, by the way. Ryo Noguchi, Titoon Flechet, Antoine Martin, and Bant Rodiger. Aloha Classic 2025. Brought to you by Windsurf AI. Trust me, it's real.
Love it, Kai. Yeah, I tell you, Antoine Martin changed sponsors this year. It's taking a little getting used to kind of recognize him on the blue rig. Riding for Goya now. Some of my most favorite sailors to watch in this heat. Guys who won't take the normal line most of the time. They'll do anything in any situation.
I want to see what he got on his GoPro yesterday. This guy had a GoPro on his head all day.
All day.
I just did 3-ways and highlight reel stuff. Look at this bottom turn. Flechet has this precise way of sailing, but sometimes the wave doesn't give you the canvas. That time he made it look good on the first turn, but it didn't back up. Here comes former Aloha Classic winner Antoine Martin, who's got a serious bag going. What a turn that was. What are we going to see him do here? Well, what have we seen him do, Jace? Let's talk about his repertoire. He's done the no-handed aerial. He made an aerial back loop the other day. Aerial back loop. Watch that on the Fishbowl Diaries Facebook page, guys. That's Hall of Fame stuff. The thing with Antoine is that there's equal parts carnage to the glory. And really, that equation lately might be a little bit more on the plus side. But he has taken some of the most excruciating punishment I have seen any windsurfer endure, and it doesn't even faze him. What does that tell you? That when he makes something, it's on that next level.
Yeah, with both of these sailors, with Antoine Martin and Bant Rodiger, you could see a move that you've never seen in windsurfing in this heat right now. It's like completely possible in this moment that you see something you've never seen before.
Antoine Martin, 2.67, 3.9. Titoon Flechet, 1.2. I don't believe Rodiger or Noguchi have entered the arena yet, but that is about to change. Ryo Noguchi. Here's Ryo Noguchi. We'll go to the beach in a second. Ryo Noguchi setting up with Rodinger behind him. And Flechet and Martin after him. Don't go anywhere. Here we go. Ryo Noguchi setting it up. Gets the air splatter. That's how that one's going to go down. Here's Rodinger, the Samurai, cutting it up. Slicing it under the lip. Full projection. Titoon Flechet, his Hot Sails teammate, really winds up that bottom turn nicely. That's good wave placement. He has learned how to sail Ho'okipa quite well. This is a really nice ride for him, though he needed to hit that lip, but we do see why he's wearing a helmet. And last but not least, here comes Titoon. Antoine Martin sets it up. Gets around the section, not quite the 4th of July fireworks we were expected. And now we can head to Anna Marie on the beach, who's got an interview with our previous heat winner.
Camille Joubon. Heat winner, round 4, heat number 6. Very convincing sailing. That was almost like a final.
Yeah, I mean on the paper that was kind of like a final already because Liam and Kai and, you know, Mike also. I mean, they're all really good, especially Kai over here. So, yeah, I was really focused, and as I'm injured, I was like, okay, I really need to get that one. I need to get everything right. And, yeah, super ultra focused and competition mode on, you know. Let's go.
Awesome. Yeah, you guys had amazing sets. Quick little bit about your injury. What happened with your ear?
Just an incident with the kiter and got the line cut me, and I had 11 stitches there and glue in the back because the cartilage was cut also in the back. So that was only 8-9 days ago. So doctor were saying you shouldn't really go, you know, infection risk and stuff. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna give it a try, and seems like it's working, and looks like I'm doing good. And when I'm back against the wall, you know, so I don't know. It would have been better for me. I would have enjoyed more to be 100% physically, but it is what it is, and I just deal with it.
Sometimes the underdog comes out flying, so you're doing great. Good luck with the next heat, and I hope to talk to you again.
Thank you. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Able to tough it out and stay on the water. Great first action from his first heat. Kai, I can't tell you how many times I've seen Camille just slap some duct tape on it and get back out there. The guy is an absolute warrior.
Absolute warrior and legend and hero. Once again, the leader of the Guadeloupe pack, unquestioned. Tainos Guadeloupe in the house. Guadeloupe's in this heat too. Antoine Martin riding his 1 kilo board, jumping into the air like it's nothing. He has benefited mightily from his sponsor change to the Goya team and the Quattro team. And he is riding better than ever. And here's his chance on an absolutely gorgeous Hukipa offering. Time to dial it up. Sometimes Hukipa slices back. What did I tell you about the punishment, Jace?
Oh, he's willing to take it.
That was really big punishment. Here comes Rodiger. Classic bottom turn like he's riding Sunset Beach on Oahu. Look at the bottom turn there. The amplitude and the aim. I can only imagine what song he's listening to. Let's not even speculate. We'll just find out for you. Down to the lower bowl for the absolute capper. He is going to pull that thing and sail straight away from it. There it is. 100% samurai slicer as
Noguchi goes down super hard.
Gets rejected. That was brutal. Rodinger pulled that one out of the whitewater and just jibed around the rocks. Barely escaping disaster.
Here comes up underneath the lip, tries to get the aerial to get stuck.
Nice turn from Flechet.
A lot of action here, Kai.
Wow.
Got to feel bad for Tatoon. He did the right thing. He kind of waited up at the top there, really tried to get that first turn to work out, and just got obliterated. Not the way he's looking to start.
Antoine wanted to go into the soul gear, and it was one little micro turn away from working, and the lip just buried under his little light board and just swatted him back down. It was so close to being such a well-timed hit. But, you know, Antoine was going for the Levi approach, and they're riding different boards. Antoine's on this little skatey thing, and it just didn't hold the line. It didn't hold the line. It skittered. And Levi's, you know, just to go back to this, the consummate solid bottom turn that's going to project you up into those lips. And do we have damage? No, that looks like an intact rig. He swam to his own rig like a grown man, Jace.
Can't doggy paddle. You got to swim. I'm glad to see Antoine wearing a helmet.
Yes,
for a guy who's as fearless as Antoine is, it's a good pairing, to put a little protection on your old noggin.
We had a caddy exchange. That was Kimani Laurent, Guadeloupe pack, helping Antoine out there. T-Tune getting another rig. It was an exchange. I don't know if it was any damage. Hard to say. Could have been something. It's a very, very tight battle for second here. Fletcher and Martin duking it out. But Rodiger is channeling it once again. just in tune with this place he calls home. Staying high on this wave and just reading it perfectly. Here he comes. Hot sails, flick aboards, right through the crevice. And why not just get a little loose? It's all good. Top level riding. Rodinger just getting started. Flachet. He's got a nice rotation in him. That's big time. That's the move of Flachet's contest so far. A perfectly placed goiter. Perfectly placed with the claim. And rightfully so. That's going to rocket him. He might be in the mix here for first. We'll see what they give him for that. Was it kind of a one-move wave?
It was a one-move wave, but boy, what a move it was. That was perfectly placed.
The landing.
Beautiful.
Whoosh.
Gotta love it when the sail uncoils like that, just kind of like in a totally natural way. Makes the exit out of the maneuver so smooth. It's putting some real pressure onto Antoine Martin now. I mean, again, this is not a non-elimination heat, so nobody's going home as a result of this, but you definitely want to be on the winning side of it if you can be.
But it is definitely promoting hard charging. Big attempts are going down without the true consequences of being eliminated from the contest at play. So guys are going for big moves.
I like it.
I like it.
As we watch Ricardo Campello making his way out for his heat. Riding on his own custom sail brand now. Beautiful Ho'okipa Beach Park, still as busy as ever. Some nice drone work from the Ocean Paddler team, Rudy Castorino. Special thanks to Windsurf AI for helping us put on this live broadcast for you today. I hope you're enjoying it from wherever you're watching.
Where great things happen.
Maybe consider booking a trip to Maui. You won't be disappointed.
Look at these wind and waves. All day. All day. That's so rad. Well, if we're actually ending at 5, I'm going to get to sail today. I couldn't be more happy about that. We'll see
good
about
timing
that.
for you. Kind of short time left, just over 2 minutes to go.
Wow.
Our heat leader, Bant Rodiger.
What are his two scores, Jason?
5.03 and 6.33. So solid scores for Bant. Kind of feel like he's left a little bit on the table as well. We know that his ceiling is higher than that.
What about Flachet's two scores?
Flachet, 3.47 and a 5.23.
He's got a better one in him, and this might be it. Look at this wave for Flachet. Woo! Nice. Outside of him, Antoine Martin. We are doing the split screen. This is how to document wave sailing. T2 in full head of speed. This could be really something. Here comes... Oh! He just backed down right at the end from that section. He might have been thinking aerial back loop. Something was about to go down, and the setup disappeared. It was there for the blink of an eye. Here comes Rodinger. You can look at Rio Noguchi right there, and there's Rodinger coming out of a taka or a goiter. I couldn't tell which one. Rio Noguchi kind of being left with the scraps, Jace.
Yeah, last wave of the heat, last wave of the set. Trying to keep his speed, looking for good aerial contact. Love the head arch, but horrible landing. Bad for the ankles there. Ryu Noguchi going down viciously. I love the head bob arch on that aerial. Good style. Add a little extra for the judges to watch and give you a bonus on your score. But you got to get the completion. Very short time left in this heat.
Some of our competitors in the next heat heading out. The yellow sail in the center of your screen is current reigning world champion Marcilio Brown, otherwise known as Brasinho, otherwise known as the top dog here. We've been watching highlight reel stuff for well over a decade now from him. Here comes Bant Rodinger. You blink, you missed it. Look at the beautiful bottom turn with that mast pointing and the spray flying and actually saving it. And there's a 360 from Rodiger, who's just getting started. Excellent riding. Here comes Martin. We want to see him get back in the game. Beautiful cutback from Antoine. There's more of the riding we are used to from T-Toon. But Rodinger really, really showed what he's capable of there. Flechet setting up. Flechet, bottom turns. Flechet holds on to it. Gets under the lip. Has he got a 360 under him? He almost does a 2 360s. Are you kidding me? That was almost a double 360. I've only seen one other person do that. That was Mark Angulo a long time ago.
Flechet.
That was crazy.
That was nuts. Absolutely on form. Nice first turn and into that really vertical 360. So much whip that it actually whipped him into 2. Saw the way the
double 3. Are you kidding me?
Love it.
I want to see that replay, if at all possible.
And going back to our memory, Kai, that last wave by Bant Rodiger is really just the quintessential thing that he can do. He was a little bit off kilter on that first turn, but he was able to get it back and able to do the 360 at the end, right? It's a lot of guys, if they have that bobble, they can't get back together again, right?
No.
But Rodiger just doesn't seem to ever let anything phase him, right?
Let me catch my breath.
Uh-huh.
We've got a nice set on the outside. There is not a lot of time left. I see Antoine on a window maker. Antoine Martin's on the biggest wave of this heat so far. Mid face, bottom turn. There he goes. That's been worth the wait. There is a section setting up for him that only he knows what to do with. And he is going to maybe pass up that opportunity after the ordeal he's been through. We would have understood. Maybe the heat was already over. Because I've seen him charge that section like it was nothing. And Zdenek Marisco. I mean, they really put Brasilio and Ricardo together. They actually did this. Unreal. Let's see how this goes down. We have Anna-Marie Reichman with the Samurai, Bernd Rodiger. Take it away, Anna-Marie.
Bernd Rodiger, heat winner of the 7th heat, round 6. You did an amazing heat with the highest heat score.
Thank you. Yeah, I coming off of yesterday where the waves were so big and the energy was so intense, I think I was still kind of coming off the back of that. And my energy was definitely really, really high. and I just wanted to try to go as big as possible in the short amount of time that we had.
And you managed beautifully.
Yeah. I mean, when the waves are like this, it's just I don't want to take anything away from like last year, but we never got conditions like this. And when the waves are like this, when it's big and it's menacing and fast and hollow, it doesn't matter if you're an Aloha Classic champion or if this is your first year. You feel like a certain kind of responsibility to rise to that level, to the level of the conditions, and to meet it. And that's definitely what I was feeling out there for sure.
Awesome. Well, congrats, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Testing, 1, 2. We definitely had a good heat that last time, and Rodinger just crushed it. Moving on to this next heat, Brazinho's already opened up with a lot of precise wave riding. Really good start for Brazinho. Multiple hit wave. No rotations, but just the fundamentals. Puts him in control with the 5.17. Takara Ishii in the 4-point range. Nothing from Campello yet, who's probably going to play it pretty patiently, though he is on something quite nice on the outside. This is a 3-part exchange here. There's Ishii. Lining it up. Beautiful looking wave. Just textbook Hokipa on offering. One more hit, please. Thank you very much. And there's Campello outside of Ishii. Ricardo Campello of Venezuela slicing it right through the inside. Doesn't quite make the finishing move. And now outside of him, Marcilio Brown. Finishing his ride on the inside. Nice tweak from Brow. Right in front of Ricardo. Grudge match extraordinaire. This is super gnarly. These two guys are in the same heat at this point in the contest.
Yeah, they're such good friends, travel companions, been on tour together forever. You know that there's a bragging rights battle going on between Ricardo Campello and Marcilio Brown. So 9 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in this heat. Bit of a repositioning happening between our different competitors.
Yes, it's definitely got the later afternoon wind situation here, still filled in. And the thing I like so much about this east-northeast direction, Jace, is it just doesn't, it blows late and it fills the lineup with wind. It's this remarkable combination. We're really, really, really scoring here with the conditions. No two ways about it.
Yeah, good job by our judging panel and all that to pick out a good day of competition to start this 41st Aloha Classic right here from Hokipa Beach Park. It's about 4:15 in the afternoon. We're going to go on for a couple more heats. We're going to end at 5. We thank you for joining us wherever you are. And we hope that you're enjoying the action, and it's definitely just heating up here at Hokipa Beach Park.
A little bit of an in-between moment in this heat. As these sailors are all out to sea, Hokipa has a couple to herself, though there's really nothing significant breaking in the lineup itself. What you do see is that in-between moment in the heat when some scores have dropped, and that it's like a reset. And basically now, the next set that comes in, people will have positioned themselves. They will have gotten into that spot. Marcellio Brown firmly in the lead here, just ahead of Ishii, actually. I should not say firmly. That is less than a point away. Campello with a low 4, mid 4. Zdenek, 2 scores. Campello's the only rider in this heat with only 1 score. And we can just watch and appreciate this moment.
Definitely interesting the way that Hokipa can go in cycles. The waves will go away for a little while, and then they'll come in a flurry. You got to be in position. You got to be in tune with what's going on in the ocean. All of our sailors on the outside now waiting for a set to appear. Got Marcellio Brown on the outside, riding on the Goya rig. Just under 7 minutes to go. Only a point separating our first and second place riders.
The game within the game. Jockeying for position, looking for waves, trying to find the right one.
And we'll see how Ricardo Campello does. See if all of his time on tour over the years has allowed him the patience to make the right decisions out there. Got a good-looking wave setting up for him now, waiting. That's way up at the green tree. Beautiful drone angle now to show us how long the wave is stretching out in front of him. Getting on his horse now. Full speed, Ricardo Campello sets his bottom turn. Up to the lip. Nice wrapping top turn. Staying in the pocket, Ricardo Campello looking for the wave to wall up. On the outside is Marcellio Brown. Ricardo goes for the Taka.
Here comes Brauzinho setting up his first move. He's waited a while to set this up. Got a good air into the flats. It's just interesting how these waves do only set up certain limited opportunities. It looks one way at the top of the reef, and then it goes into a different mode. Here's Zdenek. Marisco trying to get into the mix. He's holding in the 4-point range.
No. Zdenek's definitely got a formula that he needs to kind of adhere to. That big aerial on the first hit, that's what's going to make him pass a heat. That was probably Ishii going down in the whitewater. Definitely a tough spot to be. Oh, look at how gorgeous it is at Hokipa Beach Park.
That's a great angle right there, as getting out through the surf is step number 1. Ishii has his work cut out for him. There's a big set in front of him. It's not done for him. Look at this next one. Ooh, this is going to be tight. Jumping opportunity, maybe. He backs out of that. You don't want to really deal with it. What a great angle as to what it's like sailing out at good size Hokipa and the decisions you have to make when you get locked into going out. And it is the difference, between getting out and not getting out. There's Federico Mauricio getting some last-second coaching here.
Our rider from Italy got all of his gear ready. Got spares on the beach just in case he goes on the rocks again.
Ishii and Campello on the screen. Campello to your far right. Ishii on the white Goya rig. And this is just plain wave selection, trying to find the best rides, trying to find the best waves. And working it. There's Zdenek combing the inside, catching a couple little scrappy ones.
Just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. Our leader, Marsilio Brown. He's on the outside there. This is definitely one of those positional waves for us here, Kai. He's kind of down at the end bowl and waiting for this wave to set up for him. Riding on the green Goya rig, here comes Marsilio Brown.
A 1-2 exchange with Campello and Brown. Brasinho's first here as he lines up. H. Poco point, kind of like a few turns possible here. Gets the tweak, lands back in. Campello behind him. Brasinho possibly blinded by the late afternoon sun. Crashes in front of the point. Here comes Campello.
Campello finishing off his ride out the back as Ishii setting the bottom turn now up underneath the lip. Wave not completely cooperating, but here he gets another chance at it. A little bit late to the lip there, able to pull the sail out of the white water, but no, not complete for Ishii.
More of a real-world angle there. Watching as our sailors heading out for the next exchanges. Getting through a fair amount of heats here. Obviously, the Challengers round was an important piece of work to be done. We've moved well beyond that. But the best is yet to come here at the 2025 Aloha Classic, part of the WWT PWA World Wave Tour. A great day one in the books. Couple more heats to go. Brasinho holding on to his lead.
Had some real highlights today, Kai. I mean, maybe this is a good time to think back to some of the previous heats and what some of the highlight moments were. Levi Siver, huge 360.
Swifty, Ezzy, Levi, Brasinho, and of course Mark Perret. Absolutely awesome sailing from him. And a host of others. And it's all about to go down. Here's Zdenek Marisco. Holding tight, sailing with honor. Campello. Setting up a little bit of a mini grower. There's a nice springy rotation. It seems like this wind direction, Jace, is a little bit rough on the landings. Not as much apparent wind coming on when you're unwinding. Much better suited for the 360.
Yeah, really hard to put a taco or a goiter like that back in front. It's the wind angle and the way the wave's coming at you really makes it hard to put that back and complete your maneuver. Short time left in this heat, but you got to feel good for Zdenek. You know, it might not advance this heat, but he has put some good tape together.
Absolutely.
As we watch Marsilio Brown on the inside. Maybe one more try in this heat. Sets up his run down the line. Here he comes underneath the lip. Nice tweak air all the way inverted. Beautiful from Marsilio Brown.
Signature tweak all the way tweaked on the other side. Just aerial tabletop. 360 attempt from Ishii. He's not going to stick it. Campello's on the outside. He's got an opportunity here. We watch Ishii water starting. Campello
goes for the back loop off the lip. Doesn't land it.
Hopefully get the replay on that. We'll see about that.
Might have been after the heat ended.
Might have been after the heat ended. Swinging for the fences. That is Serkita.
Our women have been released for the day, but Sarakita looking to get a little bit of a warm-up before probably competing tomorrow. So 4:25 in the afternoon, just about 35 minutes left in our day. Been some great action already so far, and plenty more to come from the 41st Aloha Classic, presented by Windsurf AI.
There's our next group. Federico Mauricio, Takuma Sugi, Julian Salman, and our AI anomaly, Anton Richter, in the form of Zdeněk Risco. It's all good.
This is fun. I like
this. This is part of Windsurf AI, is that you don't know if it's real or not. Trust me, it's real. Zdeněk, I think he looks better as a Czech or a Pole. Where is he from? Poland or Czech? Somewhere like that. Poland. Classic. The AI in the sky. Anton Richter's his name. And sailing hard at Hokipa is his game. Federico Mauricio ain't no slouch. Takuma Sugi knows how to win heats. Julian Salman is just a cool customer. This heat can go any number of ways, Jace.
Yeah,
There's no way I'm going to call this. But I can claim that Anton Richter has the spoiler edge to him. Nobody sees him coming. And that's a good position to be in when you're flying in under the radar and you catch a set wave to start your heat. So let's see what Richter's got in him, because this is a really nice wave. Richter setting it up. He's got a good amount of wind in the lineup, and Hokipa is just going to give him a nice start to that ride. Perfectly ridden first two turns, and that's going to be it. Good extended. It's going to be a mid-level score. A good way to start the heat, and it was a nice wave. Takuma Sugi in a very similar spot with Mauricio outside of him. Sugi gives up on that insider, taking it straight to Federico Mauricio from Italy. Oh, yes, he does know Hokipa quite well. Nice bottom turn from Federico. But unfortunately, he uncorks out the back with just a little bit too much enthusiasm. Salman.
He's all the way up at Green Trees now, hoping that the wave cooperates a little bit more than that last one. Here he is on the gas, full speed down the line. Wave stretching out in front of him, looking for the big aerial. The wave doesn't cooperate. And
that was the one we call the straight off Adolf. Sugi not going to waste any time getting some turns. Salman just streaked that entire wave. Unfortunately for him.
Well, I mean,
Anton Richter, 3.25 for that ride. Sugi, 3.2. Mauricio taking what would have been a really high score had he made that first turn count, gets 50 cents. But they've recalibrated. And Mauricio's got a 4.3. I thought it was better than 50 cent. Oh, that was his first wave. I get it. 3.8 for the second ride. And he's in the lead. Not by much.
Real shame for Julian on that last wave, because it had all the potential to be one of those like streaking into a giant aerial, punt over a huge section sort of setup that you know he's looking for. And when the wave just like doesn't hit the reef quite right and it doesn't ever give you that one section that you need, and you end up just streaking down the whole line,
Here's the problem I have with that ride, is that you know he was looking for it. He played his hand too openly. He showed the intent that I am going to go hit that thing, but it wasn't to be. And here's this turn. This is the 3.8 for Mauricio.
Such a solid competitor. Score. I mean, you look at that, and there wasn't a lot on offer, but he squeezed every last bit of juice out of that. orange, right?
We have Anna Marie Reichman talking to our last heats winner. Take it away, Anna Marie.
Go for it. Brasinho, congratulations. That was a long time waiting. How do you prepare and then still win and dominate?
It's really exciting just to be here, sailing these conditions. It's been really crowded before the event, everybody trying to get waves. And I was just excited to go sail with 3 other guys. Looking forward for that all day since it's been so packed this week, but that was fun.
And the conditions came together, not too big, not too small, wind super nice, and you capitalizing on everything.
Yeah, as far as windsurfing, this is ideal conditions at Ho'okipa. Like, this is skate park conditions, like not too scary, but still big enough that it's fun. And yeah, I hope forecast keeps giving us.
We hope for more waves tomorrow. Rest up, and we see you back tomorrow.
Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anna Marie. Thank you, Brasinho. It's great to have that perspective. And look at beautiful Ho'okipa as we fly up towards pavilions. Love this place. Such a part of windsurfing history. And to this day, one of the best wave sailing spots around. Certainly one of the more consistent places. And that's the break at pavilions. No windsurfing allowed. And you can see everybody's loving this day in the sun here in paradise on the beautiful island of Maui for the 2025 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Windsurf AI, duly supported by the County of Maui and the Maui Office of Economic Development, along with the PWA and the WWT, and a host of other sponsors such as High Tech Surf Sports, Never Slow, Goya Windsurfing, Federico, excuse me. Mauricio's having a good run for the Italians here. Proudly Italian. But he kicks out of that. That was that first wave of the set. Had all kinds of jambalaya on it. Now, Sugi really has a nice opportunity with Richter outside of him. Sugi, beautiful hit, but absolute carnage. That looked like it hurt. Here comes Anton Richter, hopefully not making any sort of miscalculations. Well in front of that wave, perfectly ridden. Really buried his rail there, didn't get the third hit.
Such a difference between the first and the third waves of the set there. I mean, you can see how one wave closes out and one wave's got a nice tail to it. So wave selection, absolutely pivotal in this moment.
Yes. And this is one of the more lower scoring heats, Jace. And the judges have their works cut out because these are really finely differential details here. Sugi's gone swimming at the worst possible time. Federico Mauricio and Julian Salmon on a 1-2 exchange. This is proper Ho'okipa here. Let's follow Mauricio as he drops in with Salmon behind him. Off to the races goes Federico. He wants that lower section, but he passes up the opportunity to hit it. And now will he get one final hit? Sure does. There's Salmon. Second half of his ride. Does he believe he's got another hit in him? He does. Well-ridden wave for Julian, who's now solidly on the board. Finally.
Well, and not a perfect wave for Federico, but he still manages to get a score out of it. Probably will go above the 2.50. So I'm sure he wanted more, but good to be able to get something out of it. You saw the way he didn't like the first wave of that set, kicked out, and was able to turn back around in a quick form and be able to get on a wave right afterwards.
Anton Richter within striking distance of Mauricio. That's tight. Anton Richter's one big score away from taking this heat. And that would be something. Mauricio's not going to go down quietly. Sugi got a swatting. And he's shaking that one off as he sails out. That did not look like it did anything but hurt. That was from top to bottom, straight into the pit.
Yeah, jumping off the top rope.
Glad he's okay.
Yeah, those ones can sting.
Here comes Federico Mauricio. This one has a little bit of more north wall to it. It wouldn't surprise me if in the next couple days the swell does swing a little bit more north as swells do pass through the islands, starting a little more northwest and then going to the north. This is a proper wall here. Mauricio's read it perfectly. A nice line to the end bowl. Aerial for nice points there. That's the difference maker for Federico Mauricio.
That's the formula.
Well done, Federico.
That aerial at the end section, that's what he's looking for. Put a big exclamation point onto the end of the ride. Nice amplitude. You know, he gets that situation to happen because he's able to do those first two turns really close to the power section of the wave and then get on the gas and hit that end section. So beautiful work for Mauricio. There's the first turn. Here comes the nice wrapping second turn. Gets on the gas, looks for the aerial off the lip. Here he is. Nice projection. Under 5 minutes to go in this heat. That's Federico making his way back out again. On the outside, Takuma Sugi and Antoine Richter. Well, the wind has stayed with us, but maybe only just barely. You can see our competitors still moving around the contest area, but maybe not as quickly, maybe not as easily. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. In first place in this heat, Federico Mauricio, 8.63. Antoine Richter, 6.30. Sugi in a 5.8. And Salmon with a 3.1, still looking to get the second wave of his heat. Thank you very much to our lifeguards for always keeping such a good eye on us. It's been a busy couple days. Sugi now riding on the Goya rig, waiting for the wave to wall up a little bit. Here he comes down the line. Not much doing there. Definitely a low-scoring heat. Federico in the lead with a pair of fours. Not high cards at the moment. As we watch Marino Gill make his way out for his next heat, which will be one of the last heats of our day today.
Sugi's got unfinished business here. 3.73. Basically, you won't catch Mauricio in this position unless you start landing haymakers right away. Mauricio's pretty safe. He's basically 2 4.3s and nobody else is in the 4-point range. So he just needs to play keep away and let this battle for first and third run.
All right, we're following Antoine Richter now on the inside. Short time, only 30 seconds to go in this heat. Well, Kai, sometimes you're going to have heats like this. They can't all be bangers.
Federico's had a great heat. He's basically selected the best waves and ridden them very, very well. Doing what the wave's asking to do. I mean, this highline streaker, he wants to make sure he makes the wave. Not everybody's absorbed that, really. As this swell drops, though, it's going to open things up a little bit more. Mauricio completes his ride. Antoine Richter sets up. That's his first wave. His first move of the wave. But it's not going to be in his top scores. Outside of him, we got Salmon and Sugi. Sugi's on your screen. Sugi opens up shop. Trying to get into this. That's actually a really nice wave. Good turn, open face. Makes the connection. Good wave for Sugi. Solid riding. Mauricio lapping it up. Wave after wave. Hukipa strikes back. Over the falls you go. And hopefully not on the rocks. Anything but that.
Watch the sleigh ride there.
Yeah.
Determination to stay gripped to that rig.
But again, that swell direction saving the day.
Federico is so busy in the heat. That was his 6th wave already. You know, some guys are just able to get out into the lineup and move around so easily, and Federico has that mobility. Here comes Sugi now underneath the lip on the replay. Nice top turn. Able to get under the lip there for the second turn. Just barely able to get up under it. As we check out our broadcast booth here from Ho'okipa Beach Park. We got our next competitors coming up next. Marino Gil-Girardi, Russ Farreau, Thomas Traversa, and Vincent Beauverlet. So bad news for Thomas Traversa. We don't know if he's made it to the beach yet. His plane got delayed, so this could be... Is this an elimination moment for him? It is.
Yeah. That begs the question, because he was in that seeding heat earlier.
They're not going to do 2 of them, are they?
Well, you won't be in 2 seeding heats, but this might be the next round. Let me check. Oh. That's really too bad. Beauverlet setting up.
So this is a redemption round heat right here. So this one will count.
This is an elimination heat. We're into the redemption round. That's tragic.
On our screen now, this is Beauverlet. Real engaged on his turns there for Beauverlet. Oh, a little hiccup. That was Gil-Girardi on the outside on the Neil Pride rig. Playing the position game, able to stay out in front. This will be Russ Farreau streaking down the line. Oh, a lot of bumps in this wave, but it's cleaning up for a second now. Here comes Russ Farreau punching the bottom turn. Nice wrapping top turn. Oh, a little bit of traffic to negotiate. Sugi going over the falls. Excuse me. Beauverlet going over the falls. Gil-Girardi now looking for the aerial. Able to pop the fins loose. and get a turn to finish off the wave. So there's Gil Girardi. He's on a board with the 3.0. That'll be his second wave of the heat, so he'll fill his card. As we watch Stanek make his way, he's done for the day. 13 minutes 30 on the clock. This is round 5, heat number 2, redemption round. Again, if you're wondering where Thomas Traversa is, it doesn't look like he's made his flight and made it to the island in quick enough fashion to make it to the beach. So bad luck for Thomas Traversa. And we're going to take a moment now to go down to the beach with Anne-Marie Reichman and our last heat winner.
Yeah. Federico Mauricio from Italy, you won this redemption heat. That must be huge.
Yeah, I'm happy. The conditions are insane. It's wonderful, but it's raw. You know what I mean? It's really powerful. You know, the wind is strong. I was on 4-4. You have gusts. The waves are amazing. There are a few chops here and there which are tricky to see because the wave looks super clean, but then you can see this wind swell kind of like mixing up a bit. So you want to commit 100%, but then you got to be careful to those chops, and that's a big thing. But I just try to be a bit more consistent. In my first heat, I did some unusual mistakes, so I just tried to calm down, do my things, and then tried to push when I had the chance without taking too much risk. I'm happy it paid off. I still felt
back to action on the water.
Dirty, my sailing, not as smooth as I would love to, but let's keep building from here.
Exactly. You have time to work out those kinks. Besides a windsurfer, you're an advocate for the environment and do a lot of promotion for windsurfing. So I'm very happy you're here, and we keep seeing you tomorrow.
Of course. Awesome. See you tomorrow.
Back to you guys.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you very much. Congratulations, Federico. Good job in that heat, winning it and on to the next. So solid performance from our Italian sailor. Just over 11:30 to go in redemption round heat number 2. Beauverlet in the lead now with a 5.87, 2-wave total. As we watch our S2 rider, Russ Farreau, making his way to the inside. Russ has got a big cheering section on the beach here for him today. His parents are in town, making their annual pilgrimage. Happy to watch their son do what he does best. Riding on what is basically a 2-batten sail, 2 battens plus 2 little half battens. Really maneuverable rig for Russ Farreau here. He's set himself way up line now, and there is a bit of a tail to this wave. So here he is on his horse, sets his bottom turn, beautiful drone angle, wrapping top turn, waiting for the wave to connect down to the end bowl. He's got a section out in front of him if he can get on it, and able to get one last turn. That's a tricky part of the wave, Kai. It's okay. Out the back, that's Gil Girardi riding on the Neil Pride rig. This also looks to be a good scoring opportunity.
Really nice set coming in here, Jace. Gil Girardi and Beauverlet. Another one of the bigger sets that has come in the last hour or so, which is a really good sign for tomorrow. This swell's going to hang in there. But talk about strategy. You know, you have to be so patient to line these up. There's Beauverlet off your screen, is going out the back. Gil Girardi. Beauverlet in control here. Great opportunity for him. He gets the high line hung up cutback, but this is actually going to continue down the line for him. Vincent holding it together. This is his best riding of the event so far. And he connects it. Congratulations on some good sailing today, Vince. In the mix. And possibly catching Farreau. We'll see about that. That was a nicely ridden wave. It was a long wave. And most importantly, it was a good size wave. There's the gallery. More coaching for Ferdinando Rofleta. Mauricio, Antoine, really hearing about it. Russ Faro all by himself on the outside. Not a whole lot forming there. A little bit hit and miss on the wave selection.
Yeah, speaking of wave selection, this is a tough spot for Gil Girardi. He did half of the equation there. He got a good wave, got a set wave, but just was not able to keep it on the wave face with that top turn, goes sliding out the back. So, Girardi's got to be able to identify which waves he's going to be able to get a score on. Here he is now, picking up one at the end bowl, hoping that it's going to wall up enough that he's going to have an opportunity. Gets on his horse now, sets the bottom turn. All right, vertical top turn, but kind of skizzles out at the end and gets rolled up in the whitewater. Tough luck for Gil Girardi. As we get later in the afternoon, the wind gets really tricky on the inside there, Kai. That's an area that's full of current and whitewater, and the wind is just about as light as it can get down there. So good job for Girardi to be able to make his way out to the outside and reposition before the end of this heat. Just over 7 minutes to go.
Carefully calculating their next move. Beauverlet and Faro. And you've got the mobility to get around the lineup, but that doesn't always help your cause in finding waves. Sometimes when you have the wind to move around a lot, you take yourself out of where you could be catching waves. There's Marino Gil. What does he have in store for us here? Two-wave exchange coming in. Marino Gil is on the outside. Beauverlet is right inside of him. Let's stick with Marino Gil here. Marino setting it up. Sticking with the drone angle here. There's the classic Marino bottom turn. Nice combination off the top. That's Beauverlet's wave in front of Marino. Great job, Ocean Paddler TV crew. I knew you were going to get that. That was a nicely ridden wave by Vince. He got the little toe tapper there. Not quite the 360 out the back, but nonetheless. Russ Faro opting for the wave behind the wave he was on. Nobody in town next to him. Veteran move. Jace, if I am not mistaken, this is the last heat of the day?
I was wondering about that as well. I heard we're going to stop at 5. Here comes Russ Faro now. Working his way upwind before he turns it back down the line. Sets the bottom turn up underneath the lip. Kind of check top turn. Still working it going down the line. Better second turn. Looking for the aerial at the end bowl. Manages to pop the fins loose and completes the ride. So Russ Faro getting a decent ride there. Still in first place. Probably looking to improve on a score. They do. Fractionally. 3.65. But it is in his score count. This is Beauverlet. This one might have a nice shape to it. Here he comes underneath the lip. Gets a little caught up in the whitewater. Coming down the line now. Sets the bottom turn. Little floater over the lip section. Goes for the 360. but no make. Here comes Gil Girardi. Everything to prove right now. Nice wrapping top turn. He needs one more. Here it is. Good rail work for Girardi. Finishing section, able to complete the maneuver. So tricky conditions at the end of the day. Our sailors are definitely showing us that the best in the world can still make it look good. Kai, we've had such an amazing day. It's been so nice to be with you. I'm really happy that we're here for the Aloha Classic and able to bring it to you live from Ho'okipa Beach Park. Thank you very much to Windsurf AI and all the sponsors that have made this event possible. Thank you very much.
We are definitely fortunate and grateful to be here, and there's been a good body of work completed here. The quest for the World Championship remains alive. Brasinho and Pare both making it through in first place in their redemption round heats. And the conditions have definitely not disappointed, and there's plenty left to go here as Beauverlet sets up. Nice icing on the cake here for him. Beauverlet not necessarily in the pro men's world title equation, but he is a contender for the Masters world title. And he holds, I think, a third place spot moving into this final. And there's Marino with a nice gouge off the top. Late afternoon Ho'okipa, the sun gets a little low in the horizon. Sometimes it's not that easy to see perfectly. But Marino capping off his redemption heat. Let's see where this ends up for him. Checks his watch. I mean, is this it for the season, or what's he got left?
Well,
these are important battles.
It's so tight between them right now.
Right.
7.73 and 7.10. It's so tight between him and Beauverlet. So much to fight for. If you get third in this one, you're out.
Exactly. Certainly the dynamic between Gil Girardi and Beauverlet is as close as it gets, but it's also quite tight with Russ Farrow, who's sitting in the lead in this heat. And one can only imagine what would be happening if Tomas Traversa was in the mix. And sadly, as he arrives on Maui, that's not going to be the case. I'm pretty gutted about that. At any rate, here's Farrow setting up his ride, H. Poco Point. Not a whole lot of time left in our action today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's join Russ Farrow as we have an afternoon session here at Ho'okipa with the lip slide blindside swatting. It's all good. It's hard to see down the line. It's going to get only more difficult as we get closer to December, because that sun starts setting in Iao Valley, and right where you're bottom turning, it's hard to see. Classic look here at the guardrail.
That's my spot.
That's the spot. That's where we judge our heats when we're not competing on a daily basis. You're up there just picking everybody apart. Here's Beauverlet. Out the back, Marino Gil. Seconds left in this heat and in this day of competition. We will be able to wrap this up shortly. Marino Gil sailing out. I think he realizes that he might be safe here. It is tight between Beauverlet and Gil Girardi. But just as the clock starts winding down, I think that might be all she wrote, Jace. Let's see if this is going to count for Gil Girardi. I don't think he was really showing intent to ride when we hit zero.
Hard to know if the clocks are exactly right on live heats.
Exactly.
But
we
you have
don't
to imagine
know
that
that.
Girardi's got a clock on his watch. Here he comes now, setting the bottom turn up underneath the lip. Better connection there. Got a bit of a wall to work with.
We
Still
are
kind of a
just
slopey
about
wave.
to get through this heat here. You'd be led to believe they're still competing, wouldn't you? The way they're sailing. Gil Girardi taking the lead. Late lead.
Oh, Nice aerial for Beauverlay. Not able to put it back in front. That could have changed the whole scenario right there, Kai. When you have a heat like this and the scores in the fours, anything can happen. Russ Farreau going back into the lead with a 7.80 combined total.
But he's got a broken stick. Something broke there. I think a mast. Yeah, well, hopefully Russ Farreau's okay. That just looks like a damage situation. I don't think he's injured. But we're going to have a little overview of some of the action that we had from today. We will take you through what we'll call the highlight reel in one form or the other. Graham Ezzy with this turn. Great sailing from Graham today in the mix. Bujma, another standout. There's Goya.
And there's Goya. Here comes Levi Cyber with a big projection off the lip on that aerial. Backing it up again. Levi Cyber standout for today. Here comes your boy.
Mark Perret with an awesome display today and only setting the stage for much more important heats to come. Victor Fernandez squarely in the mix. Swifty had a great heat. That won't be forgotten. Everybody enjoyed themselves in a huge way today at the Aloha Classic. Julian Salmon in the mix. Koster. Juban.
Real standout this afternoon, Juban.
I agree. Liam Dunker back, certainly in the mix. Last year's winner, Rodinger, absolutely and squarely in the mix. There's Marino. He's going to move on.
He's going to like that wave. That was a good first turn.
That was.
Yeah. And
so, Jace, let's color this now that this is the end of day one. And in the title equation, it's still very much alive. Mark Perret holds on to his lead. Brazinho holds serve. Victor Fernandez stays alive. Koster very much in the mix as well. This is everything to play for here. This is going to be 2 more days of competition and broadcasting. We're just getting started. Thank you, everybody at home, for your patience while we iron out the bugs in the system and get this thing perfected. Hukipa's going to keep providing us our conditions. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us today. Windsurf AI, our sponsors, Maui County, Maui Office of Economic Development, PWA, WWT, High Tech Surf Sports. Go support these great businesses, everybody. We need your support. We are proud to bring this to you. It's been great sharing the mic with you, Jace. We'll get some other guests up here as well, some color from some of our actual competitors. And we're going to keep this rolling right along. So we will bring it back to you probably somewhere close to 11 a.m. Hawaiian time. Until then, Kai Kachidorian, Jace Ponabianco, signing off, and aloha.